Hello, this is Fray and welcome to my channel and the Xtreme Onechunk Ironman account that I'm starting in Canifis called Canifis Chunk. Now, if you've never seen a one chunk series before, you may be asking yourself, what is a chunk? And you'd be right to do so. A chunk is an area of 150 square game tiles, or 22,500 tiles. That may sound like a lot, but it isn't. There are 3,347 chunks on the old school RuneScape map, and to start, we're going to be locking ourselves to one of them. Now, the general rules of Xtreme Onechunk Ironman apply here. So, within my chunk, I must complete the highest level skilling challenges, complete all quests and diaries as much as is possible, obtain all the unique monster drops, obtain all unique items, and complete all mini-games. Now, having explained the rules, there's a reason that no one has started in Canifis before. Actually, multiple reasons. So, the skilling challenges and items don't appear to be too bad at first. They are: get 5 attack to wield a steel weapon, get 40 defense to equip rune armor, get 20 combat to get a slayer task from Morytania, and obtain all best in slot items, being a black cape, a grey hat, a grey robe top, grey boots, grey gloves, grey robe bottoms, a steel scimitar, a mithril chain body, a mithril square shield, and a rune med helm. That's it. No, 2,000 hour items like on Verf series, just that stuff. So what's the problem? The first reason is to get to Morytania in the first place, you need to do Priest in Peril. And in addition to this, we're also going to be doing the Restless Ghost because it just locks too much content in Morytania. It's a fairly light requirement, but it is a requirement nonetheless. Ha ha ha! Future Fray here. What I actually meant by do the Restless Ghost was forget to do the Restless Ghost and then have to go back and do it slightly later in the account once we'd already been to Canifis. But that's my bad, and we'll get to that later on. The second more pressing reason as to why it's pretty tricky to start here is that the only thing in Canifis is a ton of level 88 werewolves. Not very conducive to an extremely low level account with next to no gear. Definitely a problem that we'll explore and solve later in the video, but first we're going to knock out Priest in Peril with as low levels as possible so we can get to Canifis with the most vanilla Ironman account that we possibly can. So, now that we're on the mainland, our toughest challenge in getting Priest in Peril done is going to be the Temple Guardian. Our biggest issue by far is that the Temple Guardian is an instanced fight, so we cannot rely on our main to help us like we can in some other fights in this quest. So the first thing we're going to be doing is getting level 5 attack for the Steel Battle Axe. Now, we only have 25 GP, so we can't afford to buy a Steel Battle Axe. So what we're going to do first is travel over to Draenor, buy some jugs of wine, and then use those to do the Stronghold under Barbarian Village. For those that don't know, completing the first 2 levels of Security Stronghold is going to net us 5k GP, which is going to be more than enough GP to get us into Morytania. After a home teleport to Lumbridge, we're able to buy our Steel Battle Axe and get on with the quest. So this is the NPC that we did all of that prep for, a level 30, easily safe spottable Temple Guardian. Now this fight proved very, very difficult. So I was going to speed this clip up and kind of just show you the whole fight. However, it took over 40 minutes for me to get it down to like 10 hit points, and then I had to go and have dinner with my kids because it took so long that it ran into dinner time. So we had to fully reset and start again. Very painful, and even when fast forwarded to the max amount that my editing program will allow, it still took over 6 minutes to play the clip. So I think I'll just skip to the end. Okay, we're nearly there. This has taken, 27 minutes, and we're up to 8 attack. So, yeah, this has been pretty brutal, but we're getting there. It's regens HP, like, so slowly, but it's still sometimes faster than I'm hitting, which is really grim. We're nearly there. Come on, what if I just sneak a few hits in, get hit a bit? Come on, where are my twos? Where are my twos? There we go, it's down. Right, just need to go tell those monks. And they're going to laugh at me, because I'm an idiot. So we were actually multi-questing whilst doing Priest in Peril, because Rune Mysteries is actually a prerequisite to mine the rune essence that we need to complete Priest in Peril. So we've just completed Rune Mysteries and mined our 50 pure essence, well, not pure essence, rune essence that we need. So by hitting a 1 on the Monk of Zamorak with my main, with a blowpipe and a serpentine helm, I can guarantee that I venom it. The Monk of Zamorak then regens its health to 100%. I then hit a 1 on it with a wind strike or whatever, and then the venom will take effect, and the Monk of Zamorak will die from the venom, but I got the only true damage on it because it regened after I hit the 1 on my main, giving me the kill credit for the monk, and therefore getting me the key without gaining any real experience. And after doing some more chatting, we are finally in Morytania, with the only skills that we got being 8 attack, 4 strength, 11 hit points, and the 11 prayer from the quest reward. So I would say pretty low level to be getting into Morytania. And we're now entering the chunk that we're going to be spending our next bit of time in. So, as is tradition on Xtreme Onechunk Man accounts, the first thing we're going to be doing when we get into our chunk is dropping all of the items that we got on the way here. Now that we've made it to Canifis, our main issue is now upon us. We need to get all of the best in slot gear that we mentioned at the top of the video as drops from level 88 werewolves. And the rune med helm that I mentioned has a drop rate of 1 in 170. So on average, we're going to have to kill 170 werewolves with these stats and this gear. The level 88 werewolves are the only attackable NPCs in the chunk. Or are they? With a Wolfbane dagger, you can attack the named characters in Canifis and they won't transform into werewolves. Because the 11 prayer and Wolfbane dagger are specifically given to us from a quest that I have to do to be here, I'm going to allow myself to use the prayers that I unlocked from getting 11 prayer and also retain the Wolfbane dagger. I've already dropped all the other items that weren't specific to the chunk, but the Wolfbane dagger is. Even with the Wolfbane dagger, the NPCs themselves are pretty tough. Unlike most Onechunk Ironman that I've seen, where there's goblins or men or chickens, there's only the civilians here, and they hit 2s accurately and have 60 hit points, so will easily kill me with the stats that I have. I don't have any access to any food in this chunk, so the best way that I can possibly think to do this is to flinch them. So we've managed to find ourselves a flinching spot on Boris here. I absolutely love the Wolfbane dagger animation it does when stabbing. It's so it's such a delayed animation, which is just, they always look good, right? You know, with vengeance and that kind of thing. Each one of these kills is going to take a long time, and these things hit me hard because I've got 1 defense and no other stats, right? So yeah, flinching is kind of the only option I have right now. I don't really know how this is going to work when we get to having to kill the werewolves, though, because they have a lot of defense in comparison to the civilians. Flinching clearly works to kill the civilian versions of the werewolves, but they themselves don't drop any of the items that we need. For that, we need to kill the werewolves, and therein lies the problem. If you turn the werewolves, they have 100 hit points and 70 defense. I can barely hit them at all. They regen hit points faster than I can deal damage, even with the Wolfbane dagger, never mind with my fists. So at these sorts of stats, I can't kill them at all. This situation can be slightly alleviated if I hit them down to 1 hit point and then transform them. But even then, they regen 40 hit points and I still can't kill them. Flinching reduces DPS by about 66 to 75%, and this is a big problem. I need to come up with a better way to kill them. However, keep in mind the 40 hit points regen. It will be important later. Now, I have been watching Onechunk series in preparation for starting this series. And I remember 2 instances of people having to kill creatures that they were hugely undergeared and underleveled for. Limpwurt with the Calphite Queen, and Agile Tom with the Trolls outside Chambers of Xeric. Both used a main to tank the NPC for them and then just hit it down on their Onechunk account. I was quite excited by this idea. However, it doesn't work. Canifis is single combat, not multi, like in both of the examples I just gave. If I tag the werewolf on my main to get aggro and then attack it on my Onechunk account, I can only get a few hits off until it aggroes back onto me, solving nothing. I was stuck. I can't kill any werewolves. Then, I had an idea. The old wildy bosses, you could drag them out of their spawn range and then you could attack them without them hitting back. Could I potentially do this in Canifis with the werewolves? I gave it a go, but I just couldn't really get anything to work. I think because they're 1-by-1 creatures, they can't both be outside and inside their wander distance at the same time. Again, I'd been foiled. Something to bear in mind with this method at all is if a creature remains outside of its wander range, constantly trying and failing to walk back to where it came from, it will despawn after about 5 minutes or so. Think about when you trap a Master Farmer or an RD Knight when thieving. If it can't move, it will just despawn eventually. So where I can up my DPS by trapping them out of range, I also put a 5-minute timer on myself to get the kill. But I had yet another thought. Could I push them outside of their wander distance with a dragon spear? If I could, and I could keep them there, then I could very likely hit them without them hitting me back. However, if I hit the werewolves with a dragon spear on my main, it would transform, as I'm not attacking it with the Wolfbane Dagger, into a werewolf. And I'd then have to deal the full 100 damage against a creature with 70 defense in less than 5 minutes before it despawned. Except they don't transform. For some reason the Dragon Spear special doesn't even load as a proper attack, so the citizens remain citizens. So, now we have a plan. Dragon Spear special to push the werewolf out of range, hit the citizen down to 1 hit points, transform it into a werewolf, and finish off the remaining 40-ish hit points of damage in hopefully less than 5 minutes. I just have to find a spot to make it work. Yes! Yes, I found a spot! Oh, right, that's massive. I mean, I'm not getting the kill credit. I'm not... Well, I guess it's because I'm hitting it on my main with the Wolfbane Dagger, right? But I've found a spot that it works. Oh my god! So, right, at the minimum, I've learned that I can train my stats easily on these things. I just need to try and find a way to make it so that I actually get the kill credit so that I can get the drops that I need. But this is a huge step forward in the Onechunk grind. Oh, God. It took so long to find a spot for this to work. I've tried so many of the civilians and couldn't get it to work at all. But here we are. I've got a spot. I've got an NPC. We're good. I just need to try and find out how to get kill credit somehow. So as you can tell, when I first found the spot, I was quite excited, but I'd also had a brain meltdown thinking that I needed to tag the NPC with a Wolfbane Dagger, which obviously had a chance of hitting. I then kind of moved on to brewing down to avoid hitting quite a lot of the time, but it still hit sometimes. And I never thought, why don't I just use the Dragon Spear special to tag it and not just to push it? So once we found that out, we had a lot more success. Right, let's show a kill setup. So I run it over here after having hit it with the Wolfbane Dagger. I then step in behind it like this, making sure not to go through it, so that I still act as a blockade. And then I just go spec. Oh, hold on. Like this, and then I can just start hitting it on this account. Yeah, cool. So that is an example of what we need to do to get the kill credit. So now it's time to just kill a million bazillion of these. That's a pretty neat drop to get, a Wine of Zamorak. I think that's pretty rare, but also pretty useless to us because we can't make potions at all. I'm running on this account, right? It's running on this account. But yeah, that's an interesting one. And there is 20 strength. I don't know what level I'm going to start hitting 4s. I hope it's soon because that'll speed things up a bit. Currently, we're getting 4.4k strength XP per hour, which is massive. Well, it's a lot better than it was when I was flinching, so I'm really happy I discovered how to do this. I really didn't know if it'd work, and I especially didn't know if I'd get kill credit. So yeah, this is really cool. 25 strength. Now we'll chain attack for a bit, get some more accuracy, and hopefully kill some actual werewolves relatively soon. The issue is they've got 70 defense, so it's really hard to actually just land hits on them. But hopefully with our stats getting better, we'll get there soon. And here is level 30 strength, really sort of rattling through it now. I think hopefully we'll be able to get some actual werewolf kills relatively soon. Oh, 24 hit points as well, very nice. Oh, nice. So this fella should give us a mystery box, and mystery boxes are actually very useful on this account because the best weapon I can achieve in this chunk is a steel scimitar, right? It's the best weapon I'm going to be able to get for quite a while. And from a mystery box, you can get a mithril scimitar, so let's hope we get one of those. The moment of truth, can we get a myth scimitar? No, 500 coins. It works. We're about to get our first actual werewolf kill. This is massive. This is massive. Can we get anything good? No, we can't, but we can keep doing more of them. That is so good. Ah! Okay, so we just got an axe drop from one of the humanoid werewolves, which is interesting because I can't use it, which means that I don't know what the plan should be. So there's no trees in this chunk at all that you can chop anyway. But there are trees relatively close by. Now, one of the things that you might have to do in this chunk is cooking, because there is a raw fish shop which sells sharks, right? So if I stumble into a fire at any point, and I believe that there is one at the dig site, then I'm going to have to take fish like from here all the way to the dig site to cook them, and then come all the way back to the bank to buy more fish again, which seems a bit mental. And what would be far easier would be to chop some logs somewhere else, probably like near Varrock or whatever if we get over there, bring them over here, and then set fires at the Canifis bank and just do it that way, right? So I think probably this... It's hard to know, isn't it? I think probably the smartest thing to do is to start lamping woodcutting. So that once I get, I think, 6 woodcutting, I can use this steel axe to actually chop trees. So yeah, I think that might be the play. No! Oh no! Oh god! I've done it again! Oh my god, me and dying on the first episode of a Hardcore Ironman series. Name a more iconic duo. How did that even happen? I had it safe spotted and I was just AFKing. Oh, how did I even do that? That's so bleak. That's so bleak. The grey walk of shame really acts as a depressing reminder of how badly you fucked up. Okay, so that is another wolf kill and 27 hit points. And something I didn't realise I got a long time ago was 20 combat. So I can get Slayer Task, and I'm hoping there's going to be something in Slayer Tower. Like, you know, if I can get Crawling Hands, I could lamp the first few levels of Slayer and then actually train some Slayer properly. There's a very slim chance that I could actually get training Slayer properly, which would be nice, because if you can kind of get up to the points that you've got enough skips, you could kind of be self-sustaining in Morytania, but it all sort of relies on the first task, doesn't it? So, what are we going to get? No, you won't tell me. Okay. Never had this dialogue before. 53 ghosts, okay. Is that a good task? I don't know. I don't know that they're nearby, but I feel like they should be. We're in Morytania after all. Surely there's ghosts nearby. Oh, fuck. I didn't even know they could drop here. Ah, shit. Okay, so that means basically as soon as I've got a pickaxe and a primary way to train mining, I have to get 90 mining to mine a level 9 fallen star or whatever it is. God. Okay, so we're quickly going to knock out some of the best in slot items that we need, and we basically just need a full set of these robes for our magic bonus. I think you could probably get any colour, but it says to get the grey on the tool, so I guess I'll just get the grey for now. And we'll get the top, the bottoms, and the hat, and just look like an absolute Chad. And there is our steel scimitar on werewolf kill number 15. So we've killed 68 Svetlanas and 15 werewolves, which is taking quite a while. But we can use that now as our best in slot weapon for probably the foreseeable future. So the stat difference is plus 11 stab and plus 10 strength for the Wolfbane, and plus 15 slash plus 14 strength for the steel scimitar. So we'll still need to use the Wolfbane to hit the vampires down to like 1 hit point. Not vampires, what are they called? They're like the humanoid version of the werewolves. And then we will swap to the steel scimitar for actually killing the werewolf itself, which is like the last 40 hit points. And there is the mithril chain body, which is another best in slot for us. I can't wear it at the moment, but I think that means pretty much I just need the mithril square shield and the rune med helm, and then after that I should be good. And there it is, the rarest item in the chunk, the rune med helm, which I cannot wear yet, but we're getting there. 28 defense at the moment. We need 40 to wear it. We've killed 39 werewolves, and I think this is a 1 in 270 or so, so that's a really good drop to get. Right, I just need to check what else I need in the chunk. Okay, so at this point in the recording, I switched to recording with OBS instead of Camtasia, which is why it looks a bit different. And I also switched to a smaller window, sometimes fixed, sometimes not, because I was playing like 4 separate accounts at once, so the smaller window just made sense. So yeah, that's why it looks different. 34 defense, really rattling through it. Not had any new items for a while, but yeah. Not bad. 37 defense. Really getting close to that, to being able to equip that rune med helm now. Very nice. Ah, so the werewolf despawned and just came over here, but my character got dragged over here just by default. This must be how I died that first time. It must have just despawned and then I followed it over back to its regular location and it just killed me. Ah, that makes sense. And there is the final requirement that we need to equip all of the gear in the chunk. That's the 40 defense for the rune med. So now all we are looking for is the mithril square shield, and then we can move on as soon as we've bought the what is it the thing we need to buy? Grey gloves or grey boots, one of those. But we've got the cash for that. And then as soon as we've done that, we can move on as soon as we get the mithril square shield. So, exciting times. Time to grab our rune med helm and equip that bad boy. Oh, I look like a Chad. I actually don't look bad, to be fair, because you can get a cape in this chunk, so you don't actually look like a real noob. But oh, that's such Chad looking gear. I love the random gear you get on one chunk. I guess while we're here, we should pick up the remaining items from the shop that we need, which is just the grey boots. Oh, looking good, looking good. Up to level 30 attack. The attack levels really help us when killing the werewolves, so I'll probably get a few more. We can now hit 6s with our Wolfbane dagger. That's pretty sick. I don't know. I wonder how high we'll be hitting by the time we get this mithril square shield, because it's really not wanting to drop for me. First little clue scroll. Exciting. Can we do it? Obviously not. Search the drawers in the Catherby archery shop. No. But we're nowhere near there, so I guess we'll drop it, and that was a short-lived piece of fun. And there is 40 strength. How many more strength levels are we going to get in the process of... Hold on. In the process of getting this mithril square shield? Hopefully not too many more, because I really want to roll a chunk. I feel like that's going to be so fun to do, and I've never done it before. So, yeah, hopefully not too much longer. 41 strength. Hopefully we can get this myth square soon, or 132 werewolves for a 1 in 51 drop. So approaching 3x dry. 44 strength. Really starting to get through it now, hopefully for not too much longer. Ooh, cheeky little medium clue. Odds on us being able to do it, I'm guessing is probably nil, but if it's in Morytania I might keep hold of it. Doesn't look very Morytania to me. Where is that? Yeah, not very Morytania at all, right. Again, a short-lived, short-lived little burst of excitement, dashed by the game mode straight away. Although I don't actually like clues anyway, so who cares? It's starting to get to that point where I'm concerned that the mithril square shield isn't on the drop table or something. I'm at 163 werewolves, and the drop rate is supposed to be 1 in 52, so we're 3 times dry, which isn't too bad, but I wouldn't put it past Jagex / the wiki to only put the mithril square shields on the drop table for, say, like the ones in God Wars Dungeon or something, and I'm just going to be here for 500 werewolves not getting one. But we'll see. Hopefully I get it soon. Level 40 hit points. There it is. There it is, the mithril square shield. We are done. Right, let's equip that bad boy. Oh, we are looking strong now. Oh, and that is it. All best in slot gear in the chunk. We have conquered Canifis for now, because there's actually a shitload of stuff here we're going to have to come back and do. But we have conquered it for now, so we can now roll a new chunk. Exciting stuff, exciting stuff. So here we are on the chunk picker. We got our last requirements in this episode. So there is 40 defense ticked off, magic and range, best in slot from the grey boots, and the mithril square shield ticked off. So that is every single task done that isn't backlogged in this chunk. So the backlogged stuff is essentially a load of stuff for from Slayer levels. So I can't actually get any of this stuff at all, because I can't wield any of it. So I don't need to get it at the minute because I can't train Slayer. I've got a current task of Ghosts, which I don't actually think there are any Ghosts nearby. But I guess while we're here, we can go for a little bit of a journey through the chunks that are close by. So in terms of grinds that are close by that could be kind of crazy if we get them, we've obviously got the Slayer Tower here, which sticks out, which obviously has an Abyssal Demon, which has an 85 Slayer requirement on it. However, we can't really train Slayer that effectively, because there's not many Slayer creatures around by, and the only master we have is the guy here, which has given us Ghosts, which we can't kill until we're notably further away. So that's kind of, will probably all get backlogged when I unlock it. But we can train Slayer through what's it called, temple tracking, which we unlock in this chunk, but we don't really unlock it because I think you've got to first unlock it down here at Berg de Rot, so it's not actually that crazy. Other kind of notable grinds, other kind of notable things nearby, the Ectofuntus is only just over here, which could help with prayer, but again I don't know if it can, because I don't know if I can get a pot and a bucket of slime, because I can't get into Port Phasmatis because I need Ecto tokens to get in, and you can only get Ecto tokens from the Ectofuntus, so that's a bit rough. There's a farm patch here, not sure if I want to unlock that or not. I think that'll probably shake up some kind of terrible grind relatively quickly. But yeah, we kind of got the agility course here. I think this here, the Nature's Grotto thing, is a level 1 training method for agility. So I think if I got that, I would have to get to level 40. I mean, I think it took Settled like 11 hours to get level 15. So getting level 40 from using just that would be kind of brutal as well. But yeah, other than that, there's a risk that we're going to head west. This is obviously a kind of death chunk over here because of the runecrafting cape. But overall, I think there's some quite good stuff that will shake loose. And I think starting here will be quite nice. What I would really like is to get barrows. Because I think if I get barrows, I can get myself... I will obviously have to get myself every single set of barrows gear. But getting, say, like a full Guthan set and a full Carol set will let me do things like the Theatre of Blood relatively easily. So the Theatre of Blood doesn't actually need any more quests than what I have done so far. Because I've done Priest in Peril, obviously, to get here, which would normally be the ag of getting here. But if I kind of go, what would it be? Sort of around here, down there, down there, and down there. That would be the Theatre of Blood, which will be very cool. The main issue, though, is that Nightmare, I think, is in this chunk. And that would be really rough. And I'm not exactly sure what I'd do if I got Nightmare before getting barrows. I think if I had access to like full Daroks and a Carol's crossbow and this kind of thing, then Nightmare's doable. But I think if I don't, then it'll be really bleak and probably will kill the series. But yeah, it's time to pick a chunk. So I think I'll set that up now and then we can get to rolling. Okay, so there is actually no way to get into this chunk from this chunk. So that one's grayed out for now. So we're basically picking from these three. And I really don't know which one I'm hoping to get. I'm thinking 3. I think I want to stay away from this patch here. I think that is going to just throw up some kind of grim farming grind at some point. So I'd like to stay away from that. Number 2, I think, is kind of pointless. And number 1, I think, would be nice. I think my ideal route would be to sort of go down this way and to barrows. So I kind of want to get 1, I guess, and then start kind of pathing south. I would ideally not like to get 1 and then start pathing west, but we shall see. So let's get to picking a chunk, shall we? Oh, God. Okay, chunk number 3. What's that going to shake loose for us? Let's go and have a look. Okay, so let's head over here and see what we can get. So this is the chunk that we have unlocked. Are there any choppable trees or anything like that? Let's go see. So how do we unlock this? I believe like that. Yep, there we go. So we're stepping into this chunk now. What's here? So there's some leeches. So we're back in the chunk picker, and these are the chunks that we have available. So I need to reactivate that one so we can do, yeah, all of these. That's the only one we can't do. We can go down there, we can go to the east, and we can go to the north. So let's pick another chunk. Ooh, okay, that's a good one. Yeah, that's nice. So apparently the chunk picker is picking up that we can do easy task 7. Will it give us any more details? Oh, here we go. Kill a ghoul. Okay, I can probably do that, I think. I don't know what level they are. 40 something? I think I can probably do that. Ah, shit. Okay. I brought the wrong thing. Where is the chunk picker? There it is. So I think I need to just kill a ghoul here, and then I should be good. I don't think they must not drop anything interesting. So yeah, we'll get on and do that. Okay, so this is the chunk that we're moving into. Let's unlock it. I think we just go like this. Yep. Okay, cool. Right. And we're here. So we can go all the way through to Patadermis Temple now. But the main thing we need to do is kill one of these ghouls. And I I think I should be able to do it just with no food, because these aren't too high, and I've got pretty high defense and decent-ish gear now. But let's see, we might have to end up flinching it, but it should be alright. And there we go. Ghoul is defeated. So this is actually quite a big chunk for us, I just realised, because there's an altar in here. And before this chunk, I couldn't rejuve my prayer at all. So that's quite big, and now means that if I can get protection prayers of some kind, I can actually what would it be called? Restore my prayer points relatively easily. There's nothing over here that's useful to us. There's the loose railing shortcut, which is level 65 agility, so once I get a primary training method, we're going to have to get level 65, which is kind of crazy. So I think what that would likely look like is getting the shortcut down here, at the Nature's Grotto, which is a level 1 shortcut, getting to level 40 agility on that, and then getting level 40 to 65 at the Canifis course, which wouldn't be too bad. But yeah, other than the ghoul, nothing that we specifically unlocked in this chunk, so yeah, time to roll again. And we are back in the chunk picker, so what we need to do is unlock the chunks that we actually have access to go to now, so we can go down here, we can go up here, and we can go across here. So I prefer to not keep going west. Now, runecrafting for me wouldn't technically be as terrible as it would be for Limpwurt. So because I'm going to have to get to Varrock, you know, the 99 runecrafting chunk, via the Earth Altar, I have a method to train it. And because I've had to do Priest in Peril to get access to this area, I have actually got access to the Rune Essence Mine. So I do have a primary method for training runecrafting quite easily, which is I can just mine Pure Essence in here, bring it up here, mine Pure Essence here, put it in the bank, and then I can just walk back and forth between this bank and the Earth Altar over here, as long as I get an Earth Talisman, which is the one aspect I've not thought of yet, but that probably shouldn't be a problem. But yeah, so I could do that a bit easier than he can. So yeah, that's not too... I mean, I'll say that's not too bad. It would still be probably months of my life. But it wouldn't be too bad. But yeah, ideally we want to be getting chunk number 5, and we want to be kind of pathing down to the south, because the sooner we can get to Barrows, the better, really. So I guess without further ado, let's pick a chunk. Number 4. Oh, I didn't do that before, my bad. Number 4, I don't think there's going to be anything there at all. So let's go check. Okay, here we are. So let's unlock the chunk like so. Cool, and let's go have a little explore. I really don't think there's going to be anything here. If there is, I'll come back and let you guys know. So there's nothing really here except this witch. Is she a witch? I think she is. Oh, the old crone. Looks like she has no chat options for us at the moment. So yeah, that's kind of the only thing here. You can't get across there. That's for the Creature Frankenstein quest, I think. But yeah, otherwise we're pretty screwed. We're gonna have to roll another chunk, right? Okay, the kids got home, so we had to take a quick pause. But here we are, picking the next chunk. Let's go. Yes. That is big. Okay. I think that'll help us. What's the easy task that we have to get here? Let's ask for details. Is that what you do? None. Enter Morytania. Oh, okay, so just the act of going through the gate is what we need to do. Okay, cool. So we can do that, and hopefully we'll keep traversing south. Cool. So I think just the very act of going through this gate is going to... Oh, actually, I need to unlock the chunk, don't I? So 13621 should unlock it. There we go. So I think the very act of just going through here is the only task we need to do. Oh, I need to go and see Drazzle first. Well, that's handy, because I actually can do now. Okay, he's telling me that I don't meet all the requirements to do Nature's Spirit. There's not much to do in that place. Okay, so I think to go into Morytania, I need to have all the requirements for Nature's Spirit. Oh, what are they? Probably prayer level or something?
It was at this moment that he knew. he fucked up.
No! No! Oh, you fucking dick. I forgot to do Restless Ghost before I came into the chunk. Oh my god. I just got so excited that I'd like unlocked Canifis by doing Priest in Peril. I totally forgot to do the Restless Ghost. I'm pretty sure I can't go through the gate unless I've done it. I guess we can check now I've spoken to Drizzle. Maybe it will let me through, but I'm pretty sure I can't. And I'm gonna have to go back, aren't I, to do it? Yeah. Oh, oh, oh no, that is such an error. Oh, I was planning on... I mean, obviously this series is slightly different to the other Xtreme Onechunk series because you kind of have to do some requirements to unlock this area, which is sort of why no one's done it before, because they tend to stick to areas where there are no quest requirements. But I thought this would be an interesting area to kind of explore in the one chunk format, right? Because there is actually a lot of interesting content here, and a lot of high level requirements as well. You know, Settled kind of did quite a lot of the content in Morytania, but not in a very one chunk way. And if, you know, and Limpwurt is obviously sort of down in Lumbridge, and can't really even get out to Canifis because he has to do Priest in Peril and the Restless Ghost, which just take him into the Wizard's Tower, which is a 99 farmer requirement in and of itself. So this was kind of a way to start this series in Morytania. I'm happy to go west into Varrock and whatever, but I like the idea of having this area unlocked to make it a unique Xtreme Onechunk account. So I think the punishment for this is going to have to be that I'm going to have to go and do the Restless Ghost, obviously. Otherwise, there is no series. There's no unique series, at least. But I'm going to go and do it in the grey chunks of sadness, just to highlight myself, the error of my ways, and being so forgetful. Oh no. Oh well, we'll go knock out the Restless Ghost, and then we will be stuck to our chunks forevermore. I promise. I haven't forgotten anything this time, I swear. I think. No, I swear, I promise. Okay, so here we are, starting Priest in Peril in the grey chunks of depression. We shouldn't be here, we should have done this already long ago. But here we are, having to do this shit 10-minute quest whilst we've long since been in our chunk. Oh no, this is so bad. Oh well. Yeah, I was always planning to do this because basically all the content I want to do in Morytania for this series is locked behind the quest. So if I do this quest, I can get to Barrows, and if I can get to Barrows, I can conceivably kill Nightmare and do the Theatre of Blood in a one chunk format. If I don't, then I just can't. Like, there's no way to do it really, and I would basically just be rehashing Limpwurt series, right? Because I would basically be forced to push south and west before I could do anything in Morytania. So really kind of this is the only way to differentiate our series a little bit and make sure that we kind of get to do what all that Morytania has to offer in this Canifis chunk series. So yeah, I'm really sorry about this. This should have been right at the top of the video, and my brain has clearly malfunctioned in a very serious way. But yeah, I'll knock out this quest real quick, return to Canifis, and then, you know, that's where we'll stay for the rest of this account, within our chunks. So this is why Limpwurt, for example, can't really get into Morytania for a long time, which is this chunk here, which you need to cross over to get into the Wizard's Tower. And this chunk is actually the Martin the Master Farmer chunk, which is Martin the Master Farmer chunk, which is a 99 farming requirement. So yeah, kind of getting into Morytania without doing this quest as a prerequisite would just be really grim, right? I mean, like, there'd be no point in me doing it, right? Because Limpwurt is struggling with that journey enough as it is, and if I want to do a unique Morytania only Xtreme Onechunk account, this has to be treated as a prerequisite, because otherwise I'm just going to be spending 5 years of my life getting 99 farming with no patches, right, to even get here. So yeah, I think I've said sorry a few times, but I'll say sorry again. My bad, I should have done this at the start of the video. Okay, there is the end of the quest, and the last thing we're going to be doing on this account for a long time that is anywhere near Lumbridge. So I'm going to take the slow walk back to Canifis now, and then we can continue with the Canifis Chunkman series after this slight little side quest we've had to go on. But yeah, sorry. Okay, we're now back to solid ground where we're allowed to be. So yeah, we'll just climb under the temple, go through the gate to get that task done, and then we'll be rolling the next chunk. Excited to do that. I'm excited to get to another proper grind. We've kind of been doing quite a lot of empty chunks at the moment, so it'll be good to get back to doing something proper. I think most realistically we're probably going to end up with the 65 agility requirement relatively quickly. But other than that, I don't know. Everything's going to be a surprise. Once we unlock temple tracking, we're probably going to be hit with an 85 Slayer requirement, pretty sharpish as well. So yeah, it's going to be fun. Starting the Nature Spirit quest, which is the requirement we needed all along to get into Morytania. Gave me some food and time to go. That might actually be semi-useful to us in the future. Right, let's nip through the gate, and then we can roll the next chunk. Let's just check we can now. I think we should be able to. That should be the requirement ticked off. Should have done that ages ago. Yeah, there we go. So we're through the gate, and there we go. There's the easy task. Cool. Right, so let's go start a chunk. So we can tick off the chunk that we just did by going through the gate, and we have now unlocked this one and this one that we can roll. We can't actually go west here yet, so that's a chunk that we cannot roll, so we're not going to unlock that one. But yeah, let's get back to rolling. I'm still hoping that we're just going to keep sort of pathing south. I think that's going to really be the way that's going to unlock us some proper content, pretty sharpish. So let's go for it. Slayer Tower. Okay. So as you can see, this actually unlocks an incredibly long list of stuff. However, yeah, none of it is from creatures we can kill because we're only one Slayer, right? So even the stuff like the Iron Mace, for example, is locked behind a Banshee, right? So we can't train Slayer at all, so we can't do any of these tasks. So we're going to have to backlog every single one of them. So yeah, 15 Slayer requirement on that one. And yeah, it's just going to be an incredibly long list of Slayer requirements, right? So it shouldn't... So I'm going to have to backlog all this stuff. But I'm not sure how I'm going to train Slayer. I don't know whether to lamp it or just kind of keep going. But yeah, this is kind of where we're at. I'll have to backlog all this stuff, and then we'll re-roll another chunk, and once we start actually training some Slayer, we'll be able to start knocking this stuff out sort of one at a time. So that'll be cool. It's good to have that unlocked, because eventually I am going to want to train Slayer, right? So yeah, let's backlog all that, and then we'll roll the next one. Cool. So I thought I'd check if you can get into this kind of place here, and you just can't. You just cannot path into this chunk from the side, so there's no way to get over there, so that isn't gonna have to be a chunk that we have rollable, right? Cool. Right, so let's roll the next one. So we're back here again. Let's see what we get this time. I'm really hoping for number 6 or number 5, and I'm really not hoping for number 1 or 2. I can't remember what number that was now. Right, is there anything there? Complete Rag and Bone Man up to step 1, which is probably just speak to the guy. Cool. Yeah, I just need to talk to the odd old man, and then we can get back to rolling again. But we've now unlocked potentially, access to things like the lumber yard and the dig site. So they're going to be kind of chunks that we can roll soon. So we're kind of creeping ever further west. So hopefully we kind of start getting into Morytania soon. So, time to unlock this chunk. I believe it's 13366. And away we go. Right, let's go speak to the odd old man. Cool, so with that done, do we get the sack? Do we get the sack early? Can we wear it as a cape? That might be something that we get. Come on. Oh no, turns out I don't. No bone sack for me. Right, but that is the chunk done. And on to the next one again. Okay, so in checking if we could get into this chunk, I accidentally stepped over the line here and unlocked the lullaby track. But this is kind of, we can go this way. I just wanted to check whether this mountain was in the way or not. And it's not, so we can path south from here. So, with speaking to the old man knocked out of the way, let's crack on with unlocking the next chunk. So, again, we're kind of hoping for number 5, number 4 will be okay. We're trying to stay away from number 1 and 2 because I want to stay away from this herb patch as much as possible. So let's see what we can get. Number 4. Okay, right. Is there anything there? Looks like there's absolutely nothing there at all based on the chunk map. So, right, I won't go there right now. We'll just roll again because why not? Number 7 is now unlockable, so hopefully we keep pathing south. Oh ho ho! Oh, that's big. But right, why is that done level 71 agility? Okay, right. So what have we got? Obtain a Merc of Grace. That's fine. And then we've got this hard task. I'm guessing this hard task is what the 71 agility is for. Details. Climb the advanced spike. It's the level. That's it. Right. It's this. It's the spike chain up to the 3rd floor of that. Oh, that's brutal. Right, 71 agility is what we're going to have to get up there. I've got no access to summer pies or agility potions, so that's going to be kind of grim. But I think so. The map doesn't pick it up, right? Because I've not got the Lumbridge and the chunks unlocked for Priest in Peril based on this map, or the Restless Ghost. So it's kind of this chunk task thing isn't picking up that I've got the Restless Ghost unlocked. But I think now I should have access to this Nature's Grotto down here, which should, in theory, I'm hoping, let me do the Nature's Spirit quest. And then I'm thinking if I can do the Nature's Spirit quest, I can start in search of Myoku. And get this is where my thinking's going. I believe in the Myoku hideout behind the pub in Canifis, there is some ghosts. And if I can kill the ghosts there, which is the Slayer task that I have from very early on in the video, then I'll be able to get some Slayer XP and then potentially start killing some stuff in Slayer Tower, such as the crawling hands and getting the unique items that I need from there. And then hopefully getting another task, which I might be able to do again, blah, 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 and hopefully be able to get some Slayer done and start getting some of those Slayer Tower uniques knocked off. But yeah, we'll go down here and have a look what's in this chunk, see the training method that we've got to get to level 71 agility. I'm pretty sure it's just failing this crossover here, which is 1 XP per time. So I think we're looking at dozens of hours to get to level 40. Once we get to level 40, it won't be too bad because we'll be able to actually do the Canifis rooftop course. So 40 to 71 won't be as awful, but I'm thinking level 1 to 40 it's going to be really, really grim. Well, I guess there is a benefit to getting 71 agility, which is that I won't have to walk everywhere like I am at the moment with 1 agility. Oh, who are you? Mysterious old man. Give me a mystery box. Come solve a maze for me. That's huge, because that can give, like, actual good runes, and I'm going to need runes eventually to start barrows. That's obviously a self-sustaining thing once you start it, in terms of getting the runes for spells and stuff, but you need some runes to start, and I wasn't really sure what I was going to do, but this might be a perfect opportunity. I don't actually know what opening these like halfway house chests gets you. Anything? An attack potion? What the fuck? That's actually quite good for me, considering I cannot do herb lore at all. So what, you can get potions. Can you get anything else from them? That's sick. Who knew? Right, we've still got quite a lot of our reward left. I think I should be able to get another chest over here. See if that can give a potion. Strength potions or whatever would be really good. Right, let's open this one up, see what we can get. Fire runes, nice. They're going to be useful for us. Can we go this way? Yeah, right, can't get through to that one, so that's alright. Head over here. That's cool. Cool, so we reached the centre with 63% of our rewards left. Oh, 62, because I forgot to touch the thing. Right, what are we going to get then? Hopefully just loads of runes. That would be useful. Mithril ore, coins. Okay, that isn't too useful. I don't need the nature runes. I kind of need like mind runes and air runes and stuff. But okay, that's pretty cool though. Getting that I can get runes from that, because that'll be. I hadn't thought of that as a useful way to get runes. Right, let's get back and see if we can access Nature's Grotto. So I'm gonna bank all of the food and stuff that we've got, because I don't want the ghasts to spoil it. So yeah, consider this a small little bank video as well, I guess, if I haven't showed it before. But I'll bank all of that stuff. I'll take the Ghost Speak amulet with me. But yeah, time to head into the swamp. So we're crossing into our new chunk now, and we are still heading south. So we need to get to the sort of the south border of this chunk and sort of see what's there. So these snails, I don't know what their drop tables are, but potentially they have something interesting. The ghasts hitting me for 3s is quite interesting. I don't know how I'm going to alleviate that. Is that a nature spirit thing? Right, so hang on. Hold the fuck up. Can I even get there? So I can't get to the bridge. Can I? I don't see how I could. I can't get that way, and I can't come this way either. So is that just the chunk picker thing, picking that up wrong? Or there's not another training method here that I don't know about, is there? So the stone isn't there. What else is here? Yeah, you can't get through there. So that's just picking that up, even though I can't get there. So actually, it looks like I have to have this chunk unlocked so that I can take, you know, one step into there before I can access this training method. Yeah, I can't access that. Yeah, there's no way I could access that. So, right, we're going to be back at the chunk picker then. So, we're now back in the chunk picker, and yeah, we can't access the training method that we were supposed to be able to access, because we have to go into this chunk to do it. So that's just the chunk picker picking it up wrong. But yeah, we'll keep rolling. I'm still kind of hoping to get this number 7, because I do keep wanting to keep going this way, right? Because eventually I want to get to Barrows. So yeah, let's pick. Well, I'll have to backlog this stuff, and then we'll pick the next chunk. Right, so let's go and hope for number 7. Perfect. Oh, that's excellent. Right, okay, cool. So we'll unlock these 2. But yeah, we can get down there now, and we can unbacklog all of those agility tasks that we just backlogged, which is, so that one, unbacklog. Not gonna want to do it? No? Okay. Right, so we can just unbacklog all of those, which were the only ones that were the thing. So we can now have a primary method to chain agility with that shortcut. They won't do it for some reason, but calculate 71 agility to get over there, and yeah, there's a couple other shortcuts that we need to do, but that is the main thing, 71 agility. Let's go try that shortcut. Okay, so we now have access to the shortcut that we wanted. So the chunk is number 13619, so let's add that in. 13619. Done. And now we can get over here. Is there anything else interesting? So we got all of this, which has some interesting NPCs. But the main thing is that we can now cross this, well, or fail to cross this bridge, right? Which I think gives very small amount of XP. 2 agility XP and damages us. Okay, so this is probably not going to be a very great grind, because we need to get level 40 agility doing this, and I have got, fucking hell, that hits a 6. Can this kill me? Oh, nice. It gives 15 XP if you succeed it. Okay, cool. So, but I'm assuming my success rate is very small. Oh, God. Right, if that can hit 6s and the ghasts are there... Okay, I'm going to have to figure something out so that I don't die. But yeah... This, this could be an interesting chunk. The Nature's Grotto Bridge. One of the worst training methods in the game. Now, you might remember Swampletics Episode 2. It took Settled 11 hours to reach level 15 agility using this bridge. There's good reason for this taking so long. The bridge awards 15 XP for a success and 2 XP for a fail, and has an insanely high fail rate. In addition to this, the bridge hits between 2 and 7 damage per fail, and there is extremely limited access to food in Morytania. Now, we established that it took Settled a grueling 11 hours to reach level 15, or 2,411 XP. I need to get level 40, 15 times more XP. On the last episode of Canifis Chunk, we brute forced our way into Canifis with minimum stats, completed all best in slot items in the chunk, left Canifis due to an embarrassing quest kerfuffle, and then rolled 9 chunks, resulting in a level 71 agility requirement for the spiky chain shortcut in the Slayer Tower. Okay, I think this should be the first clip of the video. This is fucking crazy. This is going to be a mental grind. So, I'm level 2 agility so far. Basically, I can cross the bridge a few times, you know, try a few times, fail most of the time, before I get hit down to really low hit points. And I just have to wait until my my HP regens. Because with the chunks that I have unlocked, there's no range, there's no fire, and the only food is the raw, you know, beef, chickens, trout, whatever that you can buy in Canifis, but I can't cook any of it. So I'm kind of stuck, just waiting to regen hit points. So this might take even longer than I thought it was going to, because there's no access to food. I can't cook the raw snails, because again, there's no fire, no nothing. But there is a pub, actually. Does that sell beer? That pub could quite realistically sell beer, and I think beer, heals a 1? I mean, a 1 is better than nothing at all, right? So, right, let's go check that out. Right, I've banked all my gear and grabbed all my coins. Time to go and see what this guy has for us. I mean, beers are decent, right? I mean, they're better than nothing. So, that's not a beer. And I can get these very quickly. Okay, let's grab a full invent of these and just see what they can do for us. That's very cool. What, you just have to click and hit space? That's so nice. Okay, so they're Moonlight Meads and they heal 4. Oh, wow. It tastes like something just died in your mouth, but it doesn't seem to be draining any of my stats. Wow. Okay, right, that's a game changer. Way better than beer, better than even the chickens and stuff, if we could get them. And it's a one-click buy. You don't even have to click space. That's nuts. That's the best thing ever. This is so brutal. Even with the Moonlight Meads, you just get hit so much because you fail so often. Like, just getting hit 6s, 7s, 5s constantly just really eats through these Moonlight Meads. I mean, they heal 4, but that's not a lot when you're getting hit 7 per fail and you fail like 80% of the time. Oh, this is brutal. I mean, this can't be better than, you know, hundreds of XP per hour, 1,000 XP per hour tops. This is crazy. Really crazy. I don't think I estimated how bad this was going to be. Okay, we're on to our second trip. From that first one, we did manage to get level 5. I mean, it's not really much XP. It was probably like 300 XP from that trip. But, you know, it's not too bad, I guess. It's quite mad. It's quite a frustrating little grind. And I'll be honest, I'm going to run out of cash. And quite quickly, because I've got 4k, which was everything I got from the werewolf grind. And it's just... I'm going to eat through it quick. I mean, I get, what, 800 Moonlight Meads, and there's no way that's going to be enough for 40. So that's going to be a challenge we've got to overcome as well. But let's see where we can get to with this 4,000 coins. Trip number 3, we got up to level 8 agility on the last one. It's hard. It feels like it's going quick and slow, because the levels are going quite quick at the moment, but the XP is very slow. So the thought of doing some of those Slayer Tower obstacles at what, like 65, 61, 71 agility, that seems a fucking long way off right now. Crossing this bridge, but we'll persevere, we'll get there. Trip number 4, the coins are rapidly diminishing, but we are up to level 9 agility, nearly level 10. Onwards and upwards. Okay, the first big level milestone for us, level 15 agility. It doesn't actually mean anything to us, but it means we've matched the Settled video. He needed it to get into the Haunted Mine, but we obviously don't have the Haunted Mine unlocked. So, yeah, I mean, just look at this. This is how grim the XP per hour is here. And the way the character walks up to the bridge, every single time it looks like he's going to do it, and then he just falls in the water. I mean, this is what we're going through to get these levels. It's been a long time just to get level 15, and to think that I need 15 times this XP with the fail rate barely getting any better the whole time is crazy. We're down to 3,000 coins, which really isn't a lot, and it took us a long time to get the 4,000 coins that we did. This is a crazy, crazy grind, and I'm really asking myself, why did I sign up to this? Why did I do this to myself? If you've enjoyed relishing in my pain thus far, please consider subscribing to the channel so you never miss any more from this grueling, tortuous, incredibly fun to play account. We are now down to just under 2,000 coins, but there is level 20 agility. Just 20 more levels to go until we get to the Canifis course. Level 22 agility. It's starting. It feels like it's getting slightly better, to be honest, than it was at level 1, but I don't think by a lot. Level 25 agility, and we are rapid. Ooh, the werewolf skullball course. I don't think I can do it because I think you need creature Frankenstein. But yeah, level 25 agility. Crazy times. Okay, we are down to 166 coins, so basically nothing. And we're at 26.5 agility. We've got a very limited amount of sort of alky stuff that we can sell to the shop. But the Canifis shop only buys at 10% value, which is 4 times less than a normal shop. So, yeah, this is going to be brutal, and we're probably really not going to get that much coins for this stuff. But yeah, let's see what we get. 1,560 coins is what we managed to get for all that stuff. Really not a lot, and definitely not enough to get us to level 40 agility. So we're definitely going to have to do some money making at some point. So we're going to kill some werewolves for some money, see what we can kind of get from them. I won't kill the actual werewolves, I'll just kill the citizens because they're actually really low defense, and I can kill them relatively easily just with the gear that I've got. They don't really drop very much though. Their best drop is sort of 120 coins, and they drop some kind of, you know, bear fur and stuff like that, but no sort of rune items or anything like that. So yeah, this is probably going to be very, very low cash per hour. So from the nearly 2 hours of on and off werewolf citizens that we did, it's looking like this is probably 400, 500, 600 GP per hour. Really not good. So I decided to nip into the swamp to see what killing the snails would do, and it looks like these shells might be very, very good for me. They sell for 15 coins each, but I can get them very reliably from the snails. The snail itself doesn't actually sell for anything, so they're useless to me. But the shells, that might be our best money maker. So I'll go get a full invent, see what it sells for, and see how long it takes and see if it's worth it. So here we are with our full invent. Let's see what it sells for. So we'll drop the coins and no, not her, him. So 15 coins. I think they should all sell for 15 coins, but I got a few different ones just to check. So we made 345 coins and it took around about 10 minutes. So that's way better. So we stopped getting coins for now and got level 32 agility. We're really sort of rattling through it now. It's starting to feel like I'm on the home stretch a bit. I'm definitely probably going to need... That doesn't make any sense. I'm definitely going to need more coins to get to level 40, but it feels like we're really sort of motoring through it now. So yeah, let's deplete these coins and see where we get to. So one of the comments on my last video that came up several times was that I can actually abuse the maze randoms that you get to get loads of elemental runes. So I can get mind and chaos runes from the barrage chest in Morytania relatively easily, but one of the things I cannot get in Morytania at all is elemental runes. I mean, you can get them technically from the Slayer Tower, but realistically, I'm probably not going to get to a high enough Slayer level to be able to get them. So these maze randoms are going to be pretty huge. So you can see on this one, the most recent loot that I got air runes. That's actually 15 air runes. And basically, each time you loot this chest and keep the menu up, the percentage score only goes down by 1%. So from where I'm at the minute at 72%, I can loot this chest a further 71 times before it boots me out. And you can get a whole load of stuff: elemental runes, bronze bolts, arrows, potions. So this is definitely what I'm going to be doing. One of my subscribers, or at least I hope he's a subscriber because he commented on the video, actually made this plugin. It's called Amazing Chest. And it's a real game changer for being able to do this quite AFK, because I'm going to be in here for over an hour and 10 minutes getting these supplies. So definitely worth having the plugin to make it a bit easier on the brain. So I missed getting it on recording, but that is level 36 agility, just 4 more levels to go. Oh, it really feels like we're on the home stretch, but we have just run out of coins, so we're going to have to go get a smidge more coins. But once we do, we're gonna just go straight to 40. Fail rate is still around sort of 35% here. I mean, as in success rate is 35%, fail rate is 65%. But yeah, only 4 more levels to go until, well, until I can just go and do another form of agility for a shitload more time. And whilst we were getting more coins, we just got level 36 attack, which gets us 50 combat, which I guess feels a bit like a milestone. So we just went and collected a ton of shells. I wanted to kind of stack them all up at once to sell them because I fancied it. I'm not entirely sure how much coins this is going to be, but it should be enough to get us to level 40. Because it's really not that much more XP anymore. 15 coins per one. And we can sell them, you know, all of them at a time because the price in the shop doesn't go down, which is pretty cool. But yeah, so we're going to get just under 3k. So that should pretty comfortably get us level 40. It's been a slog, a real fucking slog, but we're on the home stretch now. Just got to click the bridge over and over and over again. Level 37 agility, just 3 more levels until the Canifis course is ours. Level 38 agility. I bet the gap between that clip and the last one felt like nothing to you guys, but felt like an eternity to I. So here we go, a big level for the account. Not on that one because we fell, but here is the big level now. Level 40 agility exactly from just that bridge. That is wild. Right, we can now do, though, the Canifis course, which is going to be massive for the account. I think you retain run energy, because I think the beginning and the end are pretty close to each other. Oh, God, that was quite a slog. And if you want to know how long it took 30 30 hours in total to get from 1 to 40 agility at that bridge. So that was kind of brutal. The rate didn't improve much over time either. But yeah, we finally got it, and now the XP per hour should speed up massively. I don't think it'll be too great when I first start. I think at level 40 you do fail quite a lot. But particularly once we start getting into the 50s, the XP per hour will shoot up, and I think the best XP per hour of the Canifis course is about 20k. So we're only less than halfway through this grind so far. The next part is going to be even longer than this part. But it's at least doing a slightly more normal activity, and I'm going to eat way less food, particularly in the second half of it. So I need to make sure I stick my agility obstacle highlights on, because I can't do it without highlights for long. But, oh, this feels so good doing an actual agility course. Look at this. Just consistent XP. I'm pretty sure you can fall off some of these. Hopefully I can get this first lap down so you guys can see my first lap. So we've made it past one of the falling points. I think this one here is the other place that you can fall. This one's particularly annoying because it's right at the end of the course. Okay, and here we are. Let's look what the XP drop is at the end of the course. 175 XP. Your lap count is 1. Oh, that's so good. Oh, I'm so excited for this. And there is our first mark of grace. Look at it. It's worth 15.4k. Oh, but you can't even high alch them or anything. So, what I would give to be able to turn that in for 15k GP on this account is, you know, it doesn't even bear thinking about the things I'd do for that. But yeah, we're going to end up with, I think, quite a lot of marks of grace, because Canifis is the only course where the mark of grace rate isn't reduced after you go 20 levels higher than the entry level. So all the other courses, you know, at Sears course you start at level 60, but at level 80 you start getting a markedly reduced rate of marks of grace, whereas at the Canifis course that rate is consistent all the way through to 99. So I'm going to end up with a shitload of marks of grace, which I guess is pretty cool and pretty useless, because I'm not going to be getting graceful nor staminas for a long time, but it will at least increase the bank value quite a lot. So I did a whole bunch of agility last night on mobile, so this is the first kind of clip where I'm back on the PC, and we just got 45 agility. Now, I must say, this is so much better than the shortcut was. I mean, it's relaxed, the XP per hour is like 4 times better, 5 times better, more. So this is very nice, and I feel quite lucky that I'm able to get to 71 agility doing this rather than the shortcut. I mean, in a different universe, right, where rooftop courses didn't exist, this grind would be insane. But luckily this course does exist, so this shouldn't take us too long. And here is level 50 agility, really rattling through it now. Oh, I can cross the stepping stone near Nature's Grotto. It might be worth checking if that's decent XP. It very well could be. I'll go to see. Right, I just realised that that makes level 50 agility our highest skill going past our strength level, so it's probably going to be our highest skill for a little while, to be honest, because once it's 71 that's actually pretty high. But let's see what the XP is on this stepping stone. Nothing? No XP on the stepping stone? Okay. And you can fall off. Okay, so we'll be... Oh no. Oh no, let's hope I don't get stuck. Okay, so there's a fairy ring there, which I obviously cannot use, but we'll be going back to the Canifis course, because that's clearly better than 0 XP at all. 51 agility, flying through it. Right, so we're up to 300 laps, and by my reckoning, to get level 71, we're looking at going probably slightly past 3,000 laps. So that means we're going to end up with like 900 to 1,000 marks of grace, which is kind of mad that I'm going to have like a 15 mil bank value from them that I can do absolutely nothing with. So that's going to be the majority of my bank for the foreseeable future, and there's nothing I can do about it. You've been playing for a while. Please consider taking a break from your screen. Never! Right, so in an effort to try and brute force some more random events, when we log in, we're going to get some like attack XP, some defense XP, and some strength XP, along with obviously the hit points XP, and then carry on with agility. I'll probably even bury this guy's bones as well for the extra prayer XP, because in theory, if you gain lots of different kinds of XP, you're more likely to spawn a random event faster, and I need a lot of random events because I want to get up to 5 or 6 woodcutting, whatever it is, for the steel axe relatively soon, because there are a lot of chunks that I'm right next to with fires or ranges close by. So if I get one of those chunks, I'm going to end up having to basically having to get 80 cooking because of the shark in this store here. So I want to get as many random events as I can, because if I can chop a tree, I can set a fire just outside this bank, right, rather than having to walk to wherever the chunk is. So like if I unlock, say, this chunk, the cooking range is here, there's no bank around here, so I'd have to buy food from the store over here and walk all the way through Patadermis Temple over to this range and cook over here, whereas obviously the best way to do it would be to just light a fire outside here and just run into the bank in and out again. Same deal with the castle. There's a fire up here, so that one won't be quite as bad, but it's still a long walk. So yeah, the 6 woodcutting is, or is it 6 or 5? Let's have a look. 6 woodcutting is going to be really, really vital to making that 80 cooking grind whenever we get it not awful. There is level 54 agility. I've basically done all of this in one day from level 45 to 54, so that's what, just under 100k XP or something. So that's pretty cool. Hopefully we can get close to 60 tomorrow. But yeah, this 71 agility, it's a decent requirement. 3,000 laps here is a lot, but I'm hoping I can get it knocked out in sort of just under 2 weeks. And then once we do, we can get back to rolling some chunks. 500 laps of the Canifis course done. About 1/6 of the way to what we need to do. Pretty crazy. A lot of laps, although this isn't kind of out of the ordinary yet for the amount of laps you might do in Canifis, because quite a lot of people get 40 to 60, I think, because the marks of grace rate is pretty good. Up to 150 marks of grace as well. That's nearly a full graceful set. Onwards and upwards. I'll go on then. 55 agility exactly. Lovely level. Nothing we can unlock, but that's a pretty cool level. That's all in one day, 45 to 55. So if I can do 55 to 60 tomorrow, I'll be pretty happy with that. But yeah, kind of flying through it at the minute. I mean, we still got, what, 650k XP to go, which is quite a lot. But XP per hour's picking up a bit. I was kind of getting 12-ish k earlier in the day. I'm pretty easily getting 15k now. I don't know when you stop failing this course, but because I'm still failing it from time to time. But if I can stop failing, that'll kind of bring the XP up to about 18, 19k per hour, and then suddenly that's a lot quicker and the XP will increase quite a lot. But yeah, clearly still failing at 55. Oh, I just missed the recording for 57 agility because I'm pretty piss poor as a YouTuber. But there it is, over 200k agility XP now. Should be getting 60 today relatively easily. 58 agility, just 13 more levels to go. Something I noticed was that I'm going to end up with 275 total exactly once I get level 71, assuming I don't have to get any other levels. I don't really see why I will. I'm failing so little now that my hit points aren't going down, so I don't need to get any money for food, and I can't really train many other levels except combat with the chunks that I have. So yeah, we'll see. 59 agility, just one more until level 60. Craziness, craziness. We're not kind of getting into the wacky territory of this yet. I think once we get past level 60, I'll probably be entering the realms of the most, you know, person who's done the most laps at Canifis. But, you know, as we are now, we're probably, you know, pretty normal. On the high side maybe for people that bother to go to Falador or the Wilderness course. But yeah, we're soon to be entering relatively uncharted territory soon. So we just got our 260th mark of grace, which means that if we were a normal account, we would be getting full graceful right now. But unfortunately, we're a bazillion chunks away from that, so no graceful for us. But it is a nice amount of bank value. It's, what, 4 mil already, and we're probably going to get maybe 4 times that many marks of grace by the time we're done with this grind. So, yeah, interesting. Level 60 agility coming in. What a milestone level. Not the last milestone level we're going to get, because we're going to be getting at least level 70 here. But yeah, level 60 agility, Morytania only. I've got my daughter with me, so if you hear any yelping, that's who it is. But we just hit 1,000 laps at the Canifis course. Wow. I've done that in 2 days. It really isn't too bad, is it? Halfway to level 61, so we'll just keep chipping away at it. 61 agility. Oh, we can do the Slayer Tower medium shortcut. We'll do that at some point. Although I believe that's the one that takes you up to the Aberrant Spectres, and I don't have the ability to wear a nose peg yet, so I'll probably just go up and get instantly killed. So maybe I won't do that until right at the end. There's a guy over there lighting fires outside the meat shop. Am I in the wrong to go in there and just buy some meat and start cooking it there? I mean, I'm gonna have to get 80 cooking sooner or later, and this guy seems to be willing to do the work for me. I'll have those chickens, please. Thank you, Gaily Bobs 101. Don't know what your fucking deal is, but I'll take the free cooking XP. Please light another fire. I've now got 6 raw chickens. Oh, I think he's done. I got 1 cooking level. Although that gives me an idea. I mean, I have said I'm totally not against like using alts in this series. I mean, I already lured werewolves over there with my alt for the whole of the first video. People, and you know, no one seemed to care, right? So, I mean, I guess there's nothing stopping me just lighting fires out here on my main account and then just cooking stuff there. I mean, I don't have to do it yet because there's no range in the chunk, but maybe when 80 cooking requirement comes, because I get a range or a fire, you know, in one of the adjacent chunks. So I think there's a fire in Frankenstein's castle that I could use, and there's a range over here, and there's a range at Port Phasmatis as well, and over here. So, you know, sooner or later we're going to get that 80 cooking requirement, and when I do, I think lighting fires on the main out here is probably be the way. I've kind of been leveling woodcutting to do it myself, but I don't need to, do I? Like, as long as I have like fires aren't specific to character. So, I mean, it's cheeky, but I was fucking cheeky in the first episode, wasn't I, with the lure in the main over there. I mean, like this series is going to be sort of different to many others, right? Because I'm going to have to do Theatre of Blood sooner or later, right? And I can't solo that. So, you know, we highlighted in the first episode that alt usage is generally fine in Xtreme Onechunk account, so I guess it'll be fine here as well. Oh, go on then. Chuck in a Mithril Scimitar. Why do I keep getting buckets? I could have had 1,000 coins. 1,000 coins is like 20 minutes saved for me doing snails. Why on earth do I take the mystery box every time? For fuck's sake. Oh, and I missed it again, but at least I've still got the pop-up up. 64 agility. Nothing unlocked from that, but the next level we get is the Salve Loose Railing Cut, which is a pretty cool little agility cut, to be fair. Rapidly speeds up the path across there, and I don't know what XP it gives, so I've got a slight hope of hopes that it's better XP than the Canifis course. I highly doubt it. If it gives XP at all, because obviously the level 51 didn't, but if it does, I'm hoping that it can be faster than this, because obviously no one with 65 agility, except me, would ever do that course. So, would ever do that shortcut for XP, because, you know, Seer's course is way better XP than that would be. So hopefully it gives some XP. Oh, here we go, might actually catch a run level on record. I did, but I fucked up I fucked up talking about it. There is level 66 agility. So I'm going to finish this lap off, and then I'm going to go do the Salve course. I know it's unlocked at 65, but I got 65 when I was on mobile, so I couldn't record. But we're going to go do the Salve shortcut now and see if it gives any XP. Right, do we get any XP for this? No, by the looks of it. But a relatively handy shortcut, I guess, for if I ever need to traverse west to east along here. Oh, I think I need to unlock this chunk, actually. I've got it unlocked in the actual thing, haven't I? Yeah, so I can actually use that one. Cool. Well, no better agility XP method, but only 5 levels to go until level... oh, I need to do it this way to get the diary task. Okay, that's interesting. But yeah, only 5 more levels till level 71, and the main grind in this chunk being done, which is going to be so nice, because I've been doing this for now so long. I'll be honest, getting from 40 to 71 is not anywhere near as bad as the getting from 1 to 40. That was really brutal with all the damage that I took in particular. The actual method was fine, the crossing the bridge. But the damage you took and having to get loads and loads of food with no real good access to coins was just bleak. But we're done with that now, and we can be happy that we can do proper agility courses. And there is 2,000 laps of the Canifis course. We're nearing 67 agility, and that isn't the last 1,000 milestone we're going to get. We're going to get at least 3,000 and then a little bit beyond that. But yeah, well over half done with the agility at the Canifis course now, which is a relief. But yeah, we'll just keep pounding round, I guess. And here is level 67 agility. Getting through it. Just 4 more levels to go. So it's raining pretty heavily outside, so if you can hear that, I am sorry. But here is our first level purely from... oh no, not that one. Purely from lamping. Wood cutting. 15 XP. And there is level 2. So it should speed up quite a lot from now. You know, double the speed from lamps. So that's pretty good. Yeah, level 2 woodcutting. Big level, even though it doesn't seem like it. I'm sure these levels feel like they're going by very quickly for you, but they are taking ages for me. There is a level 68 agility and 3 more levels to go. Here is level 69 agility and 734 marks of grace. 11.7 mil. Sorry, I'm on the phone trying to get through to someone. I'm on hold. And I'm in queue position 5, it just told me. But there's 69 agility and 734 marks of grace, which is crazy. 11.7 mil in value. Considering everything else I have on my account probably tots up to 100k. I'm so sad that I can't alch these or sell them to the shop or anything, even for a little bit of money, because coins are so hard to come by on this account. Massive level coming in right now. Level 70 agility, which is one level away from the target of 71. And I guess if we ever make it to Taverley Dungeon, we never have to get a dusty key, so that'll be nice. But yeah, 70 agility. Crazy. Feels like so long since I was crossing the bridge. Oh, I've been AFK in the brain for too long and we missed the milestone. I kind of just watch TV and then do this in the corner almost on autopilot now. But we just hit 3,000 laps of the Canifis course, so we are nearly done. It seems totally inconceivable to me that, you know, not too long ago I was crossing that bridge at like 6 agility, like getting damaged 7 per go, stressing over the fact that it was going to take so long to get this done, and it has. But we're nearly there. Totally crazy that, like, you know, then me couldn't have conceived that would be at 70, just chilling like I am now. But we're nearly halfway to 71, 3,000 laps done. So yeah, next clip you see should be level 71 agility, which will be the main grind in this chunk. Done. Okay, so we put in a shift last night, and here we are after a long journey. 71 agility. You can now use the Slayer Tower Advanced Spike Chain Agility course. That's what we needed to get done. 3,175 laps of the Canifis course on top of the 1 to 40 we did at the Nature's Grotto Bridge. But there it is, we're finally done, and we're so close to moving on with the chunk now. Alright, so I don't think I actually need to go into the Aberrant Spectres bit. I think I just climb this and that's the task. Do I? Don't need to climb up without it hurting me? Is this the level 61 one? Do I need to do the one at the bottom? Not entirely sure. Okay, I think this might be the wrong one and I need to do the other one. That's a problem. Because the one up to Aberrant Spectres, like, an Aberrant Spectre is just going to kill me instantly. Because I don't have a nose peg. So that could be a problem. Let's see how that goes. Right, so this must be the advanced spike chain then, I'm guessing. Let's give it a go, and we're going to have to try and climb down as quick as possible before a Spectre gets on me, because if it gets on me, I'm pretty sure it will drain my agility and I won't be able to climb down and I'll just die. Okay, yeah, go. I'm back down. Why am I not getting the... Oh, is it not a diary task? Is it just like a task in the area? Oh, okay, I'm reading that wrong on the chunk picker then. Yeah. Okay, I thought when it said task it meant like it was a diary task, but it's just a skilling challenge. Cool. So I've climbed both of those, so whichever one it is, I've done. So cool. Right, let's move on to the next thing. Oh no, it is there. Climb the advanced spike chain within Slayer Tower. Right, I need to do some research and find out which one it is. But I climbed both of them. I don't understand. Spike chain floor 3. Spike chain floor 2. Okay, so that's... Right, so this is the level 61 one. So it's definitely that other one. I'm confused. I'm really confused. Okay, so attempt number 2 back at this. So I'm guessing it's because I ripped my hands to pieces on the chain as you climb. So I'm guessing I damaged myself, so I kind of technically failed, maybe? There we go. So if you do it correctly, you get 3 XP and you get the task. Cool. Right, so that's done. Oh, we're able to use this shortcut for something that we actually need to use it for, getting up to go kill the monks. I think, contrary to when I had to kill one for the quest, I now should be able to do it myself. They have really fast HP regen, but I think with the stats I've got and the new gear, that I should be alright, to be honest. So, let's see. Okay, so there is the monk bottom, and now we just need the monk top. We're getting our stats drained quite a bit. Oh, I should probably move that, shouldn't I? There we go. But yeah, monk row bottom achieved. Can we get the top on back to back? Ah, recording RNG is great. Right, so that is our prayer best in slot, I believe. So yeah, 0 prayer bonus, 6 prayer bonus for those. That's actually useful. That could actually be good for me. Nice. Cool, right, is this the sign we need to read? Read signpost? Before starting this quest. Yeah, that's fine. Cool. Right, well, there we go. I can't do that because I can't telegrab anything because I can't get any access to magic. Oh, I need 50 coins. Oh, okay, so I could, in theory, I guess, do that. Cool. Oh, no, I can't. Okay, so I can do that, but that's not actually the next step of the quest. The next step of the quest is go up to the castle and speak to Dr. Frankenstein, which I can't do because I haven't got the castle. Cool, so we're done with that, and we can now move on to the nature spirit. Okay, feeling mildly scarred by having to cross this bridge, but hopefully we succeed the jump. Yes, we love 15 agility XP drops here. Okay, I believe this is the last step of the quest that I can actually do, because yeah, I need to talk to him to get my silver sickle blessed, and I do not have one and no way to get one. So, that's the end of the chunk. Let's get to rolling. So with step 5 of Nature Spirit complete, we have 0 active chunk tasks remaining. So let's get stuck in and see what we get. Quite nervous, but let's see how this goes. Okay, right, that's not bringing anything up in the active chunks, so I think that's going to mean we don't do anything. It's got the boaty there, which would take us down to here, but we don't have here unlocked yet, so I don't think we can use it. I think it'd probably be the barrows chunk with that as well, because I think it would take you to the bridge here, like just there. So that's fine. This is where we're at. We cannot go east from here, so there are no new active chunks to be unlocked. Yeah, you can't get over there. So cool, right? So we're down to 6 chunks that we can pick from. So we're quite limited where we're going to go. Yeah, let's line that back up so you can see the whole thing. There we go. And let's pick the next one. Okay, actually, let's check what we can do in this chunk here. So let's unlock that. That should have worked. Did it? Oh, that should have worked. I guess we'll just get stuck in. Cool, so just a load of snails. The boaty there, I'm pretty sure that's the only interactable object in the chunk, which we... Oh, fuck. Oh, dear. I didn't think I'd be able to do it until I'd got to that point in the quest. Oh, dear. I fucked up quite badly there. Oh, I even did a medium task in the Morytania area. Oh. Oh, no. I thought that would be the message coming this way as well. Oh, for fuck's sake. Right, I've got to leg it back to where we came from now. Oh, no. That's a cataclysmic fuck up. Oh, dear. Okay, we're back to we're back to legitimate places that I can be. So yeah, nothing we can do in that chunk except definitely not click on that boat again. But that's really fucked me up because that means that I've unlocked these 2 music tracks that I really didn't want to have unlocked. Oh well. So many snails here. I wish this was closer to a bank. That could actually be useful to me. But yeah, let's get back to the chunk picker, I guess. So with our suspicions confirmed that there was absolutely nothing in the hollows chunk, let's pick the next one. Okay. Nothing there either. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean it kind of lines up. So that's, I think, where the swamp lizards are, but we've got absolutely no way of training Hunter. So yeah, we're kind of got another blank one. So yeah, I'll probably go check it out just to confirm, but I imagine that's the case. Okay, so we are back in the chunk picker. It's kind of getting inevitable that we're going to get an 80 cooking requirement sooner or later, with 2 out of 5 of the chunks we have ready to go being 80 cooking chunks. So yeah, let's see how we do. Morton. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that takes us really close to Barrows, which isn't too good until I've got access to... Well, I guess I've got elemental runes, actually, from the maze randoms in some sort of way. So that could work for us. We just need to go and do Shades of Morton up to step 1, which is what? Read the diary of Herbie Flax. So, yeah, I guess let's go and do that. Cool. So, let's unlock this chunk. There we go. Why is that not unlocking properly? That's really quite annoying. Cool. Right, I need to go and sort that out. Right, we got that sorted. We just need to go and read that that part of the... I think we just need to find a book on a shelf and read it. So we can do that relatively easily. Let's search the shelf. Come on. Search the shelf, read the book, and there is Shades of Morton started, but we cannot continue because we basically cannot do herb lore for the next forever. So yeah, let's roll another chunk, I guess. So we are back in the chunk picker with 0 active chunk tasks. So let's get to picking, shall we? Ooh. That's an interesting one. So the only task there is wield a black weapon, but it does put us closer to this farming patch, which I'm not sure if it's a good thing or a bad thing. And it also puts us closer to the Ectofunctus and Port Phasmatis. So, right, let's see how many... So how do I get this black weapon, actually? A feral vampire drop. Okay, let's check what level they are. I've got a feeling they're going to be quite tough for me. The Black Axe. A simple item. An easy item to get, right? Wrong. These are the chunks I have available. My most recent chunk, the east side of the Haunted Woods, contains feral vampires. The only way for me to get the Black Axe. Now, you may think that a level 61 NPC with 40 hit points and a max hit of 7 for a 1 in 42 Black Axe drop wouldn't cause me too many issues. Well, like myself originally, you'd be very, very wrong. Last time on Canifis Chunk, we spent a small amount of time getting some niche best in slots, but we spent the vast majority of our time training agility. We trained from level 1 to 40 at the bridge outside of Nature's Grotto, really channeling our inner Swampletics, and then from level 40 to level 71 at the Canifis course. Also, we could traverse the level 71 spiky chain shortcut in the Slayer Tower, something that we have absolutely no need to ever do. Right, I've got a mild feeling that these vampire fellas are going to kind of wreck me a bit, so I'll fill up on food before we go. But hopefully this 1 in 42 Black Axe doesn't take too long. They've only got 40 hit points, but they do hit 7s in return. So yeah, I think they'll hit me a bit, but hopefully we get it early. Right, so let's unlock the chunk, which is 14,390, I believe. Cool. Right, there we go. So, oh dear. Do they heal really quickly? Haha. Okay, right. We could be in a bit of bother here. Okay, so I think what I'm going to have to do is kind of pick a vampire, probably this fella, because we're quite near the edge of everything. Trap him flinching there, and then bring my main over here to kill any leeches or whatever that get on me. I think if I flinch here I should be okay, and I think he probably won't heal back if he's not hitting me. It just depends if his regen rate is really quick or if he's healing off me, if that makes sense. So let's see. What I thought was going to be a pretty easy grind of a 1 in 42 Black Axe is proving to be quite tricky so far. So yeah, let's see what we can come up with. Now, the reason this is so tricky is that the vampires heal a lot, especially when hitting you back consistently. So with my current stats and gear, killing a single one is impossible because I can't out-hit the various healing effects. So with a strong feeling of deja vu from the first episode of this series, we're going to be bringing the main out of retirement to help us. Okay, cool. Right, looks like we've got de-aggro now, so we should be safe just standing around. So now I've got to find that vampire that I had before and try and get it trapped over here somehow so that I can just hit it on my chunk account. But this is proving difficult. Oh! No, literally cannot get a vampire to stick over here. They just keep walking through me, round me, all sorts. So yeah, this is rough. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Despite feral vampires being noticeably weaker than werewolves, they are distinctly more difficult to lure, trap and kill using an ult for 3 reasons. If you're sensing some level of animosity from me towards the vampires and the haunted wood in general, you'd be correct. This is one of the worst things I've ever had to do on this game. Fuck vampires and fuck the haunted wood. So, the first reason that this is such an arduous little mechanical experiment is that they and every other NPC in the swamp, unlike the werewolves in Canifis, are aggressive. This poses little problem for the main as it is 126 combat and so the leeches and vampires leave it alone. However, it causes quite the headache for the chunk account, as just like in Canifis, the haunted wood is single combat and so Canifis chunk can easily get tagged off the vampire even once it's fully trapped by leeches or other vampires. Extremely vexing. However, the spiral of despair we're entering into trying to get this Black Axe is only just beginning. The second, and far more annoying reason, is that vampires have the most insane wander range of any NPC I have ever seen. Many of you have probably experienced this if you've ever done farm runs to the west of the Ectofuntus, where all too often there's an aggressive vampire ready to steal your hardcore Ironman status. For me, this makes finding a spot to trap a vampire extremely tricky, as there is only a 1 or 2 tile range in which an NPC can be trapped outside of its wander range to make it non-aggressive to the chunk account when it's being hit. When this range is 100 plus tiles away from its spawn point, it's quite tricky to keep track of which vampire you even have on you and which tiles you can and cannot walk on without losing aggression. The vampire losing aggro is particularly annoying as, if it does, it will begin wandering back to its spawn point, over 100 tiles away. Now, you may be saying, just hit it again to get the aggro back, and you'd be right, I could do that. Except this is where reason number 3 comes in. The spiders, oh the spiders. Seriously, fuck the spiders. There are these little unattackable spider NPCs wandering around everywhere, and if they spot you, they spawn level 71 feral vampires. Now, level 71, if you're paying attention, means that they absolutely are aggressive to my 126 combat main. So, if I lose the aggression of a level 61 vampire that I'm luring, and have a level 71 vampire anywhere near me, then this will get on me. And due to this area being single combat, I need to either kill it or run away. And either give the level 61 ample time to get back to where it came from. Oh, and they can spawn an unlimited number of these and completely clog the wood, so if you piss around too much, you're completely overrun and everything is totally fucked. Anyway, I digress. Eventually, we sorted it out and found a spot that could work. Okay. We've got a spot for a level 61 vampire, which is here, there are leeches wandering around, so they can get on me. But if I stand around here and let everything de-aggro for 10 minutes or so, I should be okay to just kill this one over and over. Cool, right, this spot seems to be working. You've no idea what relief that is. Yeah, this has been really tricky. Way trickier than the werewolves, and I think it's going to stay tricky as well, because that can happen over and over. Feral vampires are aggressive on my main, so it makes it really tricky luring the other vampires over. But we seem to be alright for now. 38 attack. Hopefully we don't get to 40 before getting the black axe, but it's looking... 1 in 42, it sounds like not a lot until you're doing a method like this, which really takes a long time per kill. What can we get? Nothing of interest. Yes! Yes! Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm so happy I got that. Oh my god, there is our best in slot weapon for all the chunks that we've got. A level 10 black axe. I mean, the steel scimitar is obviously better, but this has a higher level requirement, so we had to get it. But oh my god, that was so brutal. Ah. So at this point, I think it's worth detailing 2 small changes I've made to the Xtreme Onechunk rule set. One is simple and one requires a little bit of explanation. Both of these rules have been in place since the start of the account. However, in an effort to keep the first 2 videos clean, I chose not to explain them. I really wasn't expecting them to kind of get the sort of traction that they did. The first rule is not treating raking as a primary training method. Fairly self-explanatory, and a lot of Onechunk accounts do this. Secondly is the secondary training limiter that I've put in place. This is a variable on the chunk picker that can be set to any number that you like. Lots of people, such as Verf, play with this variable unlimited. However, they make exceptions to this where necessary. For example, Verf describes in his series that he's no intention of getting 99 smithing to smith a rune 2H, despite this being technically possible because grinding skeletons at a 1 in 25 rate for tin and copper just isn't viable, and he doesn't want to spend the next 7 years doing it. I think we all believe that's fair. I want to formalise this some secondary gathering methods a stupid rule by setting my variable to 1 in 16. This essentially means that only primary gathering methods or relatively viable secondary gathering methods count. For example, killing blue dragons for dragonhide would count as a way to train crafting, as even though it's a monster drop, it's dropped at a 1 of 1 rate, less than the 1 in 16 that we set. Training magic via mind runes from the Barrows chest would also count, as even though they aren't guaranteed, they're dropped at a 1 in 8 rate, again, under the 1 in 16 threshold that we set. Now, something that wouldn't count would be if an NPC in my chunks had a 1 in 100 drop rate of dropping molten glass, and I had an uncut onyx that I needed to cut. It would be too stupid to train to 67 crafting via a 1 in 100 rate of molten glass, so our chunk picker would automatically filter this out as a training method. As soon as I then had a more real crafting method, such as access to a 1 in 6 opal drop or access to mined clay, it would pick this up and put the 67 requirement back in. I hope this makes sense to everyone. Essentially, it's just formalising the meme drop rate and meme training method rules that Verf and Limpwurt have described in the past, so that there's no chance we get bogged down in doing something really stupid that either takes years or I have to make further exceptions, right? So I hope that makes sense, and I hope you can get on board with it and not hate me too much. Okay, so we're not about dithering in this series, so let's pick... Whoa, hold your horses, sunshine. You weren't about to watch me pick a chunk without bothering to subscribe to the channel, were you? That would be disgusting behaviour. A chunk. The Port Phasmatis chunk. That is... Well, the 80 cooking grind has finally caught up with us, but slightly more of an issue in this one in particular is that 87 crafting. It's also picking up 70 attack for some reason, but I think that's just because I've unlocked Slayer, because I can get the, what is that NPC called? Tortured Souls now. So that means that I can complete the ghost task that we have. The cast Wind Strike is picking up because it reckons I can get some of the NPCs in the Slayer Tower, so we'll have to see if that is actually possible. I think it's probably the Infernal Mages. But yeah, a range, a bank, a furnace, and the charter ships. So yeah, we're definitely getting 80 cooking, and we're definitely getting 87 crafting, so this is going to be a fucking long chunk. So, it's finally upon us. We have access to a range, which means we need to cook a shark. This isn't the only grind that this chunk unlocks though, so let's go through what we need to complete to move on. So firstly, the obvious one, 80 cooking. This is to cook the raw shark purchasable from the Canifis raw meat shop. Secondly, we have the 87 crafting requirement for a Dorgushan light bulb. With the charter ships and the furnace in Port Phasmatis, we now have access to a primary crafting method and molten glass, meaning we have to complete the highest skilling challenge possible with the given materials, which is the Dorgushan light bulb. The third challenge in this chunk is Slayer. All the way back in episode 1 we got a ghost task from Morytania that we couldn't do, but now we can complete this by killing the tortured souls north of Port Phasmatis. This means that we're going to unlock crawling hands at a minimum and also be able to get another Slayer task, so the Slayer training may not stop there. Either way, definitely an interesting chunk with a lot to do before we can pick another one. So to get into Port Phasmatis, I believe we're going to need ecto tokens, which means we need to go and sacrifice some bones to the altar, and we need pots. That's what we need. So let's unlock the chunk. Such a huge one to get done. Oh, we're going to be here for a long time. Right, let's go sacrifice these bones. As it turns out, spending 100 hours doing agility was well worth it for this 12-second time save in the Ectofuntus. We'll probably use that a few times, to be fair. The XP drops are like cracked cocaine. And there are our 40 Ecto tokens, and we can now enter the port. Oh, it's the start of a new chapter, right? It's quite exciting. Let's go have a look around. I don't think there's really too much here other than basically the ability to do cooking and the ability to do crafting. There's this general store, which I think is about 4 times better than the general store we had in Canifis, because Canifis always buys at the minimum, and this shop buys at, I believe, 40%. Doesn't sell anything too interesting. Yeah, not anything too interesting here. I think what we're going to be spending most of our time with is obviously this range, this bank, and the furnace. I think the Ghost Speak Amulet is going to let us speak to the bank directly. Yes, it is. So I guess we should just bank all our stuff and do a round of crafting. I mean, that's what we're going to be spending presumably hundreds of hours doing. I've not actually done the maths on it yet. But I believe what we just need is to run over here, trade with these charter shop guys, set those left clicks to trade, grab 50 buckets of sand and 50 soda ash per run, although obviously there's only 10. So yeah, grab that and then what? Run over to the furnace. Job's a good in. Make the molten glass, then bank it or drop it on the way back. Either of those might work. But yeah, it's weird. You get quite a lot of enjoyment from the simplest of things. I've had crafting sat there on level 1 for so long, and now I'm just here able to train it freely, and I need to get to level 87. I mean, we've got level 3 from just turning the sand and ash. God, can you hear those seagulls? That is just unnecessary. So yeah, level 3 from just creating the molten glass, and then level, I mean, what, probably going to get level 5 from this, from doing the actual glass blowing. I mean, this looks like I'm getting a lot of levels. I'm going to be praying to get levels that quickly later on into this grind. But I bet that grind from level 86 to 87 is going to feel like it takes a fucking age. But this is exciting. I mean, I basically unlocked two more skills at least, with the cooking and the crafting, and I need to get high levels in both of them. And to be honest, the training methods for both really aren't that bad. They could be a lot worse. I mean, I've seen a lot of the Lumbridge chunk men I know start by having to create a lot of like silver bolts and stuff like that for their crafting. Is that crafting? Maybe that's smithing. I'm not sure. I think it's crafting. I know they basically have to do some really miserable methods, right, to get their crafting high. So actually, charter ships as a method isn't too bad and could be a lot worse. I mean, we're level 5 already, just in the amount of time that I've been speaking for. So this could be a lot worse. 87 is an insanely high requirement. But once we get that done, we're pretty much going to be fine on crafting. There's not much that I'm going to need crafting for past that. I mean, what, at that level we can make glories. We could boost for an Amulet of Fury at that level. So yeah, once we kind of get this grind out of the way, that'll probably be us done with crafting, and it'll also probably be us done with cooking as well, because there's not too much past level 80. So yeah. Although this is quite a tough chunk, I think it will be a fun one. Now, this is a really important level coming in, level 15 crafting. So what this lets us do is create snelms, which is going to be by far our best moneymaker, because if you craft a snail helm and sell it to the shop in Canifis, in Port Phasmatis, you get 120 coins, and in theory I can get, you know, quite a lot of snelms per hour, probably 150 or so. So I think I should be able to get kind of in excess of maybe 20k an hour now that I can craft the snelms and sell them here. So yeah, our GP per hour is probably about 10 times what it was when we just had Canifis. So that's pretty cool. And as you can tell, we are pretty much out of GP, so we're going to need to go make some more before we can really continue on with the cooking and the crafting. So I bought some meat at the shop. I didn't get too many, only like 1,500 or so, but time to get some initial cooking levels. We're probably going to get them very, very quickly. But yeah, it's exciting to kind of be getting a lot of levels in a chunk, right? No, I don't want to do that. No, I don't want to burn my meat. I want to do that. Cool. So hopefully the fail rate on this gets a bit better over time. But yeah, we're going to be cooking regular meat and chickens and rat meat and bear meat and whatever all the way to level 80, because these cost 1 coin from the shop and trout cost 13. So these are a lot better, and it's better to get slower cooking XP than get 13 times more gold, right? Because I think level 80 is going to cost me about 70 to 75k in meat, and would cost, you know, nearly 500k in trout. So it's going to be faster overall to do it via the level 1 cooking stuff. So yeah, here we go, starting the cooking grind. I'm about to go upstairs to bed and play on mobile for a bit, so if I come back with like loads of cooking levels as the next clip, then that'd be why. So last night I spent a whole bunch of time doing some cooking and some crafting. Got level 39 cooking and 30 crafting, and I also got a ton of snelms. So what I'm going to do is go and sell these at the shop and well, at the Port Phasmatis shop, not the Canifis one, and see what kind of coinage we can get for them. So yeah, then I'm probably going to just spend some time buying some food, because buying the food at the raw meat shop is like the hardest thing I can actually do on mobile. The actual using the fish and training the crafting is relatively easy on mobile. So I want to make sure that I have a nice stock of raw food ahead of any mobile training that I'm going to be doing. So in theory these should sell for 120 each. I'm probably not going to be selling just one per world though. So it might take, I might not get quite that much for it, but it should still be a very healthy chunk of gold from this. So from the snelms that we had, we managed to get 30.5k, which might not seem like a lot, but in this chunk is crazy. So with the 6k that I've got in the bank still, I think it's 6k that I've got, yeah, that is actually 1 million cooking XP banked, which seems crazy, right? But the beef and chickens and stuff from this shop are 1 GP each and give 30 XP. So they will take a long time to cook to get the 80 cooking that we need, but they are at least cheap. So even though our money-making methods are terrible, the amount of money that we need is also very low. So yeah, that's about 73, 74 cooking right there. Very exciting. In terms of the raw GP that we need to complete this chunk, we need approximately 70k for the cooking and approximately 420k for the crafting. So doing snails, we're talking about 25-ish hours of pure getting GP, probably more like 35 hours, just to be able to afford to get 87 crafting and 80 cooking. Never mind the time to actually get those levels. So yeah, this is rough with the money making methods we have at the moment. Okay, so I'm quite enjoying doing this method to get the meat. It's really not too bad. I'm getting about 3 and a bit thousand meat per hour. So we're kind of banking about 90k cooking XP per hour, which really isn't that bad. It's quite intense because I need to hop quite a lot. And the actual cooking itself is obviously going to take quite a long time, because you can't two-tick meat and chicken, because it brings up a second option, which I'm not sure if I've shown you yet. If I haven't, I will. So you can't two-tick it, but you can only cook about 1500 per hour because of that, which limits your actual cooking XP per hour to about 45k. At best, probably more like 40k due to the walk between the bank and the range. But yeah, actually getting the cooking XP banked isn't too bad. I think I'm at 52 cooking at the minute. I think the last time you saw it, it was at 45. I probably am going to be doing quite a lot of the actual cooking off camera, because it's so AFK in comparison to everything else I have to do in this chunk. It just lends itself quite well to mobile in a way that basically none of the other stuff do. Buying the meat is quite an ag, because I can't hop worlds as easily, and I also don't have the screen markers. Oh, and you also have to click the set 50 to be the left click every single time on mobile, which is a bit of an ag as well. And then the crafting is really a ball ache on mobile, because you need to drop stuff and use stuff on each other, so you kind of have to keep putting on and off the left click drop, which is shit. Whereas on PC you can obviously set each item to be its individual left click, which makes it so much easier. And yeah, actually getting the coins from killing the snails isn't too bad on mobile either. So yeah, those are sort of the 3 main activities we're going to be doing, and yeah, they're not too bad. Well, 4 main activities, I guess. Buying the food, cooking the food, getting the coins, and doing the crafting. 2 of them are alright for mobile, 2 of them aren't, so you're probably going to see a disproportionate amount of buying food clips and doing crafting clips, and not too much of the others. But the progress is not too bad. 52 cooking already. I'm sure this is pretty early on in the video. But yeah, it's a good grind so far. It's not as bad as you might suspect it is. I mean, I'm saying that now at level 52. I'm sure by the time I'm level 75 plus, I'm going to be hating myself. Buying, you know, the best part of 70,000 raw meat is a challenge in of itself, right? But at the moment, it's good. Do you know what I'm really fucking appreciating on this grind? 71 agility. My run regen is so quick in comparison to the early stages of this account. It makes all these grinds so much better. So much better, because it's just like I've already regened like 10% from walking over to the bank to here, including hopping. It's wild. It's going to just be so, like, both of these grinds involve a lot of walking and running around. So I'd love to know, like, how much time I actually save from having 71 agility versus if I was level 1 doing this. So I guess I should probably show you the crafting method I'm going to be doing all the way up to level 87 crafting, which is by the soda ash and the buckets of sand from the shop here. Oh, I do 10 in the world and then the last one on the way, and then I sprint over to here, over to the furnace, which isn't too far, definitely could be worse as a scenario, so I'm fairly lucky having a furnace this close to the charter ships. Make all of the molten glass like so, 20 XP per one, pretty good. It felt really nice doing level 1 crafting, making molten glass. So there is level 32 crafting, we're one level away from being able to make the vials, and then I set to walk over this way and craft what I need to craft, and then basically as we get over there we'll have made all of our things. So we're going to be making a lot of lantern lenses once we hit level 49, but for the minute we're just making these pieces of shit. And yeah, so I basically make it all on the way back over, and then drop it all like so. Buy the one that's regened in the shop in that time, and on to the next world. So simple as that. Should be probably about, this is going to sound like a lot, about 130 hours of this to get level 87 crafting. So that does sound like a lot, but bear in mind that is level 87 crafting. That is like the last level that we're ever going to need, right? Because I could make a necklace of anguish with that. I mean, not that I'm ever going to have a Zenite shard on this account, but realistically, if I ever manage to somehow bag myself an onyx, I could make a fury, easy. But I guess what's more realistic is that I could make myself a glory relatively easily, right? As well as things like a combat bracelet, which are going to be best in slots for me. Getting the actual getting the actual molds is going to be the hardest part, but it's not too unrealistic that I could get down to Al-Qarid on this account. But yeah, getting 87 crafting is a high ass level. So really 130 hours for it, not too bad. Oh, hello. These tortured souls are in this chunk, aren't they? I forgot about that. Right, I'm going to have to leg it, otherwise I'm going to die. But that's my Slayer task, because I've got a Ghost Slayer task at the minute, so I can do that. Interesting. I'll definitely do that at some point. So we just hit level 60 cooking a while ago. I was on mobile when I did it. But yeah, kind of flying through the cooking at the moment. It's definitely going to be the easiest part of this grind. But yeah, level 60 cooking. Oh, this is cool. I've just decided to go for my first snail trip since I got my cooking up a bit. And I just realised I don't need to buy Slayers or Spikes what are they called? Moonlight Meads anymore, because I have 8,700 cooked meat that I can just start tucking into, even if they only heal 3 instead of 4. But that's nice, never having to buy food again. And here we are, coming in with level 65 cooking on just meat and chicken. Do you want to see my stacks right now? They're looking pretty healthy. I've also got quite a lot of raw stuff at the moment, which is nice. Nearly 2,000 of each of them, so that's a few cooking levels right there. But look at our stack of meat. 11,000 meat, 3,800 chickens. You haven't seen this much meat since you most recently watched a Johnny Sins video. That is outrageous. And there's plenty more inches. I mean cooked meat to go. So one of the interesting things in this chunk is that these tortured souls actually walk into the chunk. So the interesting thing about these guys is they actually count as ghosts, which if we do the task quick chat is our task from Morytania. So we should be able to get some Slayer XP here and start Slayer properly. And by my reckoning, we're going to get enough Slayer XP from this to unlock Crawling Hands and Banshees, which is quite interesting because those are some tasks that we can do in the Slayer Tower. So, yeah, with no further ado, let's see if we can actually kill these guys with a full invent of chickens. Okay, safe to say these things are very killable, so that's nice. I was worried they were going to absolutely ransack me, seeing as they're 59 combat, but right, let's hop worlds and see if we can find any more. Oh, that's so good. We're going to be getting so many Slayer levels from this. So many. And there is the first Slayer level on the account. Level 2 Slayer. This feels so good. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, I forgot to get any Ecto tokens. Back to Canifis. Level 5 Slayer, which means Crawling Hands. That's a whole ass creature that we've unlocked in the Slayer Tower. So the Slayer Tower is now actually something we can do. Slayer level 10. Cave Crawlers, which are on the complete other side of the map, so I won't be able to get any of those. But making progress, and we should be getting level 15 from this task. 67 cooking, really rattling through it. Oh god, it's scary to me that this is taking so long. Like barely a quarter of the way through, and we've still got 87 crafting to go, which is going to be at least 3 or 4 times as long. So yeah, this chunk has been savage so far. To be fair though, at least this bit of the grind, they're just doing the cooking, is actually quite AFK, so it's actually quite manageable. And there is level 15 Slayer, which is the level 4 Banshees, and we've still got 5 ghosts left. I'm very excited to see what our next task is going to be, because if I can do it, that'd be so cool. To actually be doing Slayer on an Xtreme Onechunk account is a very, very rare thing. So yeah, this is kind of uncharted territory. And there is the first Slayer task completed, level 15 and a bit Slayer. So I guess what I need to do now is go and get a new task from Morytania, and then after that we're going to be changing the chunk picker so that we've got Crawling Hands and Banshees unlocked, which is going to result in a couple extra grinds, I believe. Cool, so let's grab the task. We're hoping for something we can do. So Crawling Hands in the Slayer Tower or Banshees would be perfect. There are other things I can do, like bats. I'm not sure if vampires and werewolves are tasks or not. But there's a few things that we can do. So if we can get some of those, that would be ideal. Earth Warriors. Okay, I think that might be a long, long way off. But we've still got level 15, which is the Banshees. So let's go to the chunk picker and tell it that we've got 15 Slayer now and see what shakes loose. So in terms of the tasks that were released by getting to level 15 Slayer, we have obtain a Crawling Hand, which is a 1 in 500 drop rate from a Crawling Hand. Would you believe it? and obtain Mystic Gloves Dark, which is a 1 in 512 drop from Banshees. We also have this easy task here, which is to just kill a Banshee, so that will get ticked off by default. But yeah, we need to get these 2 collection log items in the Slayer Tower, and then we're done with Slayer again up until we get Earth Warrior task. Okay, so I've been banking meat for quite a while. We're currently at... let's have a look in the bank what we're at. It's a lot of meat that I've got banked. We're at 68 cooking at the moment. And I've banked, let's have a look. 7.6 thousand, 10.1 thousand, almost 12,000 meat. To add to our 20,000 that we've cooked already, so that's about halfway to 99, so 12,000 meat, 360k XP, so just shy of 1 million cooking XP banked. But what we're going to do for the time being is we're going to go to Crawling Hands, because unbeknownst to me, the gloves that they drop actually can be sold for quite a lot of money. So they drop purple gloves, yellow gloves, red gloves and teal gloves, all at a 1 in 64, so essentially a 1 in 16 for any of them, that sell for 200 GP to the shop. They also drop emerald rings, sapphire rings and gold rings, which sell for a decent chunk as well, kind of up to 500 for the emerald ring. And we need to go to Crawling Hands anyway to get ourselves the Crawling Hand item, which is a 1 in 500. So we should be able to get a decent amount of money from that grind, from the gloves and the rings, to get us closer to the GP that we need to bank the 80 cooking. So let's go and do that, and hopefully I'll be back to you with either a load of GP or the Crawling Hand. Hold up. I just got a first emerald ring. And I was like, oh great, 500 GP. But no, not 500 GP. That could be so useful to me in the future. Like in the not so distant future. So I'm a long way. Oh, there's our first gloves. So I'm a long way from the mould shop down here, right? I mean, that's a lot of chunks, because you've got to sort of path all the way this way and round and in, and you know, even to get there we've got to get 99 cooking and 99 defense, so we're miles and miles away from going to the mould shop down here. But we're not too far from Ferox Enclave, right? I mean, that would be, you know, not that inconceivable to get to. I mean, there's a lot of crazy grinds here with the construction cape, but you know, if we just happen to start going north, up into the wilderness, you know, that's not that far away, and that could be a really useful teleport for me. If I can get that enchanted, which is what, cosmic runes and air runes, which I don't know if they're anywhere near me or not at the moment, then I could get that enchanted and use that ring, and that could be pretty big for me, right? Okay, so I've been here about an hour. I'd say the GP is definitely worse than the snails in terms of just raw GP output, but I also get prayer XP here, getting the bones. The rings will actually be easy, and the rings and gloves will actually be easier to sell than the snail shells, because they're worth more per one. But yeah, it's all right for training actually as well, because I can just constantly hit, and my natural health regen is enough to keep me at full hit points. So it's not too bad. We're 152 kills in. So, you know, we're about a third of the way to the Crawling Hand item that we need. But yeah, it's a good little training spot, really. I'm quite impressed by the amount of GP that's coming out, considering I would have to do this grind anyway. So it's a nice little shortcut to getting getting the GP that I need for cooking and crafting, right? I need like 400 odd K for crafting, so that's going to be a long one. But I only need about 70k for cooking, so not too bad. But yeah, this is a decent GP, and yeah, having a good time. And we just hit 500 kill count at the Crawling Hands without the Crawling Hand item. So we're going dry, but I'm actually quite enjoying this, just being able to click on a creature, kill the creature, loot the bones, loot the coins, keep hitting. It's really quite nice, as opposed to having to trap stuff round corners and lure it on mains and just generally have a miserable time. This has been really pleasant. So we just got an uncut diamond, which is not actually on the drop table. It's on the gem drop table. So that means that that drop was a 1 in 4,000. A lot rarer than the crawling hand, but here we are at 587 KC at the moment. That would be quite a scary requirement in terms of crafting if I didn't have to get 87 crafting in this chunk already. A lot of people have probably got an uncut diamond off the drop table of like anything, because the gem drop table is obviously universal, and been like, oh no, now I've got to cut it, and oh, that's going to be so bad, and I can only make pots to craft with or something. Luckily for me, I've got a pretty good primary crafting method, and I will be getting far past the, I think it's 43 to cut a diamond shortly. So yeah, blessings in disguise. Oh, there is the crawling hand at just under 600 crawling hands killed. Nice little item to get, totally useless, but our first sort of, I think that might be our first non-random event collection log. Oh no, it's not, because I got a mark of grace. Whoops. I've got my daughter with me, so if you hear anyone in the background, that's what it is. We're starting the arc of yellow is what we're going with now. Yellow boots, yellow gloves, and a yellow cape. Trying to look a bit snazzier in this hell-forsaken wasteland. Big level coming in with 4 minutes to the update. Level 70 cooking. So we can now make an Admiral Pie if we could get what we need to get them. But just 10 more levels to go until we can cook the eponymous shark. About 1/3 of the XP done. Really not too bad, to be fair, this grind. I'm quite enjoying it. So onwards and upwards. Okay, so we just made a pretty big discovery, which is I don't need loads of cash to do crafting, because you can actually turn a profit doing the crafting itself. So if we take the, where is it? The bullseye lantern lenses, which is what we're going to be making for most of our grind, we can sell those to the shop for between 28 and 7 GP each, for a total of 195 GP per 12 that we sell, which is about how many we'll make per trip, which is more than the 120 GP that I would be buying the stuff, you know, buying the buckets of sand, buying the soda ash for, which is 10 GP per, or 5 GP per one, so, you know, 120 GP basically, and selling for 195. So I can actually make a profit doing the glass making, and because of that, and I've got 35k GP at the moment. You don't make any GP getting levels at 33 and 42 because they sell for nothing. The glass orbs actually sell for 40 GP, so more even than the lantern lenses, but I'll probably do the lantern lenses for the XP anyway, because we're going to be pretty much doubling the amount of money that we spend. So we should end up with almost 500k in profit, which is pretty good. So if I do that, it can be a really efficient way to get it done. So basically, if I walk to the furnace and back to the docks and drop everything, it is going to take 103 hours of crafting, roughly. If I walk from the ship to the furnace to the shop and back to the ship, it will take about 140 hours. So it's 37 hours extra to sell to the shop, but we won't have to do any killing snails for shells to turn into snelms to sell for GP. We can just get straight into the crafting. We can generate enough of a profit that we can buy the rest of the meat that we need for 80 cooking. So I think this is actually a vastly superior method. And also, because I'm going to be generating so much GP, I can, you know, towards the end of that grind, stop selling to the shop and go back to the other method of dropping, because I'll have built up enough of a buffer that I can do it without running out of money. So we're probably looking at more like 125, 120 hours for doing the crafting, rather than 103 plus getting 500k from snails. So I think this is a far better method. We'll 0 time get the GP for the cooking as well. So yeah, we're going to swap to crafting. I'm going to get up to 46 for the glass orb, and then I'll be showing you guys the new method. So this is our new method. Starting at 30,301 coins, buy the 2 buckets of sand and the 2 soda ash in the world that have restocked whilst you've been running over to the furnace and the shop. And then you buy the 10 fresh ones, do a small amount of running over to the furnace, but then start walking. We're then heading over to the furnace to create our molten glass. So this is kind of the most tedious bit of this method, is the walking back and forth. So you can see we spent 120 coins on these 12 molten glass because we started at 30,301. So we made the molten glass here for 20 XP each. As soon as we've got these, what we're going to be doing is walking over to this door like so, creating the unpowered orbs for 52.5 crafting XP each. Not too bad, I would say. We head over to the door like this. You can see our run regen is kind of getting sort of back to where it needs to be because we've been doing all this walking. We then wait for them to finish at the door. We then turn our run on, head in, sell those to the shop like so, and start running back. So as you can see, we made 145 GP profit from doing that. We then run back to the charter ship because we have nothing on us, so our weight is at the lowest it's going to be, so the run regen is going down slower. We then start walking again, trade with the charter ships, buy the 2 that have regened, and hop worlds, and then, well, you saw what happened. Start the process again. So a relatively nice method, to be honest, that can actually kind of net us quite a lot of GP in the long run, and also quite a lot of XP. So we're at 46 and a bit at the moment, and I imagine that's going to be shooting up, and before long we're going to have enough GP to finish banking our cooking, which is going to be really nice. So yeah, that's me for the next 125 hours or so. So I've had a long 3-day weekend away from the computer, but that doesn't mean that I haven't been playing on mobile, and this is the progress we've made so far, up to level 60 crafting, and I've developed an even better method. So instead of selling it direct to the shop, I realised that if I don't actually care about having loads of GP afterwards, which I don't need to sell it to the shop every single run, because these are valued at 100. They're 70 GP, they're like 70% threshold, which is a high alch, is 70 GP. Their low alch threshold is 40, which means the bare minimum they can be sold to a shop for is 10 GP, which is exactly what they cost. So I had 40k GP, so assuming I'm happy with 40k GP, I can just never make a loss on these. So if I bank them, that's a lot easier than going all the way to the shop, because it's a lot closer to the port, so it brings my time down. I bank them all, and then once I run out of GP, I can go to the shop, quick sell them all for 10 GP each-ish, get my 40k back, and then just do it all again. So that is a lot faster to get XP, as well as not having to go back to snails to get additional GP. So this is going to be the new method, and we'll see how long it takes per run. Okay, so we're talking 83 seconds for a round trip, which isn't too bad really, because we can do a bit more running to the furnace than we can with the other methods. So yeah, we can run these first percentages down to about 74-75% and then walk, and that really actually buys us quite a lot of time. So we're talking 83 seconds for a round trip of this, and not having to get any more coins. So we're in a far better spot than we were previously. So to demonstrate why the method we've chosen is the best, we're going to be drawing on a picture of Port Phasmatis today. So the red line that we're about to use is demonstrating walking from the ship to the furnace and back again. So we would obviously go down here, across here, down here, around the tree, up into here, get our glass cooked at the furnace, and then craft it all the way back like so. So that is method number 1, and it takes 83 seconds, but we need 420k GP to do it. Option number 2 is the sell it to the shop method. So what we do is we walk down here, as we do with all the methods, down into the furnace, and then instead of going back the way, we craft the orbs on the way to the shop, around here, into here, sell them in the shop, and then come back this way. This takes about 113 seconds, and we're going to generate about 500k GP in profit. Do we need 500k GP in profit though? I would argue not, and I think probably saving the GP, well, not saving the GP, not getting the GP at all would be best, and that is why option 3, I believe, is the best, and we're going to be using pink for this due to Barbie being out this week. We are going down this way like so, as we do with all the methods, into the furnace, craft our glass, craft our molten glass, and then we make our orbs on the way to the bank here. As you can see, a much shorter walk than it is to the shop. We can then run with an empty bag all the way back down here and over to here. So this is so much better because the run from the bank here down to the charter ship, we actually have a totally empty inventory, which means that we can run a lot further this way and this way than we can with the yellow path or even the red path, because with the red path we never have an empty invent. The run from here to here is with a full invent of sand, so we're really heavy, so we use loads of run. So that all means that the pink line here actually only takes 83 seconds as well. It's the exact same time as the red line, but we're able to bank our glass, our empty orbs. So because of that, we can then take them all, noted at some point in the future, to this shop here, dump them all for like 10 GP each, make back all of the coins that we spent at the charter ship almost exactly, you know, a couple hundred GP profit each time we do that, from the first 10 that we sell to the shop. But from doing that, we break entirely even on the GP, so we don't have to go and collect any more GP or generate a profit, but we can do it in exactly the same runtime as the red line. So we've cut down our hours on crafting massively with just a little bit of theory crafting here. So yeah, that is what we're opting for, the pink route here, and in my head at least for the time being, that's what we're going to be doing all the way to level 87 crafting. There is 62 crafting, which is the level for green dragonhide shields, which are sure are the... I can't talk today. So we have a relatively big level coming in right now, level 73 cooking, which if you know your XP ratios on RuneScape well, you'll know is exactly halfway to level 80 cooking. This grind is going on a long time. I mean, the XP per hour, I was kind of calculating it at being about 40k per hour when I started doing this grind. That was what I estimated it would be, and it's definitely about 30k. The run from the bank to here, even though it's not too bad each time, it really adds up over time. So I'm definitely kind of getting more around 32k XP per hour. So that 80 cooking grind is, you know, just in terms of doing the cooking is, you know, at least 70 hours. So we've done quite a lot of those hours so far. And next level, I think, is going to be crafting. And there is level 64 crafting, which basically unlocks us nothing. However, I'm nearly out of money. 2.6k left. So what we're going to do is I'm going to show you me selling the orbs, or whatever they're called, yeah, unpowered staff orb, to the shop, and you'll be able to get a kind of good idea of why banking them is so much better than selling them each and every time. I've no idea why I insisted on selling them each and every trip. That was mental. But this will be the payoff right here. So we've got our 3,700 orbs and our 26 lantern lenses that we made by mistake, and we're going to set the sell on these to sell 50 for each of them, and we're going to sell them, and if my calculations are correct, we're going to end up with sort of just about 40k. So whoops, I'm messing that up. Okay, right, let's go. Look at that. Oh, my GP. So we should end up with just about 40k, which is break even. The value on those should be 10. It is, so we're breaking even on the orbs. Jobs are good. And so selling those 3.7k was, I would say, way faster than getting them sold every single trip. I mean, what would 130 trips over to that shop have taken me an extra time? You know, a lot. So there's our 40k back, and means we can go and make basically another 4,000 orbs.
64,242 raw meat, 55,172 molten glass, 257 hours. Completing every single challenge that Port Phasmatis has to offer. Welcome back to Canifis.
Can you say, welcome back to Canifis, Chunk?
Welcome back again to Chunk.
$80 cooking and 87 crafting. These grinds have taken twice as long to complete as everything else that we've done on this account so far put together. So if you are ever going to hit like and subscribe on any of my videos, please make it this one, where I've spent over 10 days out of the last 27 days playing this game. Thank you. Now, you might remember this clip from the previous video where I went over all the pros and cons of the various routes that I could take whilst doing crafting on this account in Port Phasmatis. However, it may seem that I was dropped on my head a few too many times as a child, because none of these turned out to be the best route, and as about 400,000 of you in the comments pointed out, you can just sell the glass products back to the charter ship because it acts as a general store. I didn't know this, and am a certified moron for not doing so. Okay, so as we're recording this, it's been about 45 minutes since I uploaded the last, well, episode 3, which has just gone out. We've got a long way to go on the crafting, but as you can see, we've done 17.9% already, and I've been doing this new method now for about 10 or 15 minutes, and yeah, I am brain dead, as it turns out, because you can just sell the unpowered orbs back to the shop and still turn a profit. So this is the new method that we're doing, which is selling the orbs back to the shop, buying whatever's left, grabbing the 10 that are in the next world, and going straight back to the furnace. No need to faff around at the bank or at the general store selling and banking and blah blah blah. I mean, that must have been painful for you guys to watch me do like a 6-minute explanation of why I was doing what I was doing, just for it all to be categorically incorrect. So here we are now. We're nearly at 70. And we've found a far better way to do it, which is increased our XP per hour quite a lot. And here is level 70, the first major milestone in the account. We could create an amulet of power with that level if we had access to any of the things that we need to do it. But yeah, there we are. Level 72, which is the level that we need for the skills necklace, I believe. Yep. Yeah, really rattling through the levels. I mean, I imagine this whole video is just going to be me getting cooking and crafting levels, where each one feels like 5 seconds for you and several hours for me. Level 74, crafting Dragonstone bracelets. I wish I had a combat bracelet because it would be the best thing I would be able to wield by a long way. So, I'm not entirely sure if I've put these clips vertical or horizontal, but I'm playing them vertically. And my friend just reminded me of the hop method that you can do with 2 clients to make hopping noticeably easier. So what we're going to do here is show you guys how that works. So try and hop like that, and then this client is going to log in rather than this one, and we are instantly into the next one as opposed to having to have any wait time. How nice was that? And then the other client goes to that. That has actually tried to hop to the next world though. So when I try and log back in on this one, again, we're not going to get spat back out into the same world we just left. So the shop is going to be full. So we'll do this again. It's such a nice way to do hop methods because you don't have that annoying kind of frozen load screen for like 5-6 seconds between world hops. So this is quite a nice way to do it because it actually makes it fun to do the world hopping, which is actually really tedious. We've got, you know, many hours of crafting left, 86 hours by that measure. But if I can master this hopping method, we're saving probably about 4 seconds per run, which adds up to about 40 seconds per hour. So it is a long time over the whole grind, and it does take a while, this grind. So let's go again, hit trade, click login on the other account, sell, buy, and hop. And then this account should log in, job done, and away we go. Look at that, and then this will be full. Oh, it's a thing of beauty, that is. And then we're ready to go again. Easy. Oh, this is so nice. This actually makes this fun. Here we go. Big level coming in just now. Level 75 crafting Slayer rings. Which I guess technically I can get the gems, but I'm never going to have 300 Slayer points to unlock that. So that will be totally useless to me. Whoops, I'm not crafting. But yeah, 30.5% of the way to level 87. So we're kind of getting through it now. 75 crafting, still 73 cooking. I'm probably going to do all that over one long weekend when I'm on holiday. So that'll probably stay 73 for a while. And we're probably going to be focusing on the crafting. But yeah, level 75 from just Port Phasmatis. That 87 seems quite far away. But this is a good grind because eventually I'm going to need it. So this is just going to come up sooner or later in some form. There's going to be some stupid crafting grind. And realistically, 40 odd KXP per hour for no money isn't too bad. Okay, we've got a really big level about to come in. This is massive. I'm hoping, yes, there we go. Level 80 crafting, which means we're now halfway to 87. Dragonstone amulets unlocked, so we can make a glory at some point if we find one. But yeah, crazy that. I really wasn't sure if I'd have this grind in me, but we're doing pretty well. What I am gonna do is grab the crafting supplies that I have left over in the bank. From when I was training the skill wrong, which is, let's see how many we've got, 2,200 unpowered orbs, not bad at all. Look at our meat stacks, oh my god. So with that level, that means with level 73 cooking and 80 crafting, we are officially halfway on both of these grinds. So with the faster XP methods that I have nowadays, we are officially into way past halfway, really, because I can get XP faster now because I know better methods and I've got like higher level training methods. So there is 55k, and we're going to spend some of that on some meat because I'm about to go on holiday for 4 days. And going on holiday for 4 days means that I'm going to be doing some really AFK activities like in the evenings and stuff just before bed. So what I want to be doing is cooking meat. So I'm hoping that a couple cooking levels are going to go past before the next time you see me cooking, basically. So if I can get to 75 over the next 4 days, I'll be relatively happy with that. But yeah, we're really sort of on the final stretch now. We've just got a lot of skilling to go.
Imagine for a moment, if you will, that you are me, Fray, self-masochist in the Canifis region, and you get a notification on your phone which links to this comment on your most recent video, which essentially says raw bear meat and raw beef are able to be one-ticked just like Karambwans. And I click on the video link, somewhat skeptical. Surely this isn't true. I've never heard of this before. But Black Delta is absolutely correct, and this is what we see when we click on the YouTube link. As you can see, very clearly, one ticking beef. So I thought I'd give this a go, because it might be able to speed up my XP quite a bit.
Okay, so it is time to see if this absolute crack works. So we grab the bear meat. Let's run over here. I think run energy is probably going to be a problem for me, but we shall see. I then will pick meat, and then we go something like this. Why is that not working? Oh, it is. That's outrageous. Right, what I need is to put this as... I need to go to this fella and put it in resizable so that I've got that there like that, and then I just minimize that fella, and then we should be good to go. I know. Oh my god. The XP per hour on that is going to be outrageous. Oh my goodness. Right, let's do a bit of time with this and see what XP per hour we can get. Okay, so it works, but it sometimes just breaks for no reason, and it won't like start the sequence again. It's like if you let it cook for 2 ticks, it like has to finish the cycle and won't let you get back to it. So with the mistakes or glitches that are happening in the minute, I'm getting about 60k XP per hour, which isn't too bad. My run energy is going down too quickly, so I think probably what's best is to mix sort of like an AFK invent. See what I mean about that? Kind of just not starting, even though the click pattern's the same. So I think I'll basically just have to mix a 1-tick invent. See, like, why is that breaking like that? Like, nothing about my click pattern changes. That's a really light break as well. It can break way more than that. So I think probably the most efficient thing to do would be like to do an invent of this, and then do an invent of chickens, and then do an invent of this, and then do an invent of chickens, and that'll probably keep my run energy up and increase the XP per hour like overall. Because obviously you can't 1-tick the chickens, right? See what I mean? Look, why is that doing that? And then it starts again. So yeah, we'll persevere with this. I think it's quite an interesting little innovation. So thanks to the guy that brought it to my attention. Definitely makes the cooking grind a bit more interesting, rather than just pure AFK sadness. I mean, at this XP per hour, we're talking 15 hours to get level 80, which wouldn't be too bad. We can't keep this up because the run energy is just consistently going down. But if we mix this in with our 30k XP per hour method of just the normal cooking, we're going to be sort of saving maybe 5, 6... Look at that. Like, why isn't that starting there? Like, we're going to be saving about 5, 6, 7 hours overall, which isn't actually a bad little amount. Like, why does that happen? That's ridiculous. It doesn't do that with Karambwan, so I wonder why it does it with the meat. But yeah, there we go. That's the new method. Very cool.
77 cooking, 74.3% of the way to level 80. Really rattling through it. The one ticking has really sort of sped things up overall. But I'm still doing quite a lot of AFK just because this is the least taxing thing that I have to do because there's no world hops and stuff. So yeah, just 3 more levels to go until 80 cooking. Level 81 crafting. Crazy how we're getting through it now. Well over halfway. Look at that, 55.2%. 6 levels to go on the crafting, 3 on the cooking. Oh, I can taste the end of this chunk. So last night we got level 82 crafting whilst on mobile. So we did 320k XP yesterday, which is about the maximum that I could ever do in a day, which is about the equivalent of 8 hours, which may not sound like as much as you could possibly do in a day, but bear in mind I'm balancing that with a full-time job and looking after my kids. So yeah, that's about the max that we can do in a day. So if I can do another, how many days would that be? Another 4-5 days of absolute max efficiency, I can get to 87 in 5 days. But we've got a 4-day weekend coming up, so I will not be doing max efficiency. I don't know if we're going on holiday again somewhere. Not don't make that sound like I'm going to the Maldives every weekend, just like if we're going down the coast somewhere. But if we are, then the gains will slow rapidly. So from this point, we're still well over a week away from the video. Now, it may have only been a few seconds for you guys since the last clip, but it's been a few days for me, and probably more than that, probably more like 4 or 5 days. But we are here now with, and you shall see relatively soon, the amount of grinding I've been doing the last few days. We are now at level 85 crafting. Combine the accursed scepter. Interesting. But there we are. 85 crafting. Just 2 levels to go. We are, let's have a look if I do a bit more crafting. 82% of the way to level 87. Which is crazy. Only 700k XP to go, which still sounds like a lot. It's kind of just under 20 hours. But it feels so much closer being level 85 than like, to think I started this grind at level 1 in this chunk. And I've done level 1 to level 85 in the space of just over 2 weeks. That's kind of crazy. But here we are. We're edging ever closer. As you can tell, the method that I've been implementing for this has changed slightly. I now get 13 every single invent, even if it requires hopping twice. I think it's better overall XP, and certainly easier in the... shout out to Switch. Nice guy. Yeah, certainly easier on mobile, which is interesting because you can buy 5 at a time, like really easily on mobile by just a left click, the same as you would for buying the whole stock. Which, for reasons that I shan't get into because it won't be interesting to anyone ever, makes it slightly easier doing the crafting on mobile than PC, which is why the last few levels weren't recorded. But here we are, 85, not long to go. I can craft basically anything. At level 84, I could craft a black dragon hide body, which is quite interesting because over here in Canifis, there's a tannery. So, and there's a needle and thread, I believe, in this shop. So if I ever manage to get just regular, like, black d-hide, which is dropped by, like, everything. I mean, I guess, where are black dragons? Quite far away, I guess. But, I mean, black d-hide's dropped by loads and loads and loads of stuff. Like, probably the Theatre of Blood or whatever drops it. So if I can ever get black d-hide, I can just craft a full set straight away, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, mad level, 85 crafting, onwards and upwards. Oh, go on then. We'll get another crafting level,
Level 86. Just one to go. Here we go. We are on to the final stretch now. I'm hoping to get that knocked out in 2 days. And then we'll be finishing off the cooking and any other little, side goals that we've got in this chunk. But otherwise, we're doing very well. So let's chance our arm here as we mix things up and do some cooking and see if we can want it cook whilst talking. We're doing relatively well so far. I kind of mix up doing the beef and the rat meat so that I don't run out of run energy. But here we are getting level 78 cooking. Very exciting. 2 more levels on the cooking to go, or 1 more level on the crafting. Nearly done. I love these you've been playing a while, please consider taking a break messages that they send. I will never, ever consider taking a break. This beef is not going to cook itself. I'm like fucking Gordon Ramsay in here, cooking the fucking beef. So, here we are. It is a big moment for the account. So, 80 cooking. Members can now cook shark. So let's get one of those cooked. 210 XP. And here is also 87 crafting. That took so long, but we are done. 80 cooking, 87 crafting. We now only need a couple of tiny little goals until we can tick off. Well, I've not got the region locker on, so I won't be ticking off anything. But let's put that on so we can have a look. If I just tick that should do it. There we go. So got all these chunks unlocked, and we'll be ticking off this one and rolling another. This 1 minute clip took so long. You don't understand like satisfaction of getting incredibly mid levels like 80 cooking until you've gone and cooked. Let's have a look, shall we? Let's have a look what we've got from this. So in the bank we have, well, we've got like no money left was one of them. So we got what, 6,800 because I decided to buy a load of trout. So I cooked a decent amount of trout because I feel like having some good food will be useful. And we also have 48,000 cooked meat and 16,500 cooked chicken. So we're good on low level food for a while. But yeah, we can add those to our impressive stacks of Marks of Grace. And we've kind of done like good levels now, I guess, in 3 skills. Because that's kind of what Chunk Man is defined by, right? Is getting incredibly high levels in specific skills in weird ways, one at a time. And then once you've done that for all the skills and you've kind of unlocked 20, well, I guess not 23 because you never really unlock Herblore or Slayer normally. But once you've kind of got decent levels in like all the skills, then is when you can really start rolling chunks really quite quickly, because you start, if I ever unlock, I think I mentioned it before, but if I ever unlock something like Black Dragon Hide, I have the level already. So even where normally you go, oh fuck, I've got to get 84 crafting, that's huge, you just roll it straight away. So yeah, this is a good moment because we're never really going to have to do a major crafting or cooking grind again. Because 87 crafting will cover pretty much everything. 80 cooking's a bit low, and if we roll something like a manta ray or whatever, but that's very unlikely in of itself. So yeah, here we are, 80 cooking without training any fishing. That is all from Bob the whatever randoms. I've also decided to start lamping Hunter, because I feel like that'll be more useful to me. We're actually relatively close to a bronze axe because the swamp crabs down here can drop it. So I'm not too worried about lamping woodcutting, especially now I've got the 80 cooking in Port Phasmatis, because the main thing that doing the woodcutting would have been good for would have been chopping some logs to get a fire so that I could cook easier. But now we've got 8 to cook and I'm not too bothered about that. So we're lamping Hunter now because it would be nice to get some implings, to get some upgrades, you know, all that kind of thing. So yeah, major goal completed, and now on to the next few small grinds before the chunk roll. Right, so here we are back at the Banshees. I don't think I've killed one of these on this account. They hopefully shouldn't be too bad because they're only 22 hit points, but I've not got earmuffs on. Oh. Okay, let's go get some earmuffs. Oh no, I'm getting drained badly. Run away. Oh, it's going to take so long for my stats to rebuff because I don't have any restore potions or anything. Oh no, that is an epic fail. Right, so we've recovered our stats. Let's grab a set of earmuffs, I believe it is, for Banshee. 200 coins, put those on, and we're good to go. Okay, so Banshees have a magic-based attack, so I've got the best magic gear that I have. I think the main... So I've got, you know, +6, which is meh. But my main problem, I think, is I'm 1 magic. So I'm slightly worried these things are going to wreck me. I think they only hit 2s, though. So if they do, hopefully the fact that I've got, you know, 47 hit points and a shitload of trout should hopefully mean that I can kill them relatively quickly without taking too much damage. But I think there's going to be a lot of trips to hit the 1 in 512 rate it is for the Dark Mystic gloves. But let's get started and see how we get on. Hopefully now with the earmuffs we shouldn't be getting drained. I mean, yeah, they're just going to hit 2 so much, aren't they? Oh, this is going to be so bleak. This is going to be so much worse than the crawling hands, and the rate is exactly the same on the item that we need. But I guess we'll have some magic gloves at the end of this. Come on, 1 and done. No chance, but we did get the easy task done that we need to get done here. Hopefully less than 511 to go. If we go over rate, that's going to not be fun. No fucking way. No fucking way. 5 kills. 5 kills. Look at that. Oh my god. LOL. Yes. Yes, the RNG has come round after the 612 for the crawling hand. That is unbelievable. Oh my god. Yes. That's so good. Right, do they actually give us any good stats? They should do. They'll give us... Oh, I can't wear them. Oh yeah, of course. Right, so now all we need to do is go and get us some mind runes. And the only place to get mind runes within our chunks is to get afflicted kills. And the afflicted are down in Morton. So let's go down there, see what we can do with the stats that we've got. They're quite high level. I think they're 50 or 60 something. So we might struggle. But I don't think they've got any weird mechanics like the werewolves or the vampires that's going to result in them healing or having mad defense. So I think worst case scenario, we might have to flinch them. But yeah, and I think the rate is about 1 in 64 for mind runes. And then from there, we've got the air runes in the bank and we shall be able to cast Wind Strike. And then we'll be moving on. Well, we won't be moving on because I've still got some steps in Ghosts Ahoy to do because I didn't bother. And I probably should have done whilst I was in Port Phasmatis, but here we are. I can speak to Valerina at her home in Port Phasmatis, so I'll do that as well, but first we'll go and get the mind runes. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Okay, so we're here, and the Afflicted are actually way lower combat than I thought they'd be, so this should actually be relatively much easier than I thought it was going to be. The Lure Shades are presumably aggressive, which is going to cause me some ag, but it looks like single combat, so we should be okay. Sorry if you can hear stuff happening outside. I'm not sure if this new mic will pick it up because it's really good or block it out because it's really good, so we'll see. There's lots of diggers outside, but looks like we can kill these Afflicted relatively easily, so the mind runes should be quite easy to get. Hopefully we can get them in, 4 or 5 kills again. That would be nice. 55 strength while we're going for the mind runes, 55 combat as well, very nice. Hopefully we'll get them soon. We're about 45 kills deep with no mind runes so far. Just hit 194 afflicted without getting any mind runes, so we're triple the rate that we need. Hopefully we get it soon. Oh, right, there it is, mind runes. 277 kills for a 1 in 64. That is nuts. That's over what? Oh, just over 4 times dry. I mean, imagine if that had been for the Mystic Gloves, it'd have been over 2,000 Banshee. But here we are, got the Mind Runes, and now we should be able to complete the chunk after we do the Ghosts Ahoy stuff. Right, so let's cast this Wind Strike and get over to Port Phasmatis. Why can't I? Oh, okay, there we go, right. See you, werewolf. And we hit 2, so we got max XP out of those runes. Right, let's head over to Port Phasmatis with one of our tasks done, and we should be rolling a chunk relatively soon. So there we are, we've done step 3 of Ghosts Ahoy. We cannot get the Nettle Tea, and therefore, well, or I think the Bucket of Milk, so we cannot continue with the Ghosts Ahoy quest, and that is, or maybe it's not the last thing. Let me just check the what they call achievement diary tasks, because there might be a couple of those, but I don't think so. Okay, so there was actually one more task that we needed to do in this area, which is to cook a thin snail on the range here. Let's check. Let's hope that I get 100% success rate here. And there we go, easy task done, and we are done with the chunk. So this is where we're at the moment. No current chunk tasks, having completed everything in Port Phasmatis. Don't really know what I want. I feel like the Barrows chunk could be fun. It's the only real sort of fun one on here, but I also worry that I wouldn't be able to complete it at all. I feel like it's probably quite a steep ask with the stats we've got at the moment. But yeah, let's get to rolling and see what we can get. Lumberyard. That was a big okay. Alright, that's positively doable. It used to be a pretty huge task because it had a range, and I'd have had to run meat from this bank to this range. But now it's actually not too bad because I have 80 cooking now. All we need to do is get some fairly low level stuff here. It's picking up a bronze bar. I'm guessing that's to do with the men in here. 1 thieving, pickpocket a man, couple probably pretty easy tasks. Make a normal plank. That's just some GP and some logs. Chop down a dying tree in the lumberyard. Any axe? Can I do that? I don't know if I can actually do that, because surely that's just woodcutting, and I can't use my steel axe, because I only have level 2 woodcutting. We'll see about that. That might not be possible. And then, yeah, some other fairly low-level stuff. So that is where we're going to kick off in the next episode. So the next episode will be completing this chunk and probably, well, depending on what we roll, a few more. But with that chunk unlocked, we know what we're doing next. Let's add the numbers onto the rest of where we can go from here. So now we can do our first wilderness chunk, going south down into Varrock. And can we go this way? Yes, because we could go around the edge. And that one. And that is a death chunk, I believe, because that's an estate agent right there. And the lumberyard is just there. So, in fact, no, it's not, because we can't get to a house portal at all. But it would be a pretty scary thing to have unlocked, because basically as soon as we get a construction method, we could go and get 99 construction. So we're in a pretty hairy spot, but I guess we're kind of breaking out of Morytania at the moment, which is kind of a good thing. So this chunk kind of makes it so that there's quite a lot of areas we can go this side. So we're not just a Morytania locked account anymore. We now certifiably have a useful area to us outside of Morytania. But yeah, that's a pretty interesting set of chunks that we have at the moment. And I'll get on with this stuff here. Pretty easy stuff, and get to rolling more chunks in the next episode. But wow. Wow, that was a big chunk that we just completed. It feels weird. It feels weird going from having to get 87 crafting and 80 cooking to going to have to get 10 fletching. So that's, oh, it's a nice change, actually. I'll probably be able to do all that today. How interesting. It's not going to take 27 days or something to complete a chunk this time. But yeah, I'll speak to you soon. So far, I've spent 15 in-game days in Morytania. I've achieved 71 agility, 80 cooking, and 87 crafting without leaving the region. However, there is one skill that has painfully eluded me: woodcutting. Now, there are plenty of trees in my chunk, and I even got a steel axe from a werewolf in my very first chunk, Canifis. So, what's the problem? I have no capability to get a bronze or iron axe, and my woodcutting is only level 2. However, that changes today. Welcome to Canifis Chunk, where it's taken me 375 hours to chop 16 regular logs. On the last episode of Canifis Chunk, we finished up all the tasks in Port Phasmatis, most notably getting 80 cooking to cook a shark, and also level 87 crafting to make an empty light orb. We finished up the episode by rolling our next chunk, the lumberyard. So, 2 things. Firstly, this is the task list for the lumberyard: pickpocket a man, fletch a longbow unfinished, burn a pyre log, create a plank at the sawmill, smelt a bronze bar, and chop an undead tree. Secondly, I got mildly sick at the start of this episode and my voice was trashed. So just try and think of it as though I'm your husky lover and less so a dork having near constant voice cracks. So enjoy. So we are starting this video off in the lumberyard chunk by getting our fletching up. So we are currently at level 5. We need to get level 10 to make the longbow, and the logs in here are a blessing. Right, do you get any more XP for making short bows? No, so we'll stick with the arrow shafts. But yeah, there's 8 log spawns that you can grab all around here. Super, super good for getting early fletching and fire making levels. We barely need to do anything in this chunk, but it makes a nice change. That Port Phasmatis chunk was rough, and in real time I've only just done it, even though for you guys watching this video it's probably been at least a couple of weeks. But here I am enjoying only having to get level 10 fletching. And with that, the first chunk goal is done. Make a longbow yew. Done. There we go, 10 fletching. Right, what else do we need to do? So we are back to do more tasks, starting with the 5 fire making for the pyre logs. We'll just light these logs on the ground. We're then going to pick some up, turn them into planks, and take one back to turn into a pyre log. There is level 2 fire making, and level 5 will not take long. Sorry, I am completely losing my voice. Okay, here should be a level 5. Level 5 fire making. You can now make pyre logs. Right, let's grab this extra fella. And then we shall head over here and buy a plank at the sawmill. Just the one, please. Perfect, easy task, done. So what we're going to do now is we're going to pickpocket a man over here. We'll need to do that once. And then we are going to kill this Black Knight for a tin ore. So the tin ore is actually a 1 in 128 from the Black Knight there. So, I mean, how long did it take us to get that? What was it? What was the thing that we did in the last episode? To get the mind runes from the Afflicted. It took, I think, 270 for a 1 in 64, so we could be over 500 Black Knights if we're unlucky. But hopefully the Black Knight will be relatively easy to kill. I'm hoping it won't hit me too hard, and hopefully we'll be able to do it just with this inventive trout. but I think I probably need to get lucky to get that, because yeah, this isn't exactly going swimmingly. Okay, so I had my screen region over a super secret project that I'm recording on the side for something that you'll see probably in a few months. But we got the tin ore. It took us 127 black knights, so 1 under rakes. It's a 1 in 128. And now we just need to go and make the bronze bar in Port Phasmatis. So here we go. Let's smelt our bronze bar. And that is that task done. Right, just one more, which is to chop the undead. Well, so there's 2 more that are getting picked up. So it turns out the 5 fire making, I don't think I have to do, because I can't actually get the pyre logs, because there is a Shades of Morton quest requirement, but the picker just isn't picking it up. So I actually can't do that because I can't get the sacred oil to turn the logs into pyre logs. So I actually can't do that. And then the other task that's a maybe is it reckons that I can chop the undead tree here with my steel axe. I think that's unlikely, seeing as I'm 2 wood cutting, so I think that's probably just a mistake as well. But we'll go and see. And if we can't, then, well, either way, if we can't, then this was the last task, getting the bronze bar. And if we can, we'll just chop it and we'll be rolling a new chunk. Sorry about this voice, by the way. I've completely lost it for some reason. But these are the trees that it wants me to try and chop down. Yeah, can't do it. I don't have an axe that I can use and no way to get one. So, yeah, there we go. We are done with a chunk and it's time to roll again. Okay, let's go. What do we want? I honestly don't know anymore. There's not too many terrible chunks around really, except 13 and 6. 6 for now. 6 will be good one day. And if I get it earlier, it might not be great. But let's see what we get. Okay. Looks like we're heading into the wilderness. That's very interesting. Very, very interesting. There's nothing there. I'm stood in the lumberyard, so I'll go and check, but let's go see. So let's unlock the chunk in the region locker. There we go. And let's go see what's there. Probably nothing is my bet, but there may be something interesting, or at least we might be able to see something interesting nearby. God, there really is nothing. I'm interested to see. Oh, there's... So it looks like Ents can wander in, but they aren't actually spawning here. Okay, cool. Right, let's roll the next chunk then. So here we are back with 17 chunks currently unlocked. I've decided to renumber them east to west because we're basically only ever going to go west, so having that kind of number progression will be nice. But yeah, let's get stuck in. I want to avoid 7. I want to avoid 15 if I can, but other than that, we're pretty much good. Let's go. Okay, what are we going to get here? There's guards there, so that's a thief. Okay. Well, I can complete a Soul's Bane quest here. That's pretty cool. What are these? Diaries. Give bones to a dog, I'm guessing. Okay. Steal from tea stall. That's fine. 5 thieving requirement. Oh, that's nice. That means I don't have to get... That means I don't have to get 40 on men in this shop here, which would have been in this pub here, which would have been terrible. Getting 40 to thieve the guards on the tea stall will be a lot more tolerable. I imagine it's still going to be a shitload of tea, but this is a cool track. Cool chunk. Yeah, let's get stuck in. Right, here we are, unlocking chunks. Gonna unlock this one now. Very nice, and here we go. So, ooh, oak trees here. That's nice. So basically, if I'd got one of the U requirements, then there's quite a lot of them around. So there's U's, what, here, here. There's U's there as well. So if I'd unlocked an axe before this chunk, I'd have been having to get level 60 woodcutting on regular trees. But 2 oak trees pretty close to each other. That's very nice. The guards, they're decent. They should be fun. And then the main thing here, which is going to be useful to us, is this tea stall, because we are going to be able to get our thieving up in a actually quite enjoyable way. Are there any good item spawns? Doesn't look like it. Is that just a regular jug? Yep. But we're very, very close to Varrock now, which is interesting. Yeah, this is a cool trunk. Right, just need to go and get, I think it's 5 thieving for tea stalls. Yeah, 5 thieving. So we'll go and get that on the men in the pub up here, and then we'll come and steal some tea. So we have quite cleverly set our left clicks to pickpocket, and we should go. Although I've not got any food on me, which is kind of a mistake, but hopefully we can get to 5 without any food with 49 hit points. So let's see how we get on. Okay, the men only hit 1s. I was kind of picturing them hitting 3s. So I should definitely be fine to get to level 5 like this. And I don't think I should get... Oh God, this voice is doing my fucking head in. I don't think we get caught at all doing T-stall based on my memory of doing it. So that should be it. We should be able... I'm basically going to just stay here without having to... It's crazy that I'm all the way over here. My closest bank is all the way over in Canifis. Ugh, that's annoying, but oh well. Let's keep going. Oh, there is level 500 total. That's not even that bad, considering how many level 1 stats we have, which is a lot. But we should... So what, we're going to get another 36 from this chunk alone. Very nice. And there is level 5 thieving, and the tea stall is unlocked. Let's go see how that works and what the XP per hour is. Cool, so because the tea owner is stuck over there, I think I can just basically thieve the stall with immunity because the guards aren't close enough. So I think I should just be able to steal it over and over again. 16 XP per, and it respawns relatively quickly, and it's got a 100% success rate. So yeah, let's reset our tracker and see what the XP per hour is on this. Okay, so we're looking at about 11k XP per hour, so about, what, 3 or 4 hours to get to level 40. That's not too bad, I guess. It's quite a boring activity, but it'll be rewarding. Let's go do this bob random, though, and get the fishing XP. Such a nice random event, the way that it gives you literally actually decent XP in fishing. So there is level 10 fishing. We can now fish for herring if we had the stuff for it. It's a shame that you can't keep the small fishing net from that. That would probably be really quite useful for me. And there is level 10, the first of many milestones. We can now thieve from farmers, but there are none close by. This is awful, this throat. I'm so sorry. The first bit of this video is just all going to be me talking like a massive dickhead. Level 25 thieving coming in. Oh, it's quite a tedious grind just spam clicking the corner of this table, but it's at least short. And only in old school RuneScape could you describe a grind clicking the corner of a table for 4 or 5 hours as short. But here we are. And with that 30 thieving, I'm going to... Thieving? I'm going to stop doing the... I'm going to stop thieving for now, and I'm instead going to go and knock out the quests and the diaries and then come back to the thieving to finish. So, yeah, I'm kind of getting through this quite quick. That took kind of an hour and a half, maybe. I'm slacking a little bit. But yeah, decent little chunk, which I should hopefully be over shortly. Okay, let's start this quest and see how it goes. It recommends on the wiki that you need a range or mage weapon, and my actual weapon is quite poor, so this may not go well at all, but we shall see. Okay, we've got through all of the like preliminary rooms relatively unscathed.
Only one more of these to go, but then Tolna, the end boss, I am nervous for. I highly doubt I'm going to be able to do it on the 9 trout I've got remaining. But I'm also a bit nervous I won't be able to do it on a full inventor trout either, and then we'll have to go back to the drawing board, which could be rough. But hopefully we'll be alright. Right, let's give this a go, see how we do. I'm guessing not well. Okay, not too much damage so far. Oh, okay, they're kind of wrecking me, but we might be alright with a full invent. Might be alright with this invent. Go on. I guess my slightly overpowered stats are actually kind of coming in quite clutch. Nice, right, this might work. Should be okay, I reckon. This one's dead, we'll be in a better spot. Fucking hell, they hit 5s. So we can get this down before I need to eat. Nope. Oh my god, quick. Fucking die. Why have they suddenly started fucking shredding me? Oh my god. Come on, get this one down. Now they've stopped? Can I run away? If only I had protection pressed. Come on. Oh no, run. Okay. Right, I'm going to have my strange fruit to... In fact, no, it's only a 1 poison, is it? Oh, you'll do. You'll do. Go on. Things you love to see. Okay, right. That shouldn't be a problem with a full invent of food. Oh, I'm happy about that. I was getting stressed for a second. Right, let's go for round 2, bitches. Let's get stuck in. Why do they hit me so much harder now? Oh my god, I'm getting wrecked. There we go. Oh, not close at all. Strange fruit cure of poison, how handy is that? And let's wrap up the quest. There we go, a Soul's Bane done and up to 4 quest points. Any levels from that? No, I think I just need to hop into here and that'll be one of my tasks. Done though. Hopefully I can just jump straight back out. Yep. Climb up the rope. Awesome. Right now I just need to get some bones and feed them to the dog. And then I think that's me done aside from the thieving. Okay, so the chunk is definitely complete except the 40 thieving for the guard and the feeding the bones to the dog. I can't find the dog right now in the chunk that I have. He must be somewhere else. And I'm about to go on mobile to do a decent bit of thieving. So if he comes to me on mobile, I'll give him the bones there. But just know I have the bones on me and they're going to be given to the dog. And then aside from the thieving, we are done. So, yeah, 9 thieving levels. Well, 9 and a tiny bit of thieving levels to go until we're rolling again. So it is now the next day and my voice is feeling slightly better. But here we are with level 40 thieving. You can now pickpocket city guards. So let's go and do that. Hopefully we get it first go. There we go. Right. Chunk complete. God, it feels good to be rattling through them rather than spending nearly a month doing it like the last episode. Okay, so with that task completed, we are now back in the chunk picker. So don't really know what I'm aiming for. I feel like the wilderness could be quite fun. Barrows would be quite fun. Not entirely sure if we can do it or not. But if we get it, then, you know, we'll give it a good go. But yeah, let's get stuck in. Dig sites. Okay, and nothing there. So I think there used to be a thieving requirement there for the workmen. because there's a 25 thieving requirement there, but because now we have 40, there is no requirement there. So, okay, that's cool. Interesting for sure. I'll now rejig the map so we're still going right to left. But yeah, I'll go check it out in game as well, probably as well. So I think I forgot to mention in the last clip that I've got a beginner clue here that I'm going to keep hold of for now, because it's Charlie the Tramp in Varrock. And Varrock is just over here, so it's only one chunk away, and I think that's probably the only beginner step that we're anywhere close to. But let's unlock the chunk that we just unlocked, which is this fella, and in we go. Do we get any music tracks or anything? Oh no, because I think I accidentally stepped into it in a previous episode. But there's nothing too interesting here except the barge to Fossil Island, but we're obviously a long way away from that. I mean, we need the Varrock Museum at a minimum, and then a load of other quests. So interesting chunk to have unlocked in the long run, but nothing too interesting for us right now. So back to the chunk picker. So we are back in the chunk picker. Not too much to say because nothing has happened since the last time we were here. I've renumbered them right to left again, and here we go. Okay, I don't think that's going to be anything. Oh, is it? Awesome bone. Yeah, okay. Don't know why that's picking up there. We've done that already, so we can tick that, and yeah, let's roll again. Okay, right. That's an interesting one. I doubt there's going to be anything there. It's just empty wilderness. Interesting. Okay, so we can go that way. Right, let me just rejig this. So it looks like our penetration into the wilderness is going to keep on going. So we're heading across this way. I don't think there's going to be anything interesting here. Some giant rats. Is that of interest? I don't think so. No, because they don't drop big bones or anything like that. So nothing there. Now I just want to kind of see what's up here that we could get in the future. All right, nothing too close. Nothing useful that I can drag into this chunk by the looks of it. But yeah. It looks like we're becoming a wilderness chunk man, though, slowly. That's 2 wilderness chunks now. So, yeah, that's cool. I quite like this. We're getting really quite close to some interesting wilderness stuff. I mean, that would be, I'd have to get full Elder Chaos ropes, which would be quite big in of itself, right? So, yeah, that's interesting. Okay, there was no real compelling reason to foray into the wilderness for any longer. No tasks in this chunk as expected. And yeah, on to rolling the next one, I guess. Okay, is that another wilderness one? No tasks again, but I believe you can go that way. So yeah, let's go just check we can actually walk into that chunk. I think we can. Okay, so it looks like you can definitely walk into the chunk. So let's unlock it and head on in. Music track? No, of course not. There is literally nothing here though, except trees that I can't chop down. So it looks like we live to roll another chunk. We'll head. So it's interesting that there's wilderness here, but no wilderness ditch. That would probably be a really good spot to do like boosting or drop trading or something like that. So I bet people have done illicit activities around there in the past. But yeah, it's amazing. Look how many chunks that we've unlocked, and we still don't have an axe to chop a level 1 tree. That's really quite crazy. Hopefully we'll get one of those soon, because I feel like this account is severely lacking in the Xtreme Onechunk journey without having any woodcutting, any fire making, or any fletching. So hopefully we'll get something interesting in that regard soon. So here we go again. Our map is really getting quite big now. 22 unlocked chunks.
quite crazy. But yeah, let's pick the next one. I'm hoping for this wilderness push, you know. I feel like that could be interesting. Yeah, let's hope we get something good. Okay. Okay. Again with the wilderness chunks, anything there? No. That's cool. That's really cool. Right, let's go check it out. I think, is there green dragons here? Or here? Maybe I don't know. There's green dragons though somewhere around here, the east ones. Yeah, they must be in that chunk. So that's cool. We're getting close to some green dragons. What a weird creature to have on a Canifis start one-chunk man. But yeah, this wilderness push is really going hard for me right now. Okay, so let's unlock the chunk in the map before we run in there. There we go. Still no music tracks. I want to unlock some new music tracks, man. Okay, let's see if the green dragons are just up here. I won't be dragging them in unless I need to for another challenge. Like, that's the green dragon chunk up there. But if I need to get, you know, prayer for something and I can drag them in, then I might do. Although, looks like they're too far away or in the next chunk up. So yeah, that won't be an option for us, but another chunk unlocked and another chunk with absolutely sod all in it. These trees aren't even choppable. So yeah, on to the next chunk. Look how big our chunk map is now. I've had to zoom out even more because we're going so far north that I can't fit it all in one screen if I keep it how it was. So yeah, let's hope we can get something interesting. I'd love to actually do a task. This whole rolling empty chunks is quite fun, but I do actually want to play the game at some point. So without further ado, here we go. Ooh, Varrock. That could be big. Look at the list of shit. Oh god. Right, let's have a quick look. So 30 attack, wield and addy weapon. That's actually good news, I guess, because it means we can get an addy. Oh, we just buy one from the store, don't we? So, oh, is that all this stuff bought? Yeah, all this stuff's like bought in shops, isn't it? Yes. Okay, right. So most of the gear is actually just bought in shops. It's like stuff like the addy plate body, the myth plate body from this shop, the addy sword from this shop. So that's cool. It's clearly picked up that we can get an axe from somewhere, which is interesting. Where's it picking that up from? Details. Bronze axe from a barbarian. Oh, there's a I can't remember whose series it was, but there's a barbarian in this shop here, isn't there? Not shop, in this pub. So we can kill the barbarian, get a bronze axe, and then we can use our steel and black axes. And it wants us to get 60, basically 60 woodcutting, 72 fletching for the yew trees over here. So that's cool. I'll be backlogging this because I can't get the sacred oil, so that's the same as the level 5 one that I did. Good that I know that and didn't train to level 65 fire making in this chunk. But yeah, here we are. He's annexing 55 magic. Oh my god, yes, because there's a rune shop. So now we can get our magic up. That's nice. That's really quite cool. Don't know where I'm going to train it though. There's not very many. I've not got very many interesting training locations as my main one. I'm a bit worried about the fact that the runecrafting cape is down here. I don't think I can actually train it because I don't have everything I need to do so. But it's worrying that it's so close. Yeah, so this looks like a pretty major grind. Basically, I'm going to be chopping a shitload of oak logs. Oh, that's another good thing. There's a bank. I've got another bank. Is that the Varrock Museum? Can I go and get, like, some free Slayer and Hunter XP there? I think I can, can't I? Is that useful to me? The Hunter XP is. Because I'm lamping Hunter at the moment, and I've got swamp lizards over here. And if we look here, we're pretty close to black chins. So if I can get some decent hunter levels from the museum and then hunt these fellas over here and then do black chins, that could be very interesting for the account.
Varrock course, that's lower level than the Canifis one, isn't it? Oh, that's annoying. And that would have been good to have a better agility training method. Anything else of interest? There's a staff shop, that's cool. There's an anvil. Yeah, there's some cool stuff. The one mining, they must have picked up that I can... Oh, it's because I can go to the museum now. So I can dig some soil at the dig site for very, very minor XP. So that's interesting. Cool, yeah, main thing then is going to be getting some U-logs and fletching them up to level 72. That 72 fletching could be a deceptively long grind. I'm kind of looking at it like, oh, it might not be that bad, but thinking about it, doing that on just oak logs that I'm chopping myself, yeah, that might take a long time. So yeah, let's get stuck in. So here we go. This is a huge step on the account. The first proper location we are, the outside of Morytania. I mean, we've got a load of weird wildy chunks now, but we now got basically 3 cities, which is cool. Port Phasmatis, Canifis, and now Varrock, and there is a lot to do in all of them. So without further ado, let's unlock this. I won't get the music tracks because to get to Canifis I had to go to Rolled up here, so I already have the music tracks, but we got a bank. Oh my god, this is so good. So much stuff here to do. I want to see what's in the rune shop, because if there's lore runes in the rune shop, I can teleport to Varrock, like, really easily. Please. Oh, that's so lame. That is so lame. Okay, that's fine. We should be able to get lore runes as a drop from some stuff. Oh, we've got a lot more men now. That'll be useful for training. We've got the bow and arrow shop, which is cool. Because what bows can you get here? Oak, willow, oh, and maple. That's pretty cool. And addy arrows. So we actually have some decent stuff from that, which is good. Oh, this is so nice. So much stuff. Right, so we don't have the tree farming patch, which is... I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. But the main thing we need to do for now, to start, is get that bronze axe from the barbarian, who I believe should be in here somewhere. Although, hold on, I don't need to use my shitty steel scimitar anymore because I can grab myself an addy sword, which is definitely going to be our best DPS. Oh, that's so awesome. Right, let's get stuck in. So the line is there, just having a gypsy shop. So we can use the staff store, but we can't use the West Bank. We can't go to the apothecary. Oh, there's so much stuff to do. So I've grabbed my GP from the bank, and what I'm going to do is buy a couple of the upgrades that are going to be useful to me for now. So I'm going to buy the mithril. Oh, am I going to buy the mithril? 5,900. Okay, yeah, we can afford all this. So I'm going to buy the studded chaps and the mithril plate body. So that's 2 best in slots for us, because I can put those on. And I can't put those on because I haven't got the range level, but I can use the mithril plate body, which is good. And then we're also going to go over and buy the addy sword, which is going to be nice. Trade shop assistant, adamant sword. Nice. Right, let's see. Okay, none of my gear gives any offensive bonuses except the steel simi, I think. So yeah, so stab, slash, and crush, +0. Scimitar gives +15 slash, which is the relevant bit, and +14 melee strength. And the sword gives a +23 stab and +24 melee strength. So that is going to be a huge item for us. It's going to increase our DPS a lot. We're going to head into this pub. There's the barbarian we got to kill and get a bronze axe from her. I'll check on the drop rate, but I think it's probably not too bad. So I've just taken a quick look at the wiki to see what this drops and what the drop rate is. So the drop rate on the bronze axe is a 1 in 21, so basically nothing. But interestingly, she also drops a ring mold. So if I could get my hands on a gold bar and a gem,
I could make rings. And if I could get my hands on cosmic runes, which maybe I can, then I could also make like recoils and rings of dueling and stuff like that. That's interesting. A ring mold. That's a really weird item for her to drop. But she also dropped some interesting runes, lore runes, which are going to be good, although she only drops 2 of them and there are 1 in 128, so it may not be useful to us. But headline is the bronze axe. It doesn't take too long. So that's a good thing. And we can correct. I'm going to mark her actually to see what her respawn timer is. I'm loving the fact that I've got some actual gear upgrades. I kind of look quite tanky now, I think. Like the plate bodies look so good, don't they? So yeah, there's the ring mold, 1 in 128. So I've got a furnace, I've got a ring mold. I just now need the ingredients to make rings. But a ring of recall could be useful to us in the future, I guess. Ring of life, not so much. Looks like the respawn timer on this is like 15 seconds, so that's cool. But we should be getting that bronze axe soon. Hopefully this one, no. Okay, 45 kills later, twice the rate again. We get the bronze axe, and our journey into the woodcutting saga of this account begins. Should I go and get a different cape? I feel like I should get a different cape for this. But yeah, here we go. Time to go chop some. Let's chop this tree here. This will be the first tree we've chopped on the account since Tutorial Island. And there we go. Good times, good times. Right, let's, I don't even know what I'm going to go and do, but we shall see. So, as it turns out, I'm not going to go and get a different cape because I basically have no money left. But I am going to start chopping some trees and fletching some logs and get up to these oak trees ASAP. Because once we can chop the oak trees, the woodcutting becomes a lot more relaxed. So, yeah, let's get stuck into that. And there is level 6 woodcutting, which means we can now use the steel axe and get rid of our bronze one. And then I think the black one is probably 11. Yeah, so wow. I mean, literally, it took us. We couldn't chop trees this whole time because we couldn't cut the 16 regular logs that we needed to get to level 6 to use the steel axe, which we got in our first chunk. So it took us 25 chunks or something just to get the bronze axe to cut 16 regular logs. But this is the start of an interesting grind. I've just done some quick maths in my head though, and I'm estimating it's going to be over 30,000 oak longbows to get level 72 fletching. So I think this chunk is going to take a really long time, way longer than I thought it was going to, but it's a good one and we're going to get some good levels out of it. We're going to have 3 more skills just from this grind that are leveled up a lot, that will kind of take our total level a lot higher, and our account will be a lot more well-rounded because we'll have the fire making, the woodcutting, the fletching, the magic, the range. So it's a nice little chunk to get on with. Okay, but a few minutes later, here we are with level 11 woodcutting. There we go. You can now use a black axe and we can drop our steel one. So here we go. This is the axe that we're going to be getting into the mid-70s woodcutting with. So yeah, we're going to be a black axe bandit for the next, I don't know how long this is going to take, to be honest. I really don't. Probably at least 50 hours, I reckon, because I'm going to bank every single oak item that I create as well, because I need to sell them to the shop to get the GP to get the 55 magic, I believe. So yeah, it's going to be a long grind. But I'm actually happy about that because you do this, you don't start an Xtreme Onechunk account if you're not planning on doing some long grinds. So it's nice to have another long grind, but that isn't quite as long as the getting 87 crafting. So yeah, I'm excited. There is a level 20 woodcutting. Really nice cutting the oak trees, especially now they updated it with forestry, because I think that these cannot fall before 27 seconds. So it's a nice amount of like guaranteed AFK every single time. And also the update that means that you make more arrow shafts out of higher logs is good as well, because turning these into arrow shafts gives 10 XP, which is the same as a longbow, so we don't lose any. So like we can keep fletching at level 15 even though we can't make an oak short bow out of the oak logs, if that makes sense. You can make arrow shafts out of oak logs at level 15, where an oak longbow would take level 20. So yeah, we're starting on the woodcutting. I'm quite enjoying it so far. Very nice in AFK. This will be really nice to do on mobile. And yeah, we're here for the long haul. So now that we've got the 20 fletching, I'm actually going to crack on with getting the 15 fire making that I need for oak logs, and then we can basically just switch between fletching and fire making depending on what I feel like at the time. Very nice how quick these regular trees drop now that I'm up to 28 woodcutting. Basically, I think because I need 72 fletching, my woodcutting is going to go way past that. So I think I'm probably going to end on something like 77, 78 woodcutting. So the 60 woodcutting requirement is pretty much redundant, but that's nice. It means that if we ever hit magic trees, we'll just be able to chop one straight away. So yeah, it's a nice little grind to get on with, and I'm enjoying it thus far. And here is level 15 fire making, meaning we can now go and enjoy using oak logs, which is handy, because now we don't have to chop a regular tree ever again, as far as I know, which is indeed nice. I think don't you teleport a square? Maybe I'm wrong. But now this will be the last regular log that we need, and we can just go for oak logs from here on out. I just realised I was banging on about now I can make rings with my ring mould, totally forgetting that you can just get bird's nests when you woodcut. So of course I'm going to get all sorts of rings. I think the main issue is probably going to be the cosmic runes, right? So yeah, I can get rings, and I don't need a ring mold, and I am an idiot. So yeah, I'm guessing probably you guys are all a lot smarter than me, so I'm guessing you were all laughing at me originally when I was saying that anyway. But yeah, I now am in the know too, so I shall laugh past me as well. So there is 30 woodcutting, which if we had access to them would mean that we could chop willow logs. So I'm just going to light all of these oak logs here, and then I'm going to go check out the museum and see if I indeed can get the XP from Orlando Smith for doing the 1k Slayer and Hunter XP that everyone gets at the start of their account. Because if I can, I should be able to get level 9 or 10 Hunter, and that will speed up my lamping of it a lot. So yeah, I'm going to go check that out. Right, I believe that is all of them done. Let's see if we can indeed get these rewards. We can indeed. 9 Hunter and 18 Slayer now. We don't unlock anything with either, I don't believe, but that is very nice to have done. And now when we get a lamp in Hunter, it's going to be 90 XP instead of 10 XP. So we're increasing our lamping markedly, which is very, very nice. And yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do now. Probably just go back to woodcutting, because I kind of have to get the woodcutting, or at least a substantial amount of the woodcutting and fletching out of the way before I can start anything else, because our cash stack is looking not great, and we need to have cash to train our range, our magic, etc. So yeah, we're going to stick with the woodcutting for now, and I'll update you soon. And here is level 25 fletching, which means we can now make oak longbows, which is what we're going to be making all the way to level 72 fletching, because you can sell them for twice as much GP per log as you can the shields. Otherwise I do the shields because you use 2 logs and it's 50 XP, and it's the same per log but it's faster, but they only sell for the same as the oak longbows. So we need to do oak longbows for the GP, and we're going to be making about 30,000 of them. So it's going to be a long grind, but hopefully it should be fun. And there is level 40 woodcutting. We are rattling through it. This really isn't too bad. It's 30 seconds AFK each and every time. I don't need to turn run off because I save enough with my shitloads of agility that I've got, so I don't actually need to preserve run at all. So I just sprint over here, fletch at the bank, bank it all, and then just run back to the oak trees. 33 fletching as well. Very nice. Yeah, this will fly by. Okay, so you guys seem to quite like the theory crafting element of this series, and what you might think is best is to craft all the oak longbows, stick them all in the bank, and run back over here. But I've come up with a small little optimization which can make this a lot better. So let me just chop a full invent of logs and I'll get back to you. So with us, our full invent, we're going to do... So the first optimization is obviously cut the logs whilst you run. So run over like this, cutting. But as you'll notice, this run isn't particularly far. And I'm done by the time I'm at the 5th log. So I'm stood at the bank AFK for 23, 22 logs or something, which, is a kind of time waste. So I feel like there's something we can do with this time. So what we're going to do is what I'm going to show you now, which is when we get to 4 logs remaining, we're going to bank and then we're going to run over here back to the trees whilst cutting, making this run here actually productive. And because it takes so long to get full invent and we're relatively close to the bank, the run energy is going to regen all the way, and we're not going to be losing run energy by running back with some of the logs, crafting them, and only cutting 23 per invent instead of 27. One thing I think might be cool actually is if I need to buy runes for mage training, what I could do, I guess, in theory, is cut these logs with 1 invent space remaining whilst walking over to the rune shop with coins in my inventory, buy the runes and then walk back, and then effectively I'm 0 timing the walk to the rune shop to the bank. Now I guess it doesn't really matter that much because I'd be hopping for the runes in future, but it'd be like a absolutely minuscule time save, but a time save nonetheless. That could be cool. Go on then, let's just get the dragon spear from the mystery box. Or not. And coming in shortly is level 50 woodcutting. You can now chop down mahogany trees, which are miles away. And we're very nearly 45 fletching as well, so we're really rattling through it. The 60 woodcutting is going to come very quickly, which is one of the requirements, but obviously we're going to have to way overshoot that. Once I hit maybe 50 fletching, I might start doing some fire making, but yeah, it's going well. You see, this is one of the benefits of being a, somewhat moderately popular YouTuber. Aside from the fast cars and all the women, people are actually willing to give you their hard-earned GP to use on bonds. I mean, how amazing is that? Thanks to Thick Squats. I mean, he looks like a fucking Chad with a twisted bow in the Missouri. I mean, wish that could be me. Look at that. What a guy. What a guy. Thank you very much, Thick Squats. So I've got 3,000 oak longbows at the moment at just shy of 48 fletching, and I'm going to go try and sell them just to check that my selling technique actually works and it is worth it. My estimate is I should get just short of 100k from this, and I've never had anywhere near that on any of my accounts. So let's go see if that's the case. Right, so we fell slightly short of the 100k that we wanted. We managed to get 76k, which is really very decent. I feel like what I'll do is probably spend most of it on archery stuff because it's so cheap, because it's 1 GP per arrow, I believe. Oops.
well, okay, so the iron ones are I'll just buy the bronze ones then. And we need short bow, oak short bow, willow short bow, and maple short bow, all very cheap. And yeah, we'll hop. World switcher on. We'll hop worlds a few times, grab some arrows, and then go shoot some. I think it's probably men that are probably best to shoot, because I think they've got like a -21 defense or range defense. So I think you pretty much have 100% accuracy on them. So let's go see how we can get on with 450 arrows. Where are the best men in this chunk? I think there's a couple over here somewhere. Where are they? Oh, they're here. Okay, I need to find some that are quite easily safe spottable, basically. Okay, so there's 2 in there, but that doesn't look particularly safe spotty to me. Yeah, I can't see how I can reliably set up a safe spot in here. Okay, I'll go. In fact, the pub over near the northeast is probably better. Right, I'll go do that. Okay, so this is probably a lot better. There's quite a lot of stuff that I can hide behind and shoot. Hopefully, well, if these tables are shoot over. Oh, fuck. Oh, maybe they are. Right, let's give it a go, shall we? That could be a problem. Well, it's not a problem because well, to be fair, do I even need to safe spot them? Probably not, right? I'm 40 defense and nearly 50 hit points. I'm probably actually fine. Cool. All right, let's get stuck in then. See what range level we can get to with 450 arrows. So we are about to hit level 5 range, which is our first bow upgrade to the oak short bow. What an upgrade that is. Let's go. Hopefully we hit a bit more often now. I'm still not hitting a lot, even on the men with their -21 defense, but wow, we kind of finished it super quick there with the oak, so that's good. Let's see what the attack difference is. So the range strength, I believe that's entirely from the arrows. Yeah. And the regular short bow is +8 and the oak is +14, so nearly twice as good. So yeah, this will definitely speed up our training a little bit. We're down 80 or so arrows and we're at level 5. I'm doubtful we'll get to level 20, but we only need level 30 for the chunk overall to wield the maple short bow and the adamant arrows. But nice to finally get some range training done, and it'll be good for future range training because in Varrock we obviously have the archery shop, so we can get as many arrows as we need easily, and we've got a decent range weapon in the maple short bow. Could definitely be worse. You know, there's quite a lot of one chunk men that have to train range with like knives they've made themselves, or just a regular short bow. So yeah, it could definitely be a lot worse having a maple short bow that I can just buy and adamant arrows that I can just buy. So yeah, this is nice. I'm really, really happy I rolled this Varrock chunk, you know. It's so good. Go on then, 20 range, easy as you like. We're onto the willow short bow now. Oh, drop the oak one, grab the arrows. So now I can also get the studded body and legs that they sell at Horvick's shop. So we shall go and do that. And then we'll finally look like a proper ranger, which will be good. And only 10 levels to go until this chunk goal is completed. Alright, let's go. Did I already buy the chaps? I feel like I did, didn't I? So I've grabbed the studded body now. So let's go see what the stats are on these bad boys. So... Yes, I did. Okay, so with the willow short bow, we're talking +20. Another +8 from the body and another +6 from the chaps. And look at us, we look almost like a real player these days. Look at that. We're gaming now. And then I think I can wear my med helm without losing any range attack, right? I can indeed. Look at me. Look at me. I've got something equipped in like every item slot except the ring. And I could get a ring because... Shall I pull open one of these and see what we get? Roulette.
Classic gold ring. There we go. Something in every slot. Oh, that looks good, doesn't it? So sexy. Right, I'm actually quite bored of doing the fletching, so instead we're going to go for the old fire making. Where's my tinderbox gone? Bank organisation is terrible. But here we go. So I don't need to do anything with the bank because I'm not going to be going to the bank. And let's get stuck into some fire making, shall we? Level 25 fire making. It is so refreshing how quick it is as well. Look. 60 XP per instead of 25 is so much faster. Yeah, we'll fly through these levels. Go on then, level 30 fire making as well. Why not? Let's burn some willow logs, which we don't have. Apparently oak logs is actually better than willow logs though in terms of XP per hour chopping, burning and fletching. So I'm actually in quite a good spot here. And also an awful lot of chunk men only ever have a steel axe. And I'm lucky enough to have a black axe. So yeah, I could definitely be in a worse spot for this. But yeah, let's keep going. There is level 55 woodcutting. And level 50 fletching, which is the level for maple shortbows, but we have absolutely no access to bowstring here or I believe anywhere close to me at all. So we won't be making any bows, but we will be continuing on fletching so we can get ourselves an entirely useless U-shield. Here is level 60 woodcutting. You can now cut down yew trees, which is one of the tasks for our chunk. Oops, there's Microsoft Teams booting up because I was doing all this on mobile, but thought I'd come out and record level 60. So that's pretty cool. 55 fletching as well now, so only 17 fletching levels to go. And yeah, I'm probably just going to leave the fire making till last because it'll be so free. But yeah, this chunk is going well so far and is a nice break from the crafting and the cooking of the last episode because this is very AFK, very chilled out. You know, it takes 30 seconds for each of these to fall now post forestry update, and it takes about a minute to craft all the logs into longbows as we had over there. So very relaxed and easy to do on mobile. So yeah, nice little chunk so far. There is 65 woodcutting, and we also got 60 fletching last night whilst we were on mobile. Getting through this grind one step at a time. I've also got 8,000 oak longbows in the bank by now, which means that, I mean, that's another 200-ish K right there. So that is very nice, because I'm hoping I'm going to end this chunk with almost 1 million GP, which will be very good. Okay, so we've got all this cash and we're going to get a lot more from that. So let's go have some fun with it and buy ourselves some runes. So the main spell we're going to be using is Fire Strike, so I'll kind of focus. I'll go and buy a fire staff. Oh, I can go buy all the staffs, to be fair, because why not? Oh, this shop sells loads as well. I'm doing another super secret series that I can't tell you about at the moment. But it involves a wilderness shop up at the north, and it only has like 5 of these per world, so I'll be able to buy runes here a lot easier. So we'll buy a whole invent of these bad boys, and we'll get a whole invent of airs as well, probably 2 whole invents of airs, and then we'll just get to doing some casting, I guess. So let's go buy ourselves a staff of air. I mean, look how lucky we are to have the staff shop in our chunk. Very nice indeed. But there we are. Staff of air achieved. And we can now... Do I want the defense levels or not? Or do I want to just get magic? I think I'm just going to get magic levels, because we're kind of encroaching on the wildy now. And if we get any kind of task in the wildy, it'll probably be better to have a lower combat level than necessary. I mean, I know that the Elder Chaos Druid is like crazy PK hotspot. Green Dragon's also a crazy PK hotspot. So if we can avoid that, that would be ideal. So yeah, I think I'll just train the magic. What should we train it on? These guards are probably all right if I can safe spot over this, which it looks like I can. So yeah, we're going to rapidly get some magic levels here. I'll probably see you at whatever the milestone I decide is a milestone. Sorry, Am I fucking dumb? Why did I buy an air staff instead of a fire staff? I meant to buy a fire staff. Oh my god. I'm literally... I'm getting old. I'm 26 now. Brain just isn't what it used to be. I've had a good degree from like a good university, and I can't even remember to get fire staff. My brain is literally melting before my very eyes. Go on then. There's the 5 magic, so we can now use Water Strike. Not bad. I should probably, I'm thinking, when I get to level 13, I get Fire Strike, which is probably what I'm going to do all the way to 55 on. Probably, because it's cheap and effective. I think probably what I'll need to do is swap to werewolves to kill, because I'll kill them pretty quick with magic, and what's quite good about them is that they actually do have some alright drops, really, in comparison to a lot of stuff. There's not really anything proper meaningfully that has like meaningfully good drops that I can kill in my chunks. There's kind of just some garbage. It's like one Black Knight, a couple men, nothing there, you know, Crawling Hands and Banshee, which aren't great either, vampires, which are a pain in the ass, but the werewolves in the pub, being able to safe spot them over the tables if I can, might be the one. Yeah, there's just really not that much useful stuff. I mean, I've got like snails, but that was a lot of work for not much reward. But if I can kill the werewolves and get like, you know, just a rune med helm here and there, like that'll just be a nice way to get some of this money back that I'm going to be spending on the runes. So yeah, I'll probably move there once I get to 13. Earth Strike unlocked at level 9. There we go. Oh, that makes a funny noise. I don't know if you guys can hear that or not. Right, and there is level 13 for Fire Strike. However, I don't have a fire staff because I'm brain dead. So, yeah, let's go grab one. So, cannot point out again just how lucky I am. One tile, well, you know, it's a few tiles away from not having it. But there we have our fire staff. And now we can cast Fire Strike. So, we're going to be a damage machine from here. I mean, this is probably actually my best DPS against most things because my strength level is so terrible. And I've only got an Addy sword, so, you know, magic being OP as it is at low levels, this is now probably my best DPS against most things, which is cool. I guess I should probably wear my Zami robes because they may give some level of attack bonus. Yes, plus 14, very nice. Look at that. I look like a Chad. And there is level 65 Fletching, which aside from being the level for U short bows and diamond tipped Addy bolts, also means we are exactly 50% of the way to level 72. So if you didn't know, every 7 levels your XP doubles in any skill at pretty much any level bar the very, very early game. So, you know, 64 will be twice what 57 is, 78 will be twice what 71 is, and most famously, 99 is twice what 92 is. So that means we're halfway through the Fletching, we're nearly at 70 woodcutting as well. Still haven't bothered with the fire making yet, but the Fletching really is the main grind, so it's kind of the main thing that I'm spending a lot of my time doing. So, yeah, we'll crack on. I started my one chunk journey in Canifis. Miserable, dreary, and an exceptionally long grind. That's just my video style. From the dark, green swamps and the foreboding woods, you can imagine my joy when I got to Varrock, a city of rich castles, a thriving community, newbie nostalgia, and the Grand Exchange. Except not for me. My experience is cutting tens of thousands of oak longbows, burning thousands of oak logs, and casting Fire Strike 10,000 times. We don't do fun here, or anywhere. This is Canifis Chunk. Last time on Canifis Chunk, we rolled through the lumberyard and into Varrock, This left us with a number of grinds including 30 range, 55 magic, 60 fire making and 72 fletching. If you enjoy this series, please hit like on the video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps it get out to more people, and I have some insane videos on this series coming up that have already been recorded. So yeah, thank you. I just somehow completely missed getting 70 woodcutting. There it is, level 70, 65 fletching at the moment. Well on the way to 66. I think my prediction is going to be about right, that we're going to end at about 78, 79 potentially woodcutting by the time we're done with the fletching and the fire making. But yeah, level 66 fletching coming in. How's our woodcutting doing? Yeah, way past 70 now. So yeah, we're firmly past halfway to level 72. Only 6 levels to go. Each one of these takes about 5 hours, because it's about 10k XP per hour, 11k XP per hour. So yeah, these are going to be coming thick and fast for you, but have been long and disparate for I. So yeah, I hope you're enjoying. And 71 woodcutting. Is that the level for the crystal axe? Yes, it is. And we shall never ever have one of those, because it could not be further away from the chunks that we're in. If I ever make it over to whatever it's called, what's it called? Patadermit? No. See, my brain is now broken completely from playing Chunkman. I've got no idea. Perfidinas, that's what it's called. If I ever make it there on this account, I will die a happy man. But yeah, all that to say, 71 woodcutting. And I missed the level, because that's just what I do. Level 68 fletching, which is the level for nothing at all. But yeah, 4 more levels to go. Level 50 hit points coming in. Getting the range up on these men and women has been pretty good so far. So many more range levels to go. Level 750 total. That's a not bad little milestone, is it really? Nice. Level 30 range, which is the level that we need in the chunk. Let's head over to the archery shop and buy the items that we need. So what we need is a maple short bow and an adamant arrow. And once we equip those, that is the range tasks in the chunk completed, and we can move on to whatever's going to be next. If you want free money in this world, don't beg on the streets. Just become a semi-popular RuneScape YouTuber, and people will be willing to give. I mean, these days, bonds are about 10 mil, so that's like a 30 mil this guy's getting. That's like a pair of Bandos tassets. That's pretty good. Thank you. 35 fire making. Time to rattle through some of these levels now. They're going to be so quick in comparison to the fletching, because fletching is 25 XP per longbow and the oak logs are 60 XP to burn. So not only is it significantly less XP to get overall, but also more XP per log. So we're starting to get to that point in the fire making now where we don't have to do this bit too often, because it's really painful when your character stops and bends down. It's just so much nicer when you do this, you know, this pirouette routine. So I'm excited when we stop doing the bending down at all, but I'll be back with you with 40 soon. And there is level 40 fire making. Really quite enjoying the fire making grind. It's nice to just fly through some levels like it's absolutely nothing. So I'm sure there'll be a few more of these coming up. Level 45 fire making coming in. These really fly past very quickly. Probably going to go to level 50 maybe, and then go back to fletching. And there is level 50. We can now go to Wintertard, except obviously it's on completely the other side of the map, so we can't. That's Chunkman for you. 73 woodcutting, the boaty number. It's amazing. I just got 73 woodcutting purely on oak logs, but due to the grinds that I've already done on this series, this really felt like not a lot. What? What? I didn't even notice. I was AFKing so hard that I didn't even notice that I got it. What the fuck? I need that on my 1 pet at a time account. That literal exact pet as if I got it at 1 million XP cutting. Oh, that's so funny. Lol. I saw loads of GZs in the chat, was what I first saw, and I scrolled up and it said Canifis Edition, and I was like, what? And it was beaver? That's so funny, as if I just got a beaver at level 73 woodcutting on oak trees. That's so funny. There's this guy in the chat called Maka, right, who does a like ultimate suicide insane chunk man who needs the beaver to roll his next chunk, and I think he's about to get 99 woodcutting purely on oak trees without getting it. And I just got it at 73 woodcutting ultimate troll number as well. Oh my god, that's so funny. Big level coming in here. Level 70 fletching. U longbows unlocked. I can cut them, but I can't string them, so getting a U bow is not too useful to me. Only 2 levels to go until the fletching goal for the chunk is done. Level 72 is the level for the oak shield. And there you can tell the first number of my bank pin, if you were watching carefully. So let's not go in there. And yeah, we're going to get 75 woodcutting fairly soon, but I probably won't get it on recording. Okay, so we just got 76 woodcutting. I got 71 fletching last night on mobile, so we're only 50k till 72, which is obviously the chunk goal. But, right, so my whole plan this whole time, and stick with me here, is I was going to get these oak longbows, and sell them to the shop, right? And if I sell them to the shop slowly, like slow sell them to the shop, it will take about 6 hours and I'll get just short of 1 million GP. If I just go to the shop and sell them like really quickly, it'll be done in 2 minutes and I'll get about 250k GP. So we're talking about a cost of 750k GP for about 6 hours of my time. And also 6 hours of some of the most miserable world hopping that has ever happened, right? So we're talking about 120k per hour-ish, 150k per hour. But what do I need GP for is the main question. So we got some sort of, what chunks have we got around us? So barrows would be a lot of positive GP for us. Because we'd get a lot of runes that I could sell, particularly the blood runes. I could high alch a lot of the dupes that I get from the barrows chest, so we would net quite a lot of GP from that. We've got this chunk here, which is the sort of construction chunk, which would be a 99 construction grind, I believe. I'm not 100% on that. It would depend if, well, the main issue with that would be the lore runes, so I don't think I'd actually have the lore runes. But essentially, if we ever unlock that, I'll need the GP to get 99 construction. Likely what that would involve, depending on further unlocking a lore rune source at a later date, would be getting a lot of GP. Like, we're talking 60 million GP. So would my 750k that I'm about to lose out on now really bother me? No. I mean, it's going to be a tiny amount of the GP that we're going to need. So essentially, the question is are we going to get a grind anyway that can yield potentially more than 120k GP per hour soon? Or a grind that is so long that we're going to net loads and loads of GP anyway? Again, the answer is probably yes, I think. Like, I currently have some of the worst GP money makers, like, ever. Like, there's nothing around me that drops anything of any use. Like if we get here, we unlock Earth Warriors, which is my Slayer task at the moment, and then I could do that, and then I could start rolling Slayer again, and we could unlock some better Slayer creatures. Like in this chunk as well, not only is there the construction, but there's the Varrock Sewers, which has Moss Giants and Hill Giants, and, you know, a whole Obor grind and stuff like that, and we're, you know, 5 tiles away from it. And all that would just yield so much GP that I think it would be kind of stupid of me to spend kind of between 6 and 8 hours slow selling these longbows. So I need the money for the mage, but I only need about 160k. So I think, and this is probably going to dramatically upset some of you. Oh, it looks like someone had the same idea with maple longbows. So look, they buy for 32, but you can slow sell them 5 at a time, which is what I was doing before, for 134 GP for 5. So yeah, we're talking just shy of 900k. Or I can go on the shop, set that to 50 for the left click, and then just quick sell them like this. And I think this is probably going to be the way, because that 240k is going to be absolutely massive for me right now. Not spending 8 hours selling it and not rolling any chunks is going to be massive for me generally, because I think we're going to unlock a better moneymaker soon than slow selling fucking longbows to a shop, right? Because that is bleak, and frankly I don't want to do it. So this is probably really, really, really upsetting a lot of people right now that I'm doing this at all. But I think it's the clever choice, because I think it's a cost. It's one of those situations where, a bit like on a max Ironman when I was doing that, and a max main, is actually you're best spending all your money doing like the fastest Herblore training methods possible and such like that, because the GP per hour you can net by doing the best PVM is so much higher. And I think the situation is going to be like that here. I think 1 million GP seems like a lot to me with the chunks that I have at the moment, but in the grand scheme of things, if I could unlock anything that can be a decent amount of alks, like Briar Fighter and like Obor, if I unlock the Varrock Sewer chunk, that realistically this amount of money just isn't that much. So I think this is probably actually, in the long run, likely the best. In fact, it definitely is, because the only chunk where I really need GP is this one. And even that's in the long run, because I can't do it yet, because I don't have a primary or good enough secondary source of lore runes to get 99 construction. So anywhere that is a good enough source of lore runes, whether that's crafting them, or the Elder Chaos mages might be, or I don't know what's a good source of lore runes, but yeah, essentially if I need GP, oh hello, go on, give me a stale baguette, kebab. They're actually all right for me because I can't get any really good food effectively. But this GP here is going to be massive for me in this chunk, but really not that useful for me in the future, because we are going to get better money makers than 120k raw GP per hour. Like we have to. When we do, it would have been a waste for me to spend 8 hours doing it. So there we are. We sold all our GP. We sold all our longbows. That feels wrong. We're going to get a little bit more of them, getting 72. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to buy lots and lots of runes. 800 total level. Can't believe 50 total levels have gone by so quickly. Though I guess that's what happens when you train a skill from level 1 with a decent training method like fire striking. Firebolt there, I imagine we'll be using that quite a lot in the future, but not right now. You know, if we do barrows, that'll probably be one of the spells that we use quite a lot, just because it's slightly faster than the fire strike. 35 magic. This has been quicker and more AFK than I thought. Getting some bones banked just in case we need to get protection prayers at some point, because we're only 22 prayer at the moment. But the werewolves are pretty good. They're quite AFK because they've got 100 hit points as well. And I think these are probably the best things that I can kill, to be honest. I don't think there's much better than this, because these have a chance of dropping that rune med, which is like a free 10k. So yeah, this is not too bad. Oh, go on then. 40 magic. Teleport to house. Elder Chaos Druid robes, which we're pretty close to on the map, I believe. Yeah, just one square away from those. They'd be pretty cool to get, I think. Would be better than the Zamorak Monk types that I've got at the minute. But we're flying at the moment. 45 magic on the Xtreme Onechunk account. That is a teleport to Camelot, which we won't be doing. But, you know, we did unlock the teleport to Varrock earlier, which we can do. So look forward to me casting that. That will be so exciting. It feels a bit like the good old days at the moment. Back from episode 1, killing the werewolves. They are a lot easier to kill these days with our magic spells. But it's a bit nostalgia being back here. I've accidentally clicked on this fella a couple times and got myself Moonlight Meads. It fills me with all sorts of tingles. But I also just got a lamp and got 100 Hunter XP for it. I'm hoping to get up to 27, which I think is a baby impling, and I think from baby implings I can get a bowstring. It might be a young impling actually, but one of those fairly low level implings you can get a bowstring from. And I can make use short bows at the moment, but also there are Ents here which drop magic logs, so I'd need to get 87 fletching for that. But as part of that, if I had the bowstring as well, I would be able to get level... I'd be able to get a magic short bow. So getting a magic short bow would just be game changing for all sorts of stuff, because it's a, you know, actually good weapon, and I can buy arrows from the archery shop. So that could be something to look out for. But it really relies on me getting that Hunter XP, and getting that level 1 to 9 Hunter at the museum was a game changer, because I just got 100 XP from a lamp, which would be the same as 10 lamps at level 1. So getting that 1 to 9 has been really good, and getting 27 or so Hunter, which I think is what it is it? Yeah, so it'd be that plus 10 and then that plus 10 as well. I think it might be young actually, but either way, 27 or 32 via lamping is a big grind, but a lot smaller for not having to start at level 1 and being able to start at level 10. So hopefully we'll get more lamps soon. And I haven't finished the outfits yet actually, like the beekeeper one and the camo one. And once I do, that new update will mean that I start getting even more lamps than I do at the minute. I think that update is stupid, and you shouldn't just be getting lamps willy-nilly from random events, but if that's what they want to do, I will take advantage. Oh, go on then. Go on then, I don't mind if we do. Book of Knowledge, chuck it on hunting. You might get 2 levels out of this, probably only 1, but 2 would be pretty cool. Nearly 2. Look at that, 150 Hunter XP, that is huge. 11 Hunter. We can now hunt more useless birds that we are nowhere near to catching. That is level 55 magic on the werewolves. High alchemy unlocked. I need to cast it to get the task. I way overshot and bought 7,000 too many mines and 14,000 too many air runes, but oh well, here we are, 55 magic. Right, so we are now 55 magic, and what we're going to be doing is alching our spare rune medhelms. Where are they? In fact, we'll be getting those out. And where's our rune meds? Sorry, the bank is not looking good. So we've got 2 spare rune meds, so we may as well just alch those. There is high level alchemy cast, which is a chunk task. 55 magic. We also need to equip our mystic gloves, which we can now do. Let's see what the stats on those are actually. 1 second. Let's have a little look. So we were operating with a very minimal +2 and 1 slash defense, and we now have +3 magic defense and +3 magic attack, which is pretty decent, I would say, at least for when we're going to be casting spells, which hopefully will be a lot, because it's actually way our highest DPS. I mean, we could technically go and buy like death runes now and hit 15, so yeah. But what we're going to do whilst we're in Canifis is we're going to go and chop a hollow tree, because that is a, what are they called? Achievement diary task in the Morytania region. So I don't know what the hollow trees actually look like. Okay, there's one.
chop down hollow... Oh, it's these fellas, these little squat boys. So these require 45 wood cutting to cut, so we couldn't have cut them before going to rolling the bronze axe and starting leveling our wood cutting. So there is the medium task, and we get bark. Can we make anything out of that? I don't really know. How do you make like the blood bark and swamp bark armor? That's an update that's so new that I have no idea what I'm doing. So yeah, let's get on with it. And I think we're going to be heading back to Varrock now. Oh, I'm going to be casting a teleport to Varrock. How exciting is this? Here we go. So 3 of those. Right, equip our fire staff. This is going to be juice. And I think that's a medium Varrock task. There it is. And we're back in Varrock to do some fletching. Oh my god, I can actually teleport somewhere. That is pretty cool. So the big day is upon us. And that means we are about to fletch these 2 oak longbows to get level 72 fletching, which is the level for yew shields. Now, there is a yew tree over here, which we're going to chop to get 3 logs. What, 2, God, I'm getting confused there. 2 to make a yew shield with, and 1 that I'm going to burn once I get to 60 fire making. So there is the first 2. That was remarkably easy. And this is when it's going to take, 45 seconds to get a 3rd one, because that is how RNG works. Pretty effective little woodcutting grind that we've just had, getting the beaver. That is exciting to say the least. Yeah, this really is taking a while. Okay, a further 40 seconds later and we got our 3rd yew log. Let's craft that shield. How much XP do we get for this? God, they take a long time, don't they? 150 XP for that. Very cool. That's also probably a best in... I mean, that is a best in slot range shield for us. I think there's a bronze crossbow in the shop, so that might be worth looking into. But, yeah. I don't think I'll be able to wear it, will I? Oh, no, I can. I'd have thought you'd need like 40 range for that or something. Nice. So, does that give us that? What's the bonuses on that then? So, +0 range. Oh. None. It doesn't give any attack bonus. What's the point? Weird. Okay, right. Is it better than the Myth Kite Shield, though? That could be... Not Myth Kite Shield, Myth Square Shield, which is what we've got. Let's have a little cheeky comparison. So we're looking at... sort of +12, +9... And no, so it's not better than a Myth Shield. What is the point of you? So I got 72 fletching for a useless shield, but that is 72 fletching, and now on to the fire making. So I'm a little bit bored of the fire making, so what I'm going to do now is tick off the remaining, I believe, 5 tasks that I need to get finish this chunk. So I need 60 fire making, which we're 52 at the moment, and I need to do some things. So buying a newspaper is one of them. That's an easy task in the Varrock area. And then I think I need to browse this woman's store. I think trade. Yep, there's another one. So those are our 2 easy tasks done. And then I need to start a couple quests as well. So talk to Romeo, start Romeo and Juliet. Start Romeo and Juliet. Yes, I have seen her actually. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. And let's start the quest. Come on. Yes, start Romeo and Juliet. So, right. That's done, but I can't get to Juliet in the west, so that's fine. And I need to speak to Gypsy Aris as well and start the Demon Slayer quest. And I can only do up to step 1 on that as well, because I think it's probably going to tell me to go to the library or something like that. It's okay, where is he? I'll kill him for you. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Right. Cool. Go through all the options just in case. I think we're all good, though. Oh. Turns out there's a cutscene. So, yes, it wants me to go to the Serf prison in the southwest corner of Varrock Castle, but I cannot get there because my chunk ends here. So, yeah, we're kind of stuck on that one as well. So that's that done.
Next thing we're going to do is go to the museum and grab the kind of kit that you... I mean... Oh, can I? Yes, I can do that. So... Okay, right, let's squeeze through here. So... Oh, well done. Sorry, you can't go in here unless you've completed the dig site quest, but I can't complete the dig site quest. Okay, so that's a task that I actually can't do then. So there's a number 1 dig at a training spot thing, dig at the soil, but you need a trowel, which I think... Oh, hang on. Is there a trowel spawn near Varrock Center? That's what the chunk picker says. It says there's a spawn for a trowel somewhere around here. I can't see any item spawns on the map except over here. Is that a trowel? Or that? No, that's a pot. What's this one? Leather body. And these ones are 2 logs. Okay, I'll have to have a look into that and see what that thinks, where it thinks that is. So I think what's happening there is that it's picking up that it's an item spawn that I can grab the trowel from the kit over there on the wall, but I can't get in there until I've done the dig site. So that's actually a redundant task, and I can't actually do it. So I'll backlog that, which means we are now done with this chunk, except getting 60 fire making and burning a U-log. So let's get on with that. Oh, I was about to get this level on mobile, but I thought I may as well record it. Level 55 fire making, just 5 levels to go until level 60, and completing the Varrock chunk and rolling the next ones. I'll tell you what, this 72 fletching, I don't think I spoke about it at the time, totally underrated grind. I mean, I've got nearly 900k XP in fletching now, and the XP per hour was about 12k per hour. So, you know, I've been in this chunk now for nearly 100 hours. It really doesn't feel like it, because in comparison to the Port Phasmatis chunk, it's been quite a diverse range of training, and also quite AFK, chopping the oak logs and such. So it's been quite AFK, so it's not felt quite so bad, because I've not had to do so much world hopping and this kind of thing. But yeah, totally underrated. Nearly, you know, 75-ish hours spent on the fletching alone. So yeah, it's been a wild ride, but we're near. Okay guys, it's a big moment coming in. Level 60 fire making, you can now burn U-logs, which is the last chunk goal that we needed. So what we're going to do is go and grab our U-logs out the bank and set fire to them. So let's do that. There we go, 202 XP, U-logs burn. All done. 55 magic, 72 fletching, 60 fire making, pretty much the main goals. What a chunk that was. We got 3-4 major skills unlocked with the 77 woodcutting as well. Beaver, first pet on the account, very cool. And yeah, we didn't really get... Well, we did, I guess, get quite a lot of good, solid new gear, like the myth plate body and the Addy sword. So yeah, onto the chunk picker, I guess. So now that we have completed the Varrock Center chunk, this is what we are working with. Quite a lot of cool stuff now. I guess now that I've got access to the rune shop, the barrows would actually be pretty doable, at least in comparison to what it was before, because I wouldn't be needing to be self-reliant on runes. I could just runes. I could just buy as many as possible. Chaos Druids would be pretty cool up here. I think I'd struggle killing them, but if I could, they've got some pretty cool drops. But otherwise, let's get to rolling. Fenkenstrain's Castle. Complete creature Fenkenstrain up to step 8. That seems like quite a lot. Wow. Yeah, oh, so I guess that used to be an 80 construction chunk, didn't it? Not construction, 80 cooking chunks. It's got fire, but now that I have 80 cooking anyway, it isn't. So yeah, I guess I'll just crack on and do that. Okay, so here we are. Let's unlock the castle. Do we get access to experiments from this? Because what, the graveyard fellas are... Because you go in through the graves, don't you? And the graves are there. So if we get far enough in the quest, I guess we get access to it. So yeah, let's get stuck in and complete as much of this quest as we can. Okay, so I just got the step, go to the grave of the gardener and dig for his head. I'm not entirely sure that I can get a spade. I don't have one in the bank. I'll have to have a little look and see if I can get one. Why might it think? Let's say at the general store, or maybe the charter ships? Potentially? I don't think there's one in Varrock, so yeah, I think unless the charter ships have one, I don't have one available. We'll see. Ah, okay, so they're not sold at any of the stores, but supposedly there's a spawn for one on the second floor of the Varrock general store, so I guess I have to go and get that, which is a pain in the ass because it couldn't be further away. But we'll be back shortly with a spade. So let's see if the wiki is correct and there is a spade up here. There is. Very cool. What's the other item up here? A knife. Don't need one of those. Very cool. Right, let's carry on with this quest. So it looks like we probably can do experiments, because I believe the experiments are underneath this grave here, aren't they? So yeah, kill level 51 experiment. Yeah, so we can do experiments as a training method now, which is interesting, because that's actually a very good training method, isn't it? Okay, I'm not entirely sure if I'm going to be able to go up here. Oh, I can. I was expecting that to be grey. Oh, okay, so this is technically part of a chunk we've had for a long time. But we just get the body parts from here and then take them back to Fenkenstrain. Okay, I think this is the last part in the quest that we can do. He needs a needle and 5 threads. Guess I'll have to go buy those from the store. Okay, we are back with the needle and the thread that we bought from the Canifis shop. Looks like for the next stage we're going to need 3 bronze wires and a silver bar, none of which we can get at the moment, so that is the end of the creature of Fenkenstrain for us. Let's just grab the stuff out of here, just so we can say we've totally maximised this quest. Looks like we get, yeah, one broom handle, and I think you get 3 of these. 3 of these. Will it work if I... Okay, yeah, right. So that's what you need the bronze wire and the silver bar for. So we're as far into the creature of Fenkenstrain as we can get. Okay, so we have now finished the creature of Fenkenstrain up to step 8. Let's roll another chunk, I guess. Ooh. Oh, is that green drag? Yeah, that looks like green dragons to me. Okay, so I need to get a rune weapon and green dragonhide armor. So the green dragonhide armor is obviously just a number of kills. And then I also need to do them until I get a myth kite shield and a rune dagger by the looks of it. And there's a couple tasks as well. So tan some green d'hide, that's easy. And kill a green dragon again, that's just kind of default as part of doing these other tasks. So looks like I'm basically killing green dragons until I get a myth kite shield and a rune dagger. I don't actually know how rare they are, so that could be a bit brutal. And I also don't exactly know how I'm going to kill them, because if we look here, there is, would you say fair to say, no safe spots? By the looks of it. So without an anti-dragon shield, this could maybe not go brilliantly, but we just have to give it a go and try and devise a method if it's awkward. So yeah, let's get stuck in. Okay, so fun fact for you, green dragons, unlike blue dragons, which is what most people would use to get 43 prayer or something like that, actually have a magic level. So blue dragons are 1 magic, which is why people just fire strike them and hit every single time. However, green dragons, I think, have something like 68 magic. So you actually don't hit on them very well with magic at all. Having said that, though, I still think it's probably going to be our best method for now, just because I can't really melee them for obvious reasons. And I'm only 30 range, so I can't see a maple shortbow being better. So I'm going to try the magic thing. I also get a longer range with magic, which will help me. But the main thing I've got to try and do here is find a safe spot or some kind of jammy way to wedge them in somewhere so that I can kill them from a distance without them walking up to me. Because I don't have protect from magic to even help with the fire resistance, and I obviously don't have an anti-dragon shield. So yeah, we could be in a bit of a rough spot here. Haven't brought any food with me, which is probably an error as well. But let's go see what we can do. Okay, so we are now at the border. Let's unlock the chunk like so. I'm slightly nervous about this because it looks like the green dragons might be really far north. I know, okay, so there's some here. Hopefully I can safe spot over these skeletons. Potentially. Don't really see why not. Ugh. See, this is the problem. I could see Jagex have specifically made the green dragon so they run away from these things. Right, let's try this one here. Look how bot infested it is. This is crazy. Okay, right. Can I shoot over it? I can. Okay, right. So the safe spotting is actually quite doable. I just need to be careful that I don't get myself killed by walking too close to a green dragon and fire blasting me. But look, as I said, these have such high magic level, so they just don't get killed very quickly by fire strike. However, I don't really need to kill too many and I've not checked the drop rate yet, but I can't imagine the drop rates for the Mythkite Shield and a Rune Dagger being particularly high, because I feel like when I've done these before on my yeah, this could be a problem. Okay, right, fuck it. Don't fire breath me. Okay, right, this could be tricky. Okay, what to do here? Shoot it from this side? Maybe, and start killing this one? Okay, yeah, see, this is going to be a bit of a problem, but hopefully after a bit of time they'll de-aggro from me, and hopefully people will leave me alone and not try and kill me, because that would be annoying. So hopefully we can... Oh, I can already tell this is going to be a very annoying grind. Okay, I'm thinking actually I'm going to try and run round over here and safe spot this one from here, because there's nothing that can spawn behind me from here. So I think I'm just going to focus on this one alone, and then I think I'll be in a better spot. Oh, I was definitely overestimating how common these would be. The Mythkite Shield and Rune Dagger are both a 1 in 128. So, yeah, that's going to be... This could be a very, very long grind unless I get lucky. I'm erring more towards trying the range setup, though. I feel like that might be better overall, and I'd get some range levels, which I'm going to need anyway, because I need to get 40 range to equip the green Dragonhide fan braces and stuff. Okay, cool. So I think after this trip, I'll do some range. Okay, so there is our first kill, and we get Dragon Bones, Green Dragonhide, and a looting bag, which is pretty cool. So the average kill with Fire Strike takes 168 seconds, which is a lot. That's nearly 3 minutes, and we've got to do, 128 kills on average. So we're talking 360 minutes, 6 hours-ish, which is really grim. If I use range, so a maple shortbow with iron arrows, we're talking 215 seconds, which is obviously worse. However, once we get to 40 range, due to max hit reasons, we're talking 110 seconds. So I think it might benefit me to just go and train some range on some low-level NPCs and then move here with the maple shortbow once I'm a bit more ready. Yeah, I think that's probably best. Really, really not cool though. That those kills take so long. If only these were blue dragons. If only they were blue dragons. Okay, so again, I've done some more research, and actually, if I get to 31 range with the iron arrows, my max hit goes up to 5 from 4, and that brings the kill down to 167 seconds. So from 31 range, the kills will be exactly the same as the magic speed. So I think that might actually be just better overall. Let's see if we can luck out and get one of the Mythkite Shield or Rune Dagger on the first kill. No, we cannot. We get Adamant Ore though. We don't have a primary training method for smithing, so that doesn't really matter too much. But interesting to start another sort of collection in the bank account, because that's what these kinds of accounts are all about. What's quite nice about this chunk, actually, and I've only really just realised, is I have the Ectofuntus over here, and I've got green dragon bones. Well, not green dragon bones, dragon bones. So if I use those at the Ectofuntus, they're 288 prayer XP each. And if I've got to kill 130 or so on average, that's like 40k prayer XP. And 40k prayer XP is more than enough to get level 43. Well, it's not more than enough to get 43. It's more than enough to get into the 40s, though. So likely we're going to have protection prayers after this grind, which is very nice. So this was the reward from 500 mind runes and 1,000 air runes, was 6 kills. So I think it'll probably even be cheaper to use range than magic. We got quite a lot of magic XP, which I guess is cool, although kind of useless to us. So yeah, I'm probably going to go and get 31 range so I can hit 4s or 5s, I can't remember what it was, with the iron arrows, and then see how we get on. So here we are getting 31 range on the men and women of the Varrock pub. And what we need to do now is bank all this crap, take out iron arrows, which should now hit 5s, and then we should be in a bit of a better spot to get some green dragon kills without spending all our money on runes that we're basically just splashing with. And every single level we get, it brings the average kill time down by about 5 seconds, and then every max hit we get brings the average kill down by about 30 seconds. So as soon as we start hitting 6s instead of 5s with these iron arrows, we'll be laughing. It will be significantly faster than the mage technique was. But as we are, this is what we're doing. So because the iron arrows maple shortbow actually fires a lot faster than casting fire strike, I'm going to bring 1,000 arrows with me. So we'll see how many kills we get out of that. They will have cost me 3.5k on average. So yeah, 3.5k in runes would be what, 350 casts? Something like that. Which would be, no, not even that. Because it'd be, you use 3 runes and they're about 5-ish each. So yeah, less than 300 casts. So if we can get more than 6 kills out of these 1,000 arrows, then even from a cost perspective, this is going to be a lot better than the runes were. Oh, go on then. 35 range. Getting through it. I don't know how many kills we've done right now, but we're on to our second event with the range setup. It's definitely a lot better and a lot cheaper. 1,000 arrows gets me, well, I actually left last time with 400 left, so 600 arrows gets me a full invent. So a lot cheaper, will be a lot quicker shortly. We're at about break even at the minute in the magic versus range setup. But we need to get the 40 range anyway, and this really isn't too bad, except when my arrows despawn because the kill takes too long. But hopefully we'll be able to get a Mythkite Shield or... No, but hopefully we'll be able to get those items relatively quickly. I'd prefer not to do like 500 green dragon kills, but if that's where we end up, that's where we end up. We got the Addy Med Helm, Addy Full Helm, which I need to look into. I don't think it will be better than the Rune Med Helm, but it's probably kind of comparable. But yeah, just fighting the green dragons behind this skeleton. Not seeing a single PK or anything. I guess they're probably further over this way fighting the bots that have a lot more interesting gear than me. But the grind is going well so far. Whoa, 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 hold up. I literally just realised I got a mithril axe. That's my best in slot axe, because I'm currently using a black axe. So that's kind of ideal, isn't it? So if we have to do any more woodcutting for any reason, I've got a slightly better axe to use. That's pretty handy. Nice. Okay, so we're up to 44 green dragon kills now, and we've got 37 range at the moment. I'm going to hop off the PC now and go do some kills on mobile this evening, so I might just be coming back with the Mithril Kite Shield and the... what's the other one? Oh, the Rune Dagger. So if I come back with those, and I have both of them, then that'll kind of suck for the video, but will be great for me. And if I come back with neither of them, that'll be good for the video in the long run, but terrible for me. So, yeah, let's see what happens. And here we are with another chunk goal, level 40 range. I just nipped inside to the studio to record this one. U-bows, which we can't make. Rune thrown out weapons, which we can't get. Ranger boots, which we really fucking struggle to get, and Robin Hood hat, which is probably borderline impossible. But we do get access to green dragonhide armor, and if you are paying close attention, you'll see in my invent I have lots of green dragonhide. So we'll be able to create some and wear it. So if you recall, you can't wear a green oh yeah, I can hit 6s now. Nice. So I can hit 6s in this setup, which is huge, and will speed the kills up by about 30 seconds, wouldn't you believe it? But you can't wear a green dragonhide body until you've completed Dragon Slayer, which is bizarre because you can wear a black and red and blue dragonhide body, but not a green one. So we're stuck with our studded body for now, but we will be able to get green d'hide chaps, which are a slight improvement, but more importantly, green d'hide vams, which are going to be a big upgrade over fuck all. So yeah, we're going to go and do that now. You might be thinking you can't craft green dragon hide, and you'd be right. But you can craft green dragon leather, and I can actually get that in Canifis because there's a tannery there. Who knew? Well, I did because I spent a lot of time in Canifis, but there's a tannery here. You can get needle and thread here. I've got a mad crafting level, so I'm going to go and make myself some green d'hide vams and some green d'hide chaps. Oh, and we're up to 69 green dragon kills, and we did get ourselves a Mithril Kite Shield, so all I'm waiting on now is a Rune Dagger from the green dragons. Oh, here we go. Right, this is just gonna feel very nice, right? Trade, 45 coins each? Fucking hell. Well, that's that done. That's another task for the chunk done. Sorry, I had to sneeze. If I was really good there, that probably won't have looked like anything happened. But if you looked down here, there probably would have been like 10 seconds pass. But what we're going to create is a pair of those bad boys and a pair of these bad boys, and we're going to equip them. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, look at that. We are gaming now. I mean, what's the difference? So 43 up to 53. That's pretty nice. So yeah, let's get back to the green dragons. I'll be honest, it also seems kind of safe in the wilderness, so I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna take the big risk and equip my gloves and boots for the fashionscape. Look at me now. Wow. I mean, that's, you know, I mean, it's not quite Missouri, but come on, look at that. Oh, I'm obviously an idiot. Of course I can't wear my yellow gloves. I need my new green d'hide van braces for the bonus. That was bonus, not boners, for all the children watching. And by children watching, I obviously meant adults with a childish mind. God.
I mean, I'm not on the child protection register. Yet. Which proves I'm not a pedo. This is going horribly.
So, I've just logged on this morning, and you might be asking yourself, why are you in Port Phasmatis? And the reasoning is because last night we got the Rune Dagger, and we also had the Myth Kite Shield already, so we have completed the chunk. I've equipped all this stuff already, and I was just doing a little bit of prayer, because I don't have 43 prayers worth of dragon bones, but I do have 37, and protect from mage is better than nothing, because if we roll, say, the Elder Chaos Druid chunk, we're going to be relying on that protect from mage a lot. So I thought I'd just go and get these. But yeah, we've finished the green dragon chunk now, and once I've finished with this stuff, we're going to be rolling a new chunk. All right, here we go. 37 prayer, protect from magic unlocked. Having the Ectofuntus is actually such a boon, man. Like, I'm not going to bother getting any more because I think I've only got 38 prayer banked, but yeah, that's so good having the Ectofuntus there, because I only had 90 dragon bones and it got me from like 22 to 37 magic. So that is definitely going to be something that's going to be useful to me in the long run if ever I need to get higher prayer levels, or just have loads of dragon bones for whatever reason. Being able to actually get, you know, nearly the most out of them is ideal. I mean, I think it's 400%, and then Wilderness out as 700%, and then a Gilded out as 350%. So the Ectofuntus really is the second best thing that you can have. So that's been a bit of a blessing, but I will equip these just to show you that I have. And, oh, well, that doesn't matter, does it? And these, so there we go. There are all our chunk goals done, and let's roll a new one.
Death chunks. Single chunks on RuneScape containing grinds so long that 99.9% of players wouldn't even contemplate trying to complete them. Luckily for you, I'm that 0.1%, and for this reason, I'm going to take it in my stride and get on back to Canifis Chunk. Just before we start the video, if you are ever going to like one of my videos, comment on one of my videos, subscribe to my channel, please do all of those things today, because we're about to embark on an insane grind, and I'd love to have you all with me for it. Cheers.
Okay, so this is where we're starting the live clips for this episode. Exciting. I don't think I've started a video of rolling chunks before, so without much further ado, let's just go. Okay, I think there's, what, tin and... That's a mine, isn't it? So I think there's stuff I can mine there. So my main issue is I don't actually have access to a pickaxe within my chunks. So, yeah, I mean, there's stuff I can mine there. I think there's iron there as well, possibly. I'll go and take a look. So I can't actually... Oh no, I can roll this chunk because you technically can walk into this tiny bit here. So that will become an unlockable chunk, but I'll go check this out, see what's there. I don't think there's going to be anything I can do without a pickaxe, but it's interesting because that'll be somewhere I can mine if and when I do get a pickaxe. Okay, so here we go. We are here. Unlock that. Luckily it's not this one, which is the one with the Zami Mage fella in. But yeah, go down here. So yeah, it's a spot with tin and copper, but I can't mine them. And a spot with some iron ore as well, although not a very useful iron ore spot because it's not a triple spot. But yeah, no tasks to do here. There's some giant rats and some bears and a unicorn. Nothing too useful for me. So yeah, let's roll again. So we are back in the chunk picker and we are looking at 27 unlocked chunks, which is a lot, but our quick progress could probably quite quickly come to an end with any of these chunks in and around Varrock. I think the skill capes attached to pretty much all of them. And yeah, the Haunted Mine would be a very, very long grind. The Barrows one would actually probably be quite long, but would be all right now that we got the rune shop, so we can just buy as many runes as we need. But yeah, let's pick a chunk. Ooh, number 16. What's there? Looks like not a lot. Yeah, nothing according to this, but it's bringing us sort of closer to Edgeville, which is quite an interesting kind of place to be. I know there's like Obor grind down here. also access to the wilderness dungeon, so possibly a 66 magic requirement. There's yew trees. Wilderness Slayer would be interesting. I mean, it'd be an upgrade on the Mazchana stuff, although I don't actually have access to much of the wilderness yet. But I'll go just double check there's nothing in here of interest, and then we'll move on again. Okay, so here we are at the new chunk. 12599. Let's unlock that fella and see what's here. Looks like not a lot. Dead trees. A thug. Clearly they don't drop anything unique. Yeah, nothing here. But just more wilderness chunks. We are rapidly turning into a wilderness chunk man rather than a Morytania one. But I guess that's the way chunk man goes. I mean, I don't really have much of a choice when you look at the chunk map other than to push west. I mean, I've got some bits and pieces down here, but a lot of it's Darkmare. And then other than that, it's just sort of a westward push. So, yeah, let's get back to Chunk Picker and pick something new. Okay, so not much happened in this chunk, so let's get on to rolling another. Without much further ado, the 29th chunk of the account is going to be more wilderness. That cannot be empty. I guess there's no dungeons there. Oh, that's scary though, because we are getting fucking close to some of the wilderness bosses up here. Not even the singles ones, the like big scary multi ones. So yeah, okay, let's go check it out, but I'm a bit nervous. Okay, so here we are at the chunk border. Let's unlock the chunk and see what's in there. I'm guessing probably by the looks of it, literally nothing. Yeah, it's not looking good for there being anything to do. But we are getting scarily close to some actually proper wilderness bosses now. I mean, we're level 32 wilderness on my Canifis start. I mean, that there. No, what is that one that you can see there? Can you click on that on the map? I mean, I guess it's technically 2 chunks away, but yeah, that's Venenatus, isn't it? Oh god, Venenatus is right there on a chunk account, and my best weapon is a fucking rune dagger. This is not good. Black Knight. Okay, we've already got one of those at the pub. That is wild. I'm nervous here. I mean, yeah, this ain't good. I'm gonna get out the wilderness because I like getting my run to regen a bit whilst I'm rolling the actual chunks. But oh shit, I need to stay away from the green dragon so I don't get killed. But yeah, this is getting a bit nervous making now, getting this deep into the wilderness. Okay, yet another nothing chunk, but it's pretty scary making that we're getting this far north and near the wilderness bosses. But without much further ado, let's just pick the next chunk and hope we don't get anything crazy. This is chunk number 30. No, this wilderness thing needs to calm down. Right, we are now fucking close to Edgeville. Right, so that's picking up 66 magic and a hard task, which I think is for the same thing, make an air orb. Yeah, so that's picking up because that island is obviously actually where you do that. But I can't get to that island because you can't walk up there. You need to access it via the wilderness dungeon, which is down in Edgeville. So I can't actually do that yet, so I'm going to backlog both of those tasks. Yeah, okay. Cool, so they're both backlogged. But yeah, getting pretty close to... well, I guess we could have unlocked Ferox Enclave on that one, but we're going to have both Ferox Enclave chunks unlocked now, which would be pretty exciting for... would it? I don't really know. I've got the like severe wilderness PvP stuff turned off, like all the bounty hunter stuff, because I mean that's not very Xtreme Onechunk Ironman, is it? But yeah, 1 chunk away from Edgeville, which is pretty crazy. Very close to the monastery as well, which is 99 prayer. Oh, I can just sense this series is going to come tumbling. Down very, very quickly when I roll into like a 4,000 hour chunk or something, and that's going to be either the end of the account, the end of the YouTube channel, or the end of me. So I'll go check in this chunk, see if there's anything of interest there. But yeah, I don't think there is. There's obviously the Zamorak Mage, but I can't do anything with him at the moment. But yeah, is that iron there? Could be. That could be a better mining spot than down here. So let's go check it out. So here we are. It's a long run, but we're going to unlock this chunk here. Shouldn't be anything too exciting. Some skeletons. Yeah, the Zamorak Mage, but I can't teleport with him because I've not done the mini quest. But oh, I can buy runes though from him. Can I buy these? It says you don't have enough coins, so it looks like I can. Oh, it looks like he gets... Oh, because normally you can sell blood runes and stuff here. So it looks like he must get the blood runes after you do the mini quest, which I can't yet do. But the Chaos Packs are cool, because I don't think they sell the Chaos Packs at the rune shop in Varrock, so I guess that's something cool. There are some coal and iron rocks there that I can't sell, although there's only 2 of them, and then that's obviously the air obelisk that I can't actually do anything with at the moment. But yeah, I guess we're going to be rolling more chunks. More chunks. We're probably 10 minutes into the video already. We're rolling more chunks and not done a single in-game activity yet. But I guess it swings and roundabouts, right? I spent a month doing a single chunk back in Port Phasmatis. So yeah, back to the chunk picker. Oh, not back to the chunk picker, because I hopped over this line here, still inside the chunk, but got a music track for it forever. There we go. Do I get one in this chunk as well? No. Okay. Back to chunk picker. Okay, so we're back at it again after chunk number 30. Can we get through another chunk without unlocking a crazy grind? Probably not. There are a lot of crazy grinds knocking around. Let's see what we get. Bergdorot. So... Okay, so I can't actually get into Bergdorot itself. I can only get onto this bit kind of around the edge. So yeah, there's nothing there for me to do. I should probably just head down there anyway and check, but I know that I can't get into the city. So I think we're all good. Right, I'm getting fucking clobbered by shades, so I need to hurry up. I accidentally stepped into the chunk, but we got the music track. Let's go and get away from these shades. So, yeah, nothing that way. Nothing. Okay. Oh, I can't even walk through there. Okay, I did not know that. Well, yeah, there's really nothing I can do here then. Is there anything this way? No, not by the looks of it. Yeah, really, absolutely nothing here at all. Because I can't get into Bergdorot because you need to do... Oh, is it in search of my IQ? In aid of my... In fact, I think it's in aid of my IQ, isn't it? So yeah, really can't get through. That's kind of a shame that there's really nothing here. Piss off. Oh no, can it not attack me? Or can it? Oh. Okay, right. Okay, this might just be a teleport to Varrock job, and if I roll another chunk down here, just be in for a long walk. Okay, cool. Right, so that's Bergdorot. Nothing for me there. Let's roll another chunk. Okay, we are back in the chunk picker with 31 chunks unlocked. Can we get something on the next one where we actually need to play the game? I fucking hope so, because I'm getting bored of rolling chunks, wouldn't you believe it? I mean, I'm not going to be saying that when I get like a 99 construction grind or something stupid. But, without much further ado, let's go. Ooh, number 2. Ew, that's Farrock's Enclave. Nah, that cannot be a nothing chunk. I guess it could be, because I'm not actually... Can't... It looks like you can't even access any of the mini games there anyway. Right, let's go to Farrock's Enclave then, I guess. Okay, so right, I believe this chunk to the north is the one. Yeah, so let's unlock that. What is knocking around here then? So bronze arrows. Do you know what? I already knew that, and that's a little hint at what the secret project I'm working on is. And other than that, I guess it's just Ferox Enclave, right? Looks like there's not much in the way of dungeons or anything we can get in. So how much of Ferox Enclave can we use? So we can use the bank, which is cool. We can use the restoration pools. That's very cool. We can't actually get over to LMS or Bounty Hunter, though. Fun fact, I'm not doing Bounty Hunter at all anyway. I just think that's like, it just doesn't have any relevance to me as a Onechunk account. I don't think, like, cosmetic upgrades for weapons I don't have, and I've got no means of killing anybody in there, so it's just, I mean, I'd have to boost it and that'd be shit. LMS, I wouldn't necessarily be averse to doing LMS, but there are some crazy restrictions on it. I was reading the other day for another account that I'm playing, but you need 750 total, which I do have, but you also need 32 quest points, which I resolutely don't have and won't have for a long time. Or if you don't have the quest points, you can have 1,500 total to do LMS. So that's nuts. But there's a death's domain here. So can I set this as my spawn point? That would be cool. I should probably work towards that at some point. It's not a chunk goal because it's just arbitrary, but if I can, that'd be good, because it'd be nice if I die not to spawn in Lumbridge and spawn here instead. But very cool to have a bank in the wilderness, because for reasons that are currently escaping me, the chunk picker is deciding to send me many chunks into the wilderness for some reason, and this seems to be the direction of travel. So having a bank here seems pretty cool. The restoration pools are very cool, and yeah, that's about it really. I can use the north entrance, that's pretty nice, but aside from that, nothing again to do here. So yeah, let's roll again. No, I'm getting extremely bored of saying, and we're back in the chunk picker, because I just keep rolling so many nothing chunks. It's weird when you don't have like skills like mining unlocked, because you literally don't have a pickaxe. It's kind of rough, the chunks that you can roll. Like, there's so many tasks that are not backlogged, but like if I unlock a pickaxe in some way, I'm going to end up having to do them. So yeah, let's get stuck into the chunk picker again, see what we can get. Okay. So, that's the Alcarid mine, which can be useful, but we can't actually get to it. The only part of that chunk we can do is this little corner here. We can walk onto this tiny bit of path. So I'm not actually going to go and do that. I'll just roll again from here. So I'll renumber the chunks so that this one's included. But yeah, another nothing chunk. So I've renumbered the chunks. We can't actually get to the south down here from this chunk because we only have this very top left corner unlocked. So we can only go west from here. We're getting quite close to Lumbridge, which could be funny if I end up having to do the woodcutting and defense grinds and stuff like that. They'd be long, but doable. And then, yeah, I guess we're in the same spot as we were. Let's pick a chunk. Yeah. Scary getting that close to the monastery. Let's go check the chunk out. I don't think there's going to be anything there. Chunk picker's not picking anything up, but yeah, let's go have a look. Okay, so let's have a little look at the chunk. This fella here, one away from the monastery. Why do we? I'm collecting unlockable 99 cape chunks like they're fucking infinity stones. Some oak trees, which we've done already. Can't get up there. And yeah, nothing else aside from some scorpions, which don't really drop anything. So yeah, we've gone all the way along the wilderness ditch though. Is that the end, or is there some on the other side? Oh, there's a little bit on the other side, but we've basically gone all the way along the wilderness ditch. The sheep's there that I could shear if they wandered into this little bit here. That's not particularly useful to me though, because I already have crafting unlocked. Yeah. Back to the for probably the 5th or 6th or 7th time this video so far, back to the chunk picker. So we are back in the chunk picker, and with the not insignificant addition and, you know, knife hanging above my head of the monastery, which is 99 prayer. So we'll be hoping to avoid that, because that might be the longest, yeah, that might be the longest chunk on here now. So yeah, let's pick a new chunk and see what we get. Another one of these. Okay, right. Okay, so it looks like we'd not rolled straight into anything else, but it says bear there. I mean, that must be Callisto. We know that that's Venenatis, so what is it with the wilderness obsession? Like, come on, can't we just roll barrows? I mean, I'm getting to the point now where I want to roll barrows and do some fun stuff. But yeah, another wilderness chunk. I don't really want to run all the way up there, but I'll go and check it out. Let's see what's there. Right, so we're here at the chunk. We're going even deeper into the wilderness. A wilderness crabs teleport. Oh, okay, so I guess those fishing spots are for wilderness crabs then? That's interesting. Where are the spots themselves? I can't actually see any. Or can I? Am I just blind? Oh yeah, there's one there. Okay, so it looks like you need, what, a lobster pot, and I think you need dark fishing bait for dark crabs, do you? So yeah, so that could be interesting in the future once I get a proper fishing method, which I currently do not have. All of that is from the Bob the Evil Cat random event. But yeah, nothing here. Check fee, I'm guessing that's going to be another wilderness cave then. That looks like another one. We're getting fucking close to these wilderness bosses, and they terrify me, because I genuinely think I probably couldn't kill them at all. So, you know, not only would they be very long, but I think they might actually be impossible. So we'll have to make a judgment call on that when we get there. But yeah, I think we're heading to a rough spot if we keep going up in this sort of northeast chunk of the wilderness. And with that, we are back in the chunk picker. So we're at 35 chunks at the moment, 25 to pick from. We've got an absolute wall of death down this left-hand side. You know, we've got the wilderness bosses up here, multiple skill capes in and around Varrock. 24 is like a real death chunk. 99 prayer, that would be very brutal. But all we can do is hit pick chunk and hope for the best. So good luck to me. Oh god, there's caves there. What are they? Is that Artie?
Holy fuck! That was diabolical!